Call this budget workshop of the Baker County Board of County Commissioners to order. Welcome you all here. Yes, it is. It is open to the public. We have an agenda that we will follow, followed by the 5 o'clock county commission meeting and a 6 o'clock don't forget the name. Public hearing. There you go. And a 6 o'clock public hearing, and then we'll finish business for the county commission after the 6 o'clock public hearing. So we're in for a long evening. Anyone speaking, once we get into the regular business, we'll ask that they limit times, but during the budget workshop, we'll move through business as it is on the agenda. If you'll all stand, we'll open with a word of prayer.
Dear Lord, we thank you, God, for an opportunity to gather here today. Lord, we ask that your wisdom would be upon the board today, and we thank you for allowing us the opportunity to come and to glorify your name. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and we'll get started with the clerk's comments to the board. Good afternoon.
I don't know if you've all had a chance to look over the clerk budget, but there are some key points I'd just like to make to you guys. There are some funding issues with the personnel changes. The county is now paying employee benefits only for employees whose duties are more than 50% county related. For those employees, the county pays only a percentage of benefits that corresponds to the employee's allocated county cost split. You'll notice that there is a significant change in the personnel costs based off of the way we have changed it, letting the court side handle a little bit more of not the county side, but the court side, and then the county will only do the percentages of the non-county employees. And you can look at that, we can get closer into that. We did make a couple more changes. We did reduce the salary of the assistant finance director from 80 to 65,000. That is another reason for the significant change in the clerk budget. The professional services, we decreased it from 76,000 to 45,000 due to the fact that with Brooklyn on board and the need for CKH and Bright Lane, we won't need them as much in the next coming year. So I don't know if there's any more questions, but basically the clerk budget is going to decrease about 15%. Now, there will be a few changes once, final costs for constitutionals, whatever, they may be a little bit, but it won't be significant by any means. Has anybody got any questions?
Any questions for the clerk?
Just when you said there was I can't hear.
Oh, you're good. The air conditioner's on, so I can't hear you.
That's what you said a decrease of 15%?
Yes, sir, 15.
So, for sure. We're going from the 104,800 for the amended budget down to the 78,300 for the operating costs, correct?
All right, for operating.
Sorry, I jumped around.
Yeah, I was on the summary page.
Yeah,
so.
the summary page is what I should have went to. So,
Yeah.
really a $98,000 decrease in personnel.
Yeah, our current budget is $805,000, and then we are going to request $680,145.69 this time. So, and we feel that will be sufficient to make sure all our needs are met.
What raise did you have in there? Is it a 3%?
We did increase. We did show a 3% increase, but in the new spreadsheet that we had, Brooklyn put 3, 4, and 5. We were not sure what the county was going to do at this point in time. So instead of doing a bunch of versions, we just put it all in one spreadsheet this time. So
The 680 has what? 3%?
It has a 4%.
4%?
Yeah, we
Okay.
kind
Was that was
we
kind of
spoke with
the
Sarah,
direction,
and
wasn't
she said if we could go ahead and do the
Okay.
4%, but we did give you a variance if that wouldn't be possible.
it? Yes, ma'am. No, I just wanted to make sure that had the 4% and
Yes, sir.
going forward.
What did you put for the cost of
insurance? The
We
increase?
did the 15. Everybody kind of,
15.
we went ahead and done that based off of when she did the actual budget worksheets. We just tried to make sure. We just got the new FRS amounts on Thursday, so she did make a last minute change on that, but it is represented. I think we did give Commissioner Mobley and Commissioner Iverson, and I think Sarah might have updated yours, but we didn't get those until Thursday, so it's kind of last minute on these kind of things, so.
They did get it in email and it's printed in your packet.
So, yeah. So pretty much this is the basically the only changes for the clerk at this point.
CKH is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say CKH is going from 74 to 25. That was just for CKH.
Well, when
correct?
when we budgeted last year for professional services, we did a lump sum amount of $76,000, which included CKH and Bright Lane for our bookkeeping services.
Yes, ma'am.
We will decrease those services this year due to the fact of staff being on board. So
Correct.
we have decreased that based off the need, basically. We will keep CKH on as a pretty much just a contract, just in case we need them for different things, the higher level things, until Brooklyn feels like she's where she needs to be. But you need someone to train you, and that's what we want to use them for. And they've been excellent, so I have no problems keeping them on.
Absolutely. When you and I and Brooklyn sat down, we had the privilege of sitting down and going over the budget beforehand. We talked about the assistant finance director.
Yes.
Where I think we had it in there for, I want to say 80,000, but we lowered it
was
to
80.
65,000.
And that's
And
probably
then-
going to be questionable because based off, we haven't had a lot of interest in the job, but we haven't really tried because Brooklyn really wants to learn what she's doing before she has to try to train someone. So we're going to kind of see how that goes. We
That's right.
will have CKH on board if we need
That's-
them.
that's what I was getting
And
at.
so that's another reason why we did keep them in our budget at this point. So.
Correct. So the 25 just for CKH, and there is a lot of helping figure out, train, and get Brooklyn to a level where we can hire another assistant finance
Exactly.
director to help assist in the daily operation.
And they've been with us. They basically have been with us since August of last year. And then when Brooklyn came on board, they basically have gave her what they call working papers, in which gives her the opportunity to do what needs to be done in a format so she can continue that on a monthly basis. And then she can train her assistant to do the things that need to be done. So they have been, like I said, they've been phenomenal helping us. So, any questions?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Stacy, do you have a goal on when you will hire an assistant for Brooklyn, or is that just something?
Well,
we're just
I feel
playing it by
like
ear?
that's something for Brooklyn. I mean, when she's comfortable and she feels like she has the time, we've kind of been in a mad rush. You know, we've done nothing but audit stuff for the past few months and different things, first of the year type things. But when she's ready, I feel like that's more for her to be, you know, for her to make that call. Because like I said, she is going to be the one dictating what they do on a day-to-day basis. So,
Perfect.
And like I said, when she's still learning, it's hard to teach somebody when you're learning yourself. So we didn't want to push that right away.
No, I think that's financially smart, and I appreciate that. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Like I said, we probably did go over a little because we did have CKH come on site for 2 weeks, and they helped us through the end of the audit and got some things taken care of. We probably used a little bit of the assistant director position, but that was basically what it was there for because we knew we hadn't hired anybody. So, you know, we had the extra funds there to make sure they were here to get us through. So,
Perfect. Thank you very much.
appreciate that.
He asked a question I had.
Okay.
The clerk seems very happy with their services.
Most
Ms.
definitely.
Brooks seems happy with their services. I don't see any reason to change when
Yes.
everything's working great.
They have come into Florida quite a bit lately. They got a contract with NASA, and they do several of the other counties.
Yeah.
You know, with especially smaller counties who can't afford the luxury of having a CPA or whatever. But they have been, like I said, phenomenal, and they let us answer they ask any questions that we answer any questions we have. So it's like I said, it's nice to have a sounding board. Even though the other counties try to help us, they don't have the same software we do, so they're familiar with our setup. So it works well.
Very good decision.
Mm-hmm. So, anybody else? Any questions?
I like the way we're starting, 15% decrease.
Trying to help if we can.
Appreciate it.
Let's
Thank
keep it that
y'all.
way. Who's up next? Let's keep it rolling.
Keep it rolling.
Property appraiser.
That's 15% increment. Good afternoon, thank y'all. Basically, what I'll do is just go over, if you can find my justification sheet. I'll be back a little ways.
sir. I'm ready.
On the very top there, on the justification, annual salary rate adjustment, we adjusted about 4 positions a little bit for some added responsibilities and duties in there, kind of switching things around a little bit in the office. The FICA retirement, that's all pretty much given to us from the state guidelines. Down to the life insurance, it was 25,178, which is 15% plus 1. Last year, when we were asked to cut our budget, we cut 1 position out. We have 3 that don't take any county insurance most of the time. We had one where her father she had to get off of her father's for a while, so we had to put that back in there. And so whatever we don't spend, we're gonna give back anyway. But that was a difference in the 15 versus what it is. So increase in our GIS, which is our CAMA system that we use to do our work with. The 4768 appraisals, increase in utility contract. The travel rate, it's been really low for a long time. And so we went from 55 to 65 cents per mile, and then we increased the per diem for meals. And then the other is QuickBooks, membership dues, and increase in computers. So it was a total of 4503, which is a total of 4.52%. And if you take the insurance out of that, that's about a 2% increase over last year.
So really, the driving factor in that's the increase on health and life.
Yes, sir.
Most, I mean, that's
Plus
over.
1
Yeah,
position.
over 50% of the increase is.
Yeah, yes, sir. And hopefully that'll be a lot less, so we'll see.
Okay.
We do have the raises on a separate sheet. That's not in here, the 4%.
Or 4%
We weren't given that email until after our budget was already due to Tallahassee July the 1st. But I do have those numbers that we can give y'all.
What would be the cost of that?
Total be 21,000, let me see here.
That's on top of this?
Yes, sir. Yep, 21,381. That includes the FICA and, let me see here, be 16,773 for the regular money. Then the FICA and retirement would be the rest, 1,283 and 3325, which a total is $21,381.
And that's a 4%? You
Yes, sir.
did the 4.
Yes, sir. That's what the email said. We got it like January the 6th, and our budget was due June the 1st. So,
So total request comes out to
that's for the raises.
Thank you. Is it for the 1,040,175 plus the 21,381?
The 21,381 is on top of the budget.
So if I'm looking at the request for 26, 27, the total request is 1,040,175 plus the 21,381 for a total of 1,061,556.
Correct.
Well, you got your calculator working on it. What percentage is in total from the last year? Commissioner?
You got that, Commissioner Mobley?
I about got it. I mean, that'd go with numbers. Let's see. .67.
I had like 7%.
6.67.
Yeah, that's what I said. 7%.
Yes, sir.
Good?
Yes, sir. Should be.
Any questions or comments?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sweat.
Thank you, Mr. Tim.
How y'all doing?
Supervisor of Elections.
All right. I'll wait for y'all to get my page pulled up. Ready?
Ready when you're ready.
All righty. So basically in personnel services, this coming fiscal year, of course, we have an election in November. So we're doing the 4% raise for our employees. And then some of the other increases are for minimum wage for our election workers. We've already got the retirement rates that are coming this year, so we put those in there. I usually don't put my raise in there, but we just kind of estimated to get a more realistic bottom line figure. We estimated that. Also got a certification this year, which is $2,000 raise, so that's included there. We have some small adjustments here and there in our operating for the first few lines. We're increasing on postage. Of course, that's going up, and we do a lot of mail outs. Last year, under the repairs and maintenance, that's a lot of different things grouped together. Last year we had a upgrade to our equipment, so that is going down about $48,000 because that was the cost for equipment upgrades last year. But the next line there, we're looking at replacing our van that we use. It's a 2003 model. It's pretty old, on its last legs, and if we can, we'd like to get a new one. So then a few more lines down, this is a new line item. I'm not sure if you are aware, but there's an education policy for employees that go back to college or go to college. The county can contribute towards their tuition. My employees work for me basically the entire time I've been in office, 5 years. He's working on his master's degree. I foresee him, staying with the county long term, and I think it would be a benefit for the county for him to further his education. So that's the van and the education policy is two of the big things that are added to the budget.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
And so that 9,000, that's for 2 semesters for the one employee, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do we have a retention policy?
It's 2 years.
2 years, and they have to pay back 100%? 100% of
Yes,
that
sir.
within 2 years? Okay. And they have to maintain a
C
C
grade.
grade?
Yep. To require full reimbursement, have to have a C grade. And
They have to work for the county for 2 years before they can be eligible for that. They have to maintain a C average or higher. They have to show proof of that, and then retain employment with the county 2 years after graduation or repay the money back. Sorry, quick summary for you guys.
Thank you.
just for if they do leave within the 2 years, they only have to pay back 50% of the cost.
And I think, is it a year if they leave within a year?
I
they
think
have to pay?
yeah.
If they leave within-
Yeah.
Within a year.
Yeah,
Within 1 year, it says 100%
Yeah.
payback. Within 2 years, it's 50% payback.
right, 50% for each year, yeah. Right.
That's a pretty good incentive. That's pretty awesome.
Yep.
Think so.
Great way to encourage longevity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Any questions or comments from the board?
increase.
Yes, sir.
Biggest increases I see is those two items.
That's right.
Yeah.
Not counting the insurance standard.
Right.
4%.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I do think it's notable to say, I'm sorry, I thought you were going.
I'm a slow talker. My wife says that all the time. But I see the van every time I'm riding by there, and I think, is this thing still running?
We have to jump it off every now and then.
So, yeah, you
It's
definitely-
known locally as the creeper van. so.
It does make me think.
I'm
Yeah.
surprised that the sheriff don't pull it over when he's
I
going
know.
down the
We
road.
put
That's
some
because
stickers
it's
on it and make
it's
it look a
from
little
the
better.
sheriff's office,
Yeah,
so
that's
they
right.
know what van it
Oh,
is.
so they already
It was a
know.
hand-me-down, yeah.
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 We tried to make it last as long as we
Yeah.
could, so.
And we appreciate that, but
Yeah,
it's,
absolutely.
This time's coming.
Yep.
It's a bad shape.
Any other questions or comments?
I just wanted to point out that, so Braden Jackson is your employee that's seeking this 9,000 or this incentive. I just want to point out to the board that he has already completed his associate's and his bachelor's degree, and he paid for that on his own.
That's right.
Yes, it-
And now he's
While
going
he
for.
was working for us, yeah.
That's right. And now he's seeking his master's license, and or master degree, excuse me.
yeah.
And but he paid for his AA and his bachelor's on his own. So that's something that's commendable there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Moving on, BCCMC.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that one was separate, but it's actually a part of the sheriff's office budget, so I don't know if you wanna go to fire rescue first, or
Okay.
then come back to the sheriff. Okay,
We'll do fire and rescue and then come back.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, if I could, while Don's making his way up here, we've got some assumptions that we've kind of already talked about a little bit in how we prepared the budget. So if it's okay, I'd kind of like to share that before we get started on the county side of those things. So a couple of things to note, like we've already talked about, all of the BOCC departments will be presented to you all with a 4% raise included in our first request. The cost of living percent this year is somewhere around 3.8, a little over that, almost 3.9%, or excuse me, 2.8, almost 2.9%. So that's where we fell at the 4% raise, just based on a cost of living would have to be above, at least a 3% consideration. Also in line with that, there are some employees that will be notated with a policy adjustment, not a raise. And those are ones that are very close to their entry-level positions, and minimum wage would affect those. And so you'll see those as we come through budgets. There may be a personnel line item that's highlighted in red, and above that's going to be a red notation. So with that consideration, that employee would only get that policy adjustment. You don't get both. You don't get the 4% and a policy adjustment. So I just want to make sure that you guys were aware of that. And then also the health insurance, of course, every year we start out with a 15% budgetary purposes. For years, that was really high. But honestly, the last couple years, we've teetered closer to that 15%. Good news is I have had some conversations this morning. At the next commission meeting, we will have those rates for you guys, but it is less than 15%. So just know that when you're looking at these numbers today, we are going to have a couple of percents drop off of that too, just from the insurance rates too. So I think that's it. As we work our way through it, like I said, there's some assumptions that we make every year when we're preparing the budget, and just wanted to make sure you guys were familiar with what those were. Again, we sent that information to the constitutionals. Again, like Mr. Sweat said, some of them may have already had their budgets prepared when that 4% was planned for. So, but I think, some of them have it, some of them don't. So we'll come back and talk about that, depending on the board's consideration. But like I said, all the BOCC departments did have that.
Did Chris have 4% on this? I
Yes.
forgot to ask that.
He did.
He did?
He did.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chief.
Yes, sir. I feel bad because the last two or three were pretty quick, so I guess I'm the guy that comes in and puts the big roadblock in the middle of everything and ties up your time.
You don't have to. You can make yours quick too.
Good. On our budget spreadsheet for this year, We had to do some adjustments due to the budget reconciliation project process that's been going on. So it was a lot for me to
It's
get
either
my.
EMS or rescue.
a
You're
lot-
gonna start with rescue, right?
Yes, ma'am, 2700 rescue, I'm sorry. So it was a lot to get my mind around. On the surface, it looks like overall, we're asking for a 208% increase, which is hard to even come out of my mouth. But in reality, the 208% is actually 13.91% is what that is of a number of about $445,000. And that's across the board, personnel, that is operating expenses and capital outlay. Do you have a preference which area I go through first, operations, or do you have a preference, anybody, anywhere?
I don't have a preference, Mr. Chairman. If we could talk about those percentages a little more and offer a little clarification before we get too deep into that.
Sure.
Okay.
So I think that I've kind of talked with each one of you offline about not being super alarmed by those percentages. So in part of Ms. Brooklyn's reconciliation of the finance system, she did that, budget amendment back, April, I guess it was, to try to clean all that up. So the difference in the way that those numbers are prepared was when you all looked at your budget spreadsheets last year, this version, right? When we used that master spreadsheet, like I said, we've talked about this before, there were a lot of errors in the way that it calculated those budgets. So we input grand total numbers, not line item totals, so to make sure that that spreadsheet summary matched what the budget amount should be, but not the individual line items inside of it. So in Brooklyn going through and reconciling everything, I think the recommendation is to go back to that master spreadsheet and work forward from that. So in a lot of ways, you'll see that where those numbers from those individual spreadsheets may not have translated over into this new rate, right? So in some of them, you're going to see that these rates may be 200%. But that may be just because that line item was out of line versus like I said, the individual spreadsheet versus that other one. So again, just another step in correcting the system. Those numbers, I don't want you to see those numbers and think that that's the true increase, because it's really not. We'll talk about what last year's anticipated budget looked like, right? Versus where we're right now, and that's where Chief is getting at. It's really not that high of a percent. If it's helpful to you all, there's been a couple of commissioners that have asked to actually have those current budgets in front of them to kind of reflect back from that. But you'll see some disparities like that. But again, that's just working towards that reconciliation in a manner that puts us with the least amount of audit findings. So that we're cleaning up those books in accordance with GASB standards and making sure that everything meets. So like I said, going through this budget cycle, you're going to see that. But just know that that's not a true 200% increase. It's just another step we've got to take to clean up all of that system. Is that the best way to summarize that?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean,
Yeah.
looking at this
Miss
spreadsheet too,
Brooke,
like the year-to-date
Did you get her
expenses.
covered?
Miss Brooklyn, can you
Yeah.
come up,
Yeah.
please, so we
I was
can hear you?
gonna say, yeah.
Mm.
Like when you look at the spreadsheet on the personnel costs, like at the bottom, it has like a little summary and it says 2026 year-to-date annualized, or year-to-date, annualized. It's already, that's meaning like if we continue on as we are, and I projected it out for the end of the year, it was like almost $900,000, and that was only as of April. So what Sarah was saying was completely right. Like that budget last year was kind of a wrong number. So even though it says 208, whatever it was, increase, that's not really true. We didn't hire like that many people or
Right.
whatever
If you've got it,
for personnel costs
right.
to really go out that much. And that's also why I included so much detail in these spreadsheets too, so you can really see like what's driving those, like the number of employees, all their
Mhm.
benefits broken out.
Yeah, and moving forward too, I just kind of had this thought today that in the other departments, what we'll do is I'll just take a screenshot of that summary page from the individual worksheets from last year and put it on the summary page of the budget this year, so you can see what those percentages really probably should be closer to, if that would be helpful. Like this page, I mean, like this is what it would look like before, and it's just got the quick summary. Like if we took just a screenshot of that and plugged it in on the summary page of the news sheets you guys are looking at now, and I think that at a glance would be a little helpful too.
Is it normally like this for most all of the county budgets?
A lot of them,
Percentages?
yeah.
I don't know off the top of my head, but yeah, I'm sure maybe, probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it is a little bit hard too, switching the format of the worksheets, you know, because like we used a different one for so many years, and then I like created a new one.
Yeah.
So it is kind of hard to compare the two.
Yeah, but most of the time it's operating capital and personnel. I mean, at the end of the day, those three totals,
Yeah.
I mean, no matter how you get to those totals, the totals is,
Yeah, I mean, I
should
still
be the
have
same,
those.
right?
Right. Yeah, you'll see it in quite a few BOCC departments. And listen, the change may be minimal, but because, let's say HR, for instance, the overall budget is barely anything, right? So even a $5,000 difference there may make that percentage look like, you know, it's astronomical. Like, so I just want you guys to keep that in mind. On these, don't judge the budgets by those percent increases, and let's, you know, that's where I think it would be helpful for seeing those numbers from last year
So
summary.
if-
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
If we look at just the personnel cost on this particular one,
Mhm.
the 2026 amended budget shows 707, and the request for this one is 2.8,
Right.
right?
So that makes the number look
Yeah, I
crazy
mean,
from a
it-
percent
it
line.
definitely makes it look like
But if you
Yeah,
look
we
here,
realize it's
yeah.
like way low. We've
Yeah,
been
you're
actually
2.4.
talking about doing another budget amendment for EMS because their personnel costs have gone over.
Mhm.
And it really was just that, I guess whenever we amended it, we didn't realize like how much it would be. I don't really know what happened with that. But yeah, we definitely are gonna have to make some amendments even to that line, the 707, by the end of this
Mhm.
year, so that way we come in under budget, like for audit purposes and whatnot, we have to.
Right.
what do you anticipate right now for that? Do you know, Chief?
Right now, as it stands, trying to get, clear the water up a little bit. Right now, our personnel, what we're going to be asking for this year, higher than what last year on the EMS side, is $329,000, which is the equivalent of 12.9%. That's just the personnel numbers. Overall, the EMS budget as a whole, it's going to be 13.91%. Now, when I did my math, just to kind of give y'all a little picture into what's going on, we came to y'all about a month ago and we said, how do y'all want to do this regarding the budget and also applying for that SAFER grant? Because it was kind of like, how do we do this? What we applied for in the budget right now this year is, right now we're doing EMS, and a few minutes from now we'll get into fire. We budgeted we budgeted 6 people total, 3 in EMS and 3 in fire right now. So the cost you see right there is the cost of putting 2 people a day at the station of Kyler. That's the actual number there, and that's that number that we're coming back at. That's going to cost you $329,000. However,
Where's that number at, Chief?
You know what the safer people are here at the bottom.
Okay.
You'll see the SAFER people. The page that's green and purple and blue shaded.
Mhm.
I took the middle column at 4%. I figured we had to pick a spot. And at the bottom, there's three numbers there at the bottom, which are the new people.
And for new positions too, we do assume that they would have the highest insurance coverage as well. So that way, if they come in under that, we can make a budget reduction and reduce that budget. But we always plan for the highest paid position possible with that. So you'll see that reflected on there.
So the $329,000, which is the increase in personnel, the 12%, if the federal government calls us and says they're going to award us that SAFER, and if you decide that you want to accept that, that number gets reduced by $183,000. So now the increase goes from 12% to 6.3%, and it gets twice the number of people. So those are the options that we've got on our end. If you choose to want to increase the manpower or staff that station, whatever, those are numbers you're looking at. So overall, the entire budget, personnel, capital, operations, right now as it stands, the proposal before you raises our overall dollar value $445,000, which is the equivalent of 13.1%. It took me a while to get my mind around that too. We're going through this big process, and that's where the numbers are there. And then obviously we would reduce that $300-something thousand down to $180,000 if the grant came through. So that's where our total numbers are.
So
Go ahead.
it's a $500,000 increase, correct?
From what
From
what the original was last
from
budget
last
cycle
year,
to
but
count.
it changed since
Yeah.
then, right, Brooklyn?
Right.
La-
Sorry, I
last
just kind of pulled you in.
last year, when before we got into all this process, is our budget workshop final numbers that we had and we left out of here last year. Our budget was $3,199,000. This year, the proposal is $3,644,000, which is a difference of $445,000. That's where we are right now. I know it's kind of hard to try to get there in the midst of all this. but
Well, I
that's
think
where
what
we
is
are.
hard, what's so difficult about it is the numbers you're saying doesn't match the numbers we're looking at.
Yeah, that's. the
And so
problem.
that's why when we met this week, like maybe and it's okay if I'm the only one on the board that doesn't understand this, but I don't understand how these numbers aren't matching his numbers, and they're not even matching the numbers that we think that we're getting. So sure, we can say, hey, he's only taking a 12% increase, and we could be okay with that. But even the numbers aren't adding up. I can't get the numbers to add up to what his paper says from last year's budget workshop. What he walked out of here thinking he had the money that he thought he had to spend all year.
Yeah, your final budget from last year with a 3% raise was $3,143,215. I don't know what number you have, but I don't know if there was maybe an insurance adjustment or something
There
off
could
of
have
what.
been. Yeah, I had 3,199 is what I had.
Yeah, and there may have been someone that we had planned for not having full coverage, and they did, or they had single and went to family. There could be, or any kind of change like that could have accounted for that difference.
Yeah, it could be.
But we know last year's budget, I mean, the budget wasn't correct. So really.
This was correct.
This was correct?
Absolutely.
3.1?
Yes, those spreadsheets are right. The master spreadsheet was not used and was not correct.
But the master spreadsheet is what we had the budget on.
The summary of the master spreadsheet was the only thing we used last year's budget. So we inputted this whole total, when you guys remember talking about that furniture line item that looked like it had one line item for furniture. It wasn't. That was where we input the entire budget there so that the summary was correct, because the formulas were wrong on that master spreadsheet. So we could not use that one when it come to line item budget total. So these numbers were used and input as singular line items on that master spreadsheet. So the overall budget total was correct on the summary.
Okay.
But all the line item totals on the master spreadsheet weren't used.
And the spreadsheet were not right.
Right.
So going forward, how about for the new spreadsheets after this meeting, I'll just insert, instead of what was in that master spreadsheet and all that mess, I'll just put in here what they requested last year from those individual spreadsheets. That way, even though like the master spreadsheet got all whacked up, y'all know this, that way we can see what they requested last year, requested this year. And that way there's not a mix up. I'll update the spreadsheets that way for the upcoming budget meetings, we'll just have what they requested.
So I agree with that 100%. But right now, what he's saying he had last year versus what I'm showing right here is not the same, right?
And like I said, that could have been to a change after the fact of a hiring.
Do I?
For the original worksheet, you're saying doesn't match his original.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're saying. You're going to put the original worksheet in there.
So I think that was difficult too, because there were so many versions of those spreadsheets, and especially going back looking at the previous finance director's, like, all her files. I'm not her, no one there was her. So it's hard to tell, like, what was the final versions and what wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Clint sent me a group of emails and said that those were what he had on file for the final worksheets, and the number he sent me was $3,143,215.
Right. That was. I'm thinking you might have the wrong spreadsheet, Dawn. You might not have the final one on what you're looking at. This was in our final packet.
And it could be that my 3,199,000 versus 3,143, maybe version 1 or 2. But I had to get my mind around, just on the fact that it said 206%. It kind of puts me, obviously, the way it puts you, thinking, "Whoa, what's going on here?"
What
You
does
know
the
I mean?
header? Do you have yours in front of you?
What's that?
What's the header say if you have it in front of you?
Rescue 2700, Board of County Commissioners.
Doesn't say version 2, 3%.
No.
Then yours isn't the final one.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the problem with that.
And you're saying 3,142?
143.
143.
Okay.
So really, if we go off of that number, The 3,143, 215, if we're agreeing on that, to your 3,644 new projected budget, it's a 15.94% increase.
If you're going on 142 versus 199, whatever that equates out, I don't know. But the increase of 200 and
Because you were at about 13%.
yes, sir, I was at 1391.
Okay. Yeah, so that's the difference between the 15 and the 13.9. It's 15.94 if you go off the 3,143
Okay,
versus 3,199.
okay.
Okay,
So how does that affect our line items though? Like this number here is about 300,000. That means this whole column, for example, if you look on the operating expenses, 54,100 communications.
okay.
It says it looks like
Look on yours somewhere.
24 actuals is 10,779. Then it went up to 13,711 and 25 actuals. He's asking for 17,750. Well, my paper says that his 26 amended budget was 8,500, but it was actually what?
11,000.
11,000, but mine says, all of ours says 8,500. So he's actually only wanting a $6,000 increase versus a $9,000 increase.
That's correct.
I think what Brooklyn said was requested budget to requested budget is what you guys need to be looking at. Like I said, especially since she's still doing, her reconciliation and
Right.
cleaning up things. That would probably be easier for you guys to look at to know number for number.
So does his 26 requested budget match his 26 actual budget, what we approved? It won't, will it?
No, it wouldn't, because the budget amendment was done to reflect that master spreadsheet. Like I said, you guys have to keep in mind those numbers this year. It's just going to have to be an additional step of cleaning up this reconciliation process. I think for percentages and true change on what the intent was from last year to the intent was from this year, you guys need to look at request from last year to request from this year. So, because I think we're going to get lost in the weeds on stuff that, like I said, that's still part of the cleanup process,
Yeah.
Does that make sense to everybody? I said I don't want to muddy the
Yeah.
water anymore, but
Still very confusing, but
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
yeah.
Basically, these sheets are going off of
That's the-
you're trying to do the cleanup and do it for the audit, but this is what we need to go off of to see the true percentage increase.
Like, if you wanna see the requested changes, yes, because, the 2026 amended budget on there was the master spreadsheet that got all twisted. Sorry.
Come up here so we can hear you, please.
I can explain one more time. I'm
slide
sorry,
over a
Donna,
little
I'm
bit,
just all
Chief.
up in your grill. I was just saying that this 2026 amended budget, that is the master spreadsheet that we know was messed up. We already went through it, and then I made a ton of amendments. However, all those amendments didn't exactly line it up to exactly what they requested originally. There's still some variances, and 2026 still isn't over. We're gonna have to go continue to make amendments before the end of this year.
Right.
So you can compare it to this, but we're still gonna have to make amendments. I mean, it's just how things work, I think. But like I said, going forward, I'll change it to what requested, so we can compare requested to requested if that's what you'd rather look at.
If that would be helpful, yeah. So we want to make what
So yeah,
would be
but what
helpful
they
for
But then you
need,
can see the
Sorry.
difference
right.
Yeah.
easier.
Yeah.
yeah. But everything that they requested as far as what they need, personnel costs, none of that should change. None of those numbers will be changed. It's just what you're comparing it to.
Right.
On this, compare the individual items or total budget.
What
Both.
do you mean?
We can do the line item. You can do
Oh, sorry.
budget request line item. Yeah, not just totals.
The problem I
Right.
have is just the total budget, it don't help me.
Yes, sir. No, we
I
will.
want to look
Yeah,
at the individual line items.
Yes, sir.
Changes.
we can do
Right.
that.
From last year to this year.
Yeah, we can do that. Sorry, Dawn, you're the guinea pig. Somebody's got to go first.
Well, that's why I said the quick ones that came before me. I've got the log jam.
One thing too we want to keep in mind for both fire and rescue is, like Dawn already talked about, is those safer positions, right? So we've got 6 total. We're expecting that if the grant does not go through, we've already planned for those in the budget. But if the grant does go through and we receive the safer grant funds, we can actually remove those from this position as far as county money goes from that too. So y'all keep that in mind. They're there just as a placeholder right now, 3 in each department for Dawn. But again, like I said, as we move closer to that safer notification, we can make whatever adjustment we need to.
Y'all want to go over operations first? Operating budget?
That'd be great.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just.
No, that's good.
Okay. Starting at the top, the first thing that you see there was a wash on the PEMT. That's that crazy program where we give money and they give it back when it comes to the transport funds. Professional physicals went up from 6,000 to 10,500. The difference being there, most every increase that you're going to see that I'm going to talk about in operating, what we did is if we have a new vehicle coming or we have a new personnel position coming, anything that's new to the department, then those numbers have been factored in, because it's kind of like if you buy a vehicle, you can't, if you had 10 vehicles that you have to keep maintenance on and now you have 11, well then whatever the percentage is for 10 versus 11, it would be the percentage we bumped each account, if that makes sense to why the increases you're going to see in all these different budgets. The one for physicals went from 6,000 to 10,000. When we hire somebody, we're required to do an NFPA physical, and it's actually not only are we doing those as a department, but it's a requirement to get a federal grant. You have to do the NFPA physical. So the extra money in there for physicals or for new employees added.
Was that for, projected new hire? Okay, for 6,000 to 10,000.
Right.
But the 6,000 is an irrelevant number, correct?
No, that should be close to it.
It's the wrong number. That whole column's wrong.
Yeah.
What do you have for?
No, 6,000 is what is in this year's budget, and we're asking, for 10.5.
Yeah,
Okay.
this was last year.
That's enough to do new employees coming in.
Okay.
And that's
A lot of
mostly
these
because
are pretty
that's
close to what we
those
did.
safer grant positions.
Well,
Is that what you're thinking?
yes
of?
and no. We, on the department last year, came to you for the first time for the new federal physical standard for fire rescue.
That's right.
We were not doing those. Prior to last year, a new firefighter was getting the same physical as somebody that wanted to have a clerical job. And there's a national standard that says you can't do that. For fire rescue, there's a whole standard on it, and they cost about 4 times the price. So y'all had to go back last year, and in our budget we presented to you last year, which was the first time those new expensive physicals were included in our budget, and all the current employees had to go get one of these new physicals. Now this year, every year you have to get one, but this year when we put in your money, we put in enough money to do our employees again, plus any new person that you hire. So that's why the bump goes from 6 to 11.5. Does that
Okay.
make that sense?
So it was the annual.
Annual, yes, sir.
recurring thing.
Yes, sir. And it's crazy because a regular physical for somebody that has like a clerical job is $75, and the one for fire rescue is about $550.
Wow.
But it's a national standard, we just have to follow it. So, moving down the line, and I'm gonna skip things that weren't any adjustments from last year, if that's okay with y'all? Or do y'all want me to mention things from last year that were a wash across the board? Do you have a preference? If something was $10 last year and it's $10 this year and we haven't made an increase, do you want me to go over those or just move on to things that were increases or changes?
Let's
Go on
just
to the
move on
increases.
past those
Okay.
unless there's an objection from the board.
Okay.
So,
About 4 or 5 items down, you see communication. Communication, it looks like we're asking to go from 8,500 to 17,500, when in reality, what we budgeted on last year was 11,000. So it's from our perspective, it looks like we're going from 11,000 to 17,500. Why the bump in communication? That ties into the sheriff's office with the Tyler technology. There's a couple of places in operating, and there's one place in capital where you'll see we have written in our budget, Tyler Technology, and that goes with new equipment that is part of that startup phase with that project, and that's what that is. We have to have licensing and new equipment that goes with the new platform that they're doing. From our perspective, as a whole, not to try to oversimplify it, I know that Tyler Technology program is an extremely expensive thing that's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. From our perspective, to help speed this up as we move along, when the undersheriff came to us and said, look, what's your take on this Tyler Technology situation? How does this apply to you, and is it beneficial? It's super beneficial to us, and what we're having to do, their current CAD system is the SmartCop system, as y'all obviously have heard the talk about this. Our reporting system, our alerting dispatching system, everything that we currently have are third-party products, and those third-party products have to interface with the police's SmartCop process. And every time you do something, this company has to interconnect with that company and this company. So what we're proposing is if you go with the plan with the sheriff's office for the Tyler Technology, it will be a Tyler Technology fire rescue reporting. It'll be a Tyler Technology dispatching system for the phones and the alerting of the employees, and it's all it's a one-stop shop, and it eliminates when there is a problem. We have 4 different vendors on the phone pointing fingers at each other as why the system didn't work. It's a one-stop shop that owns it all. So although you'll see an increase there in one capacity, we're actually taking offline 2 or 3 other third-party vendors to make one streamlined thing. Overall, Tyler Technologies is costing fire rescue about $2,000 to $3,000 per year annually more than what we currently are spending, and it's going to cost us about $6,500 one-time startup. When I get to capital, you'll see that, and then there'll be another probably a $4,000 or $5,000 that we made the decision to put in the budget for some of the equipment that we currently carry, because we thought it was a smart business move. And what I mean by that is right now, every truck that we carry on the department carries a computer on board that's between $2,000 and $3,000. If you go to Tyler Technology, we'll be carrying a standard everyday iPad that we can buy for $500, as to having some specialty piece of equipment, and gives us down the road a much more streamlined, extremely more cost-efficient tool to use. And that's kind of how we tie in with the big program that's going on over at the sheriff's office. So that was a lot of talk, I know, but that's the nuts and bolts of how we interface with the sheriff's office. So sorry for all that long-winded talk.
Chief, you said it's going to go up about $2,000 a year from what you're currently paying?
Yeah, currently, right now, we pay a company for dispatching.
Yes, sir.
Which is our
Well,
go ahead.
How much is how much are you paying right now for that?
Right now, we spend about $24,000 every year between our fire and EMS reporting,
Yes.
our alerting on our phones, as well as our participation in the SmartCop program.
Okay.
Tyler Technology is going to cost us about $26,500 versus $24,000 yearly, plus the startup fee and what computers we have to change out in the trucks to match the system.
Okay.
And that's what our cost is on our end.
So what do you think the total cost will be?
The whole cost for us, well, it's about $2,000 a year annually, and then we're going to have probably about $10,000 on the front side, $6,500 for the startup, and probably another $3,000 or $4,000 worth of licenses and iPads that we'll use. But I know for us, when they brought this program to us, I know that it may sound crazy, but the current stuff we're using right now is very expensive stuff, and for a program to actually allow us to use standard everyday iPads that cost a quarter of what we currently pay for a computer is a really big deal.
Yes.
And the other part to it that is very intriguing to us, when the dispatchers are down there and they're having to talk to the police officers or the deputies, and they're having to talk to us at the same time, there's a lot of times that we're not heard because she can't listen to 2 people at one time, and applies to like when somebody goes on scene or somebody leaves the scene or goes to the hospital. And with this new iPad technology, going to cost us a quarter of the price for the computers, but it's also going to give us the ability that when we have that ability, we can actually touch the screen when we go on scene or touch the screen when we leave the scene, or if we get within so many feet of the scene, it does it automatically and eliminates a situation where right now, because this is where it happens, you have a situation right now that you have blank spots in reports that don't even show somebody arrived or left the scene, because it's based on a dispatcher trying to hear a deputy at the same time she's trying to hear a rescue unit or a fire truck on the same call. And this eliminates that.
And that information is required by statute.
Oh my gosh, it is part of a statute. And the other part is we have to currently wait for an email from the sheriff's office after every call before a report can be done. And all our reports have to be done in a 24-hour window by state statute.
Explain to what you just said, an email for what?
When we go on a call, when the call's over, somebody from dispatch has to stop from what she's doing, dispatching deputies, and she has to send an email to fire rescue every single time after a call. And our employee has to sit down at a desk and pull up an email from the sheriff's office. And then they have to pull up their own reporting system, this third-party system, and they lay them side by side and start transposing times of on scene and arrival. That's what they're currently having to do. It's about 30 years behind the times.
So the efficiency
Oh, it's unbelievable.
of the operation of employee time sounds like to me would be worth the upgrade.
When I called the surrounding counties during some of our problems trying to streamline some of this and said, hey, how do y'all make your reports connect up? Nobody could believe that we were having to have emails sent to us like that.
I don't either, and that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around, everything that you're trying to say, because you're saying a lot.
I know.
I look at numbers.
Yes, sir.
And the numbers wouldn't even add up if you're having to have an employee here send an email, take time to send an email, another employee taking time to pull that email, and then merge that email. Just the efficiency of deleting that operation would be worth the upgrade.
And
Just
if there's,
that one,
if there's a discrepancy between that email and our records, then you have to reconcile that. So it's an ongoing process, and they got to get it done in 24 hours.
State law, all the reports have to be turned in within 24 hours.
I understand that.
So it's complicated.
How often does a employee have to stay late to wait on the email to do this report?
I'd hate to
And
say-
then that's costing overtime and everything else, correct?
I'd hate to say every day, but it's probably every other day.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. the
But this
efficiency.
right here is gonna cut down, on
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, the $2,000 that you're spending extra a month on the program, you're going to save more than that.
Well, you
And
take
overtime.
somebody that has a call at 6:30 in the morning and goes to the hospital, they can't leave work till that report's done. And they have to go back, and the sheriff's office is going through shift change, and they have to get on the phone and find somebody on the new shift coming in and ask them to email them a copy of a report so they can do a report. I know it's hard to believe, but that's where we are.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Mr.
Sorry for
Chairman, if
that.
I may, I know Under Sheriff is here and wants to talk at length about the Tyler proposal when he gets up here too. So I think a lot of your questions are probably going to be answered through that presentation as well. And again, that's the system that we have now, and that's the best that we can get out of that system, which is exactly why he's sitting here to talk to you guys about that too. So
Yeah.
I think a lot of that he'll be able to go into more
Yeah.
detail with you
More-
guys when he talks
more to
about
come.
how they ended up with where they're at.
I know that was a lot of talk for one line item of a few $1,000s. I'm sorry about all that.
Well, that's very important. It's very important for us to understand the operation.
Yes, sir.
I mean, we're not in the day-to-day business as commissioners. I mean, we-
Yes, sir.
So without you explaining it to us, we wouldn't know that.
Thank you.
So I appreciate you explaining that to me, because it didn't make sense what y'all was having to do.
Right, right.
Never apologize for ever explaining it.
Right.
Well,
Never.
I just know it's going to be a long day, and
No, you're
That's
good.
what we're here for.
This is
Okay.
what we're doing.
This is what
Okay.
we're hearing.
we had an increase going down for electric, and that was only because prices go up, and we're anticipating the possibility of another station online. So we increased the electric by 8%. Rentals and leases, that's also, that goes into, we actually lease a giant big bank of oxygen tanks we fill our small bottles with on the trucks. Additional trucks, additional call volume, that's kind of where that is. Vehicle maintenance, it looks like on your spreadsheet that we're asking of an increase from 35,000 to 55,000, when on our side, we were under the impression that we are actually only going up from 50 to 55. 50 was what our worksheet was last year. So to us, we're looking at it as a $5,000 increase versus a $20,000 increase. Advertising's 50%, but the advertising was only $250, and that is just when we use the advertisements when we hire people and we have to apply and we have to send things out, job out notifications. We have to do that through services, and we pay for that. That's what that's for. Office supplies went up 50%, or we're asking for that, from 2,000 to 4,000. We had 2 people in the office. We now have 4 people in the office. One of the people in the office is the new paramedicine position. That's that dedicated fund that we'll discuss in a few minutes. That's an extra person in the office that's doing clerical things, and I also have another captain in the office that's doing clerical things. So there's 4 people doing things that 2 people used to do, and that's why we doubled the office supplies for that. Operating supplies. We got with Brooklyn and actually broke an account up, or made a new account this year. We had an account last year that we had $75,000 in on our end, or so we thought, and that was for EMS supplies, and it was not broken up in the past. So the same account that was buying drugs and medications and stuff for the rescue was also buying everything from like bandages, blood pressure cuffs, rubber gloves, and we felt like we needed to separate it. So when somebody says, what are you spending on true medical supplies, we could identify that versus what were medical supplies versus what was rubber gloves and truck wash, and so we divided that up. That account currently, even at that amount, we are at 82% of that, and we're right at about 80-something% of the year. It needed to be bumped anyway. Like we started the conversation, our call volume went up 8.5% this year, and every run's another pair of this and another dose of that, and those numbers have to be, goes with the numbers. So. Fuel, we went up 41% on the fuel, and that was a guess. If the fuel was to come back down, then obviously it wouldn't be that much, but I know we had a big spike this year, and we're just trying to be smart about that.
Yes, please.
Where do y'all get your fuel? Do you just pull up to the?
We get it through LV Hires here in town. Yes, sir.
Bulk?
Yes, sir. We've got tanks behind our headquarters, and we also have tanks over at the road department in Sanderson. And y'all approved a wonderful system for us a year ago where we could swipe the thing and actually be accurately track it, and it's been wonderful.
I thought that's where it was. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's see here. Coming down. Uniforms going from 10,000 to 17,000, and that's based on hiring new employees. That's outfitting. When you get new people, you have to outfit them just like your current ones. And the last thing that you see there is software licenses. And software licensing going up from 12,500 to 16,000. And once again, that's part of the whole Tyler technology process that we're doing. Let me say this about that. I think I can put this in a brief way. This Tyler technology that the sheriff's office is offering for us, y'all know we don't actually have station alerting in the system like you see in great big cities. Everybody has to have something on their pocket, like a phone or a phone app or whatever. And it's a very limited process. And when by paying an extra $1,000 in the licensing, it allows us where every employee of the department, their phone will have the same program that is on the screen in the police car or the fire truck, to where when there's a call, when they pull that thing out, it tells you where you're going, the details of the call and everything, versus now it's a very crude system, and so that's why those costs are there. Just wanted you to know that. All in all, those operating numbers came up to $574,000, right at 21%. The capital outlay, which is coming up after that, which I'll turn to the next page, the capital outlay was $194,000, 650. What's in the capital outlay? $75,000, year 3 of 5 on one of our rescue units that's in the field. The next one is year 1 of 5 for the new service truck that y'all approved last year that was fixing to take delivery this month. And the last one that you see there is a new vehicle for myself. I currently do not have a vehicle.
Just get you a bicycle, right?
Well, they got some electric bikes pretty handy these days. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I tell you what, you can ride one to work when I start riding one to work. You ain't got to worry about that.
Moving down in the capital, that one-time setup for Tyler Technologies is there for the $6,500, which is their company. That's what their percentage is on that. $18,000 is for upgrades at the actual headquarters. We're looking to put a covered area to park our backup trucks under and get them out of the weather, that we can back them in, keep them under the cover, and plug them in so they're always ready to go. That's what that cost is for. That's for overhang the concrete and that in the back behind the
A
building.
backup truck, is that what you said?
Yeah, we try to maintain at any given time 2 rescue units that are stocked, ready to go. So when one goes down, they just transfer into it and go back in service.
Okay.
Is the service panels and all already there to plug them up, keep them,
They already there.
so all, basically just the building itself?
Yes, sir. The covered thing, the concrete, that. Yes, sir. And there was also $12,150 in there, and that was an upgrade to our units to get some units in computers that currently don't have them, and upgrade the ones that do have them to the new tablets. One-time capital expense there. Currently, right now, the fire trucks actually don't have any computers on them at all, and
Even the new ones?
the new one coming will have one put on it, but we're having to purchase the computer to put on it.
Talking about the ambulance?
I know
It's
that
just
we
got
got some
that
newer
right here.
units, none of them have.
No, sir. No, sir.
Oh,
And that's
yeah.
and that's
I don't know what that
part
is.
of this thing about
Yeah.
making our system better. We want to have the ability on the fly. You can't believe how a dispatcher, when she's busy, but she can type and say, the car is on the westbound versus the eastbound or wherever you're going.
Now, sometimes 1 minute makes all the difference.
It does.
Just 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it don't have to be 10 minutes. I'm talking 1 minute.
It does.
Sometimes could mean life and death.
Yeah. So,
Anytime we can cut that minute off,
and that's where we are.
it could be somebody's, house burning down.
Yes, sir. And we're actually gonna this year experiment a little bit. We've found a good price out there that we're gonna experiment with some of our units. We got one, we just put the first one in service last week, but we're actually gonna put Starlink on several of our units. We have areas in Taylor and Baxter and Florida too where there's no reception, and we put Starlink on the ATV that y'all approved last year with our Title III funds. We did it as an experiment because it goes into the Osceola Forest, and we put the Starlink on it. It's been in service for about 6 days, and it has amazed us that we can't find a spot that you don't have signal to operate with, and it's pretty incredible. So,
Chief, one question on that.
yes, sir.
Sorry, capital outlay. The vehicle, the UTI one,
Yes, sir.
that's the one we financed.
That's
this
the
year,
service
correct?
truck we
That's-
financed,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Did you have a payoff on that if we were to pay that off this year?
I have to go, I can go back through
So-
there. I want to
I
say.
think that was one thing you, Commissioner
Yeah.
Anderson brought up, asking about.
Yeah, it was. In fact, I don't have a payoff in exact numbers, obviously, because it depends on what day you go to pay it off. We actually have a couple of those things that honestly I wanted us to get through our review first. We would start talking about what we can live with and what we can't. I have that number. If that's something we'd like to see put back into the budget, we can. I can send it to you guys so you know what it is. But
Yeah, I would like to see it anyway.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's like
it'd be good to know.
$118,000 total for the truck. So
I just remember we had
yeah.
talked about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to go through all of it, but I just want
Right.
to have that option available too if,
Yeah.
if we were.
And she's right. It's either
That'll-
118 or 119,000,
Yeah.
somewhere in there.
Yeah, so just
Sure.
Just
plan
the
for
number
that.
we need to know.
Yes, sir. It's on my notes to bring back in later
Okay.
after we get through our first rounds. Yes, sir.
Okay. That's operating and capital. As far as personnel goes, the only thing new that we've done is we put that money in there for 3 positions, and that was that increase in the budget. In the personnel budget, it's $366,000 towards the overall number for EMS. If we were to be granted SAFER, if the 3 positions would turn into 6, and that $366,000 would be reduced to $183,000. That's how that would play out.
On the 3 position, Chief, are you looking at EMS, fire, or certified?
What we're doing is, our plan is to staff the station with a paramedic officer out there and another paramedic or EMT firefighter. Both are dual cert. Just for point of reference, we have reached a point that we only have 1 employee left in the entire department riding in the field that is a straight EMS employee. Everybody has gone to school or been hired as a firefighter paramedics or firefighter EMTs. That's how far we've moved in transition.
That's good enough.
That's great.
Perfect.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And we put those numbers in at the 4%. Beyond that, at this point on personnel, I need to try to pause, I guess. Many years ago, Fire Rescue was a member of the IAFF union, and that was many years ago and went away, and they just reestablished the organization here in Baker County, and we have our first negotiation with them on July the 20th. I don't know what that's going to yield one way or the other, but before I lock down and say, look, something's going to cost $5, I want to see what their proposal is, and we go back and forth and all that. So I would imagine as we meet throughout the summer months in these workshops, we'll have some clarification on what that looks like. So,
Donna, they sent us that date because I don't have that.
I don't know. I was under the impression it was going to be in the week of the 20th of July. But I'll just get with you offline and see if we can clarify a number.
And so
on
we
that.
need to advertise it. So yeah, if you could
Okay.
follow up on that for me.
And that should be it for EMS. On the fire side.
Don, before you go too far,
Yes, sir.
let me ask about training.
Yes, sir.
Looking back at 24, 25, and the current budget, looks like that training cost just continues upward every time.
We're not asking for an increase in training this year over
I see
last
that.
year.
But historically, it seems to, and it doesn't increase this year, so that was,
Well, here's where we are, is we provide enough money that every employee on the job, it's $300 per employee if you want to know what the number is. We provide up to $300 per employee that if they want to go to a class for a recertification, something they might need, or better in themselves and their whatever, that money is there. When we get into the final quarter of the year, if any money that's not spent or somebody hasn't gone to school, we take that money and actually hire in a training company to come in and do a professional training class on one of the disciplines that we do. But I wait till the end of the year to do that. because I don't want to hire somebody in the first quarter and then I got 18 employees come to me and go, I want to go to this class, and now we busted the budget on that. So I don't anticipate raising that money each year. We think that's a pretty fair number at that $300 per person.
Well, seeing the pattern in the past where it was going up and then all of a sudden it's not going up.
Yeah, we stopped it. We just leveled it out, and we're giving
That
them
was
the
just
option.
concerning.
Either you go get it, or we're going to get it for you, and that's the number.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So is that all for rescue?
I believe so, yes, sir.
3.644, 375.32?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You see the front page.
15%, Mr. Marlowe?
You said
15.494.
Yes. The percentage? Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, it's the next one, not this one.
I'm on the operating expenses for 5400 fire. This one's not as big. Overall, what we're asking for is $291,730 in operating. I know that in your sheet, it probably has operating and capital grouped together at a number of 540, 596. Does that look right to
Correct.
y'all?
Mhm.
Okay. On the operations side, we're asking for 291,730. That's actually a 4% reduction over last year. Last year operating was 304,210. We don't get many years that we get to tell you a reduction, and we were glad to be able to do that one. One of the things that we did that helped level that out, for years on the fire side, there has been a $65,000 number that's been sitting out there on the fire side for fire assessment studies and outside companies to come in. I know that y'all have been addressing that stuff with assessment studies in the past months regarding whether solid waste and the different things of the county. But right now, on this side, if it's something you want to come back later and revisit and talk to us and do like a budget amendment, we'll do whatever you want to do. But to include that right now, we don't think that's something that you have planned to do next week, and that's a lot of money just to be sitting there. So we pulled that out. So that's where that's at.
Where'd you pull that from? I apologize.
Very tip-top.
Okay. Personnel. Got it.
Professional
yeah,
professional
okay.
services on the very top.
Gotcha.
Yep.
The next line that's on there, 3,400 contractual is not a new line, but it's very rarely had much in it. This year I asked to put $5,000 in it. What that is for is from time to time when somebody comes to town and they want to build some big building, some big whatever, and we have to end up in a situation where we have to bring in like third-party evaluators to see where this building falls, engineers and that sort of thing. We already had one this year that we had to do this. They don't work, they obviously, one building cost us $2,500 this year to do that, but it was something we had to do because you have times in that world where you'll have an architect or an engineer says, we think this building should be this way, and the Florida Fire Prevention Code says it has to be this way, and we're at odds, and you have to bring in a third-party contractor to do that, and that's their fees for that. So I'll put enough in there to do 2 a year, which I think would be enough in the course of a year.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
On this item, it's not an item that we can charge back to the one that wants to do the work, or is something we're required?
On the professional services, we have all of that budgeted under BOCC right now, so you wouldn't need this extra money. You don't need this extra money. You already have it budgeted somewhere else.
That's why I was thinking, why are we putting it in this budget? For $5,000.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, that is
But a lot of times when it's an extra cost,
It just goes to the
It goes
developer.
to the-
yes, sir.
person.
I'm sorry. My brain is scattered today. That is for internal reviews that we have to do. That's not applicants. So if a developer comes in and pays, that is part of their application fee. This would be projects that require some type of internal review for our own need, is where this comes from.
And it cannot be charged back to the contractor? But you're talking a contractor coming in here with
Mhm.
billions of dollars, and you're talking about a small county that don't have billions of dollars.
Yeah, she's, you're not saying for, I mean,
Mhm.
when a development comes in or a building comes in, that's part of the application fee.
Mhm.
This right here, correct me if I'm wrong, the Historical Society, the old jail, really needs some fire stuff done with it
Mhm.
to help preserve and stuff like that. If you contract it out, this is that $5,000. correct?
Anytime
For
we
anything
have
for
to,
the county
anytime we
related?
have to hire a third-party review expert on behalf of the county for us, there's a fee associated with
Right.
that, and that's where that is.
So just we had one that there was a occupancy and fire code discussion, right, on a project that was completed. And we would like to have somebody look at it, just to make sure that we're on target with our review. We paid that person because we wanted a second opinion on our own opinion, right? So this wouldn't be like a project specific. Yes, sir.
That makes a difference.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is that 21,235? Is that an accurate number for 2025 actuals?
I mean, I would assume so. That's based on information that's in ADG. I know that they were looking at some of the charges to make sure they were on the right line item, so I couldn't tell you what those $21,000 were for, but we could check it just to make sure.
Yeah, I don't know how those numbers, as far as those past numbers, like that 21,000.
Yeah.
Because the way I'm envisioning this is something that you only do a few times a year, and I thought 5,000 was an ample amount of money.
Yeah. Yeah. As far as the number goes, Commissioner, that number is correct. That's been charged in current budget year. Like I said, we're not sure what projects those were for. We have to check into it. I shouldn't say we're not sure. I don't know at the information that I have in front of me. We'd have to look into the
I don't
finance
have
system to
anything
see what
else. I
those are
don't
for.
know.
Yeah.
We had travel and per diem in there that we took out. So that's a $2,500 savings. We had 10% increase from 25,000 to 27,000. That is for communication equipment that we use, radios and things of that nature. It's just we get more unit. Every time you get a new unit, unit has to have a radio. Radios cost money, and that's kind of where that is. New station coming online, there's got to be a cost with that. So, electric, we went up from 15,000 to 19,000. Once again, that's just because of another additional building and electric rates adjusting and fluctuating. The next 6 or 8 items were an exact across from last year. No additions or raises in any of those. The dropping down advertising looks 200%, which sounds big, but we went from $250 to $750. And once again, we split that with the EMS. EMS did half of that. Fire did the other. That's when we have to advertise and we have to hire people and things of that nature. It also does advertising when we have events like at the fair and the health fairs and things of that nature, and we have to have flyers and things when we have those. That's what that's about. Dropping down, uniforms went up from $7,500 to $9,000. Once again, new employees. Fuel, estimated, much like on the EMS side, the fuel prices have gone up. Moving down, professional physicals, that's the other half of the employees, from $4,000 to $8,550. Same conversation as in the EMS budget. And down at the bottom, so it came out, like I said, $291,000, $730, a decrease of 4.27%. Capital outlay went down 17% for us. We have year 7 of 10, 118,116. That is the year 7 of 10 years of payments for 3 pumpers and a tanker that was purchased back in, I believe, 2008 18 or 19 for the county. And then going down from there, we have $7,500 in there for a well pump house. We try to do one station per year. We've already done 2. This will be the 3rd one. Where we're trying to enclose those pumps and keep them out of the weather. So we just put in one every year. $10,000 for upkeep on the 7 volunteer stations that are around the county. Just so you'll know that within that money of those volunteer stations, we had put a priority in. Chris Milton was up here earlier. We put a priority on Old Lusty and Baxter because those are voting precincts, and we just put all new flooring, bathroom sinks and fixtures and things to try to dress up the one in Baxter to make it a little more presentable when they have to use those facilities. Just to let y'all know where that's at. $3,200 in there as part of, which is split with the EMS, part of that startup with Tyler we talked about. $25,000 for furniture and equipment that you would need for a new fire station, which would be Kyler. By the way, that $25,000 for Kyler was already in the budget last year, so it's not new money, it's already in there. And
I'm gonna ask a question on that real quick.
Yes, sir.
So the 25,000 that you're putting back in here, what about the 100? Was it 150 for the actual trailer?
just,
That's in your
I may
ARPA
call
budget.
Sarah for
That's
this,
an
as
ARPA.
I understand it, right now in the budget for a mobile home is $200,000. Is that correct, Sarah?
I think we made it 175 after we
Okay.
looked at it, but yeah.
That's in the budget now already from last year. I think it came through ARPA for the actual building itself. The $25,000, that'd be obviously does your furniture and your refrigerators and things of that nature. The well's already in, and the water service is in place, the sewer's in place, the power upgrade's in place. Those things are already sitting there ready to go. No need to purchase those. And so that's what those dollars are there for, already allocated.
And you've already addressed the ADA compliance.
Yes, sir. I've
issue.
met with Brian Higginbotham, run over the whole plan with him, what we need to do, and he is happy with what we've got designed and laid out. Y'all had some questions a while back. I think it was Commissioner Anderson to make sure we crossed our T's, and I got with Brian. He went through the process, and so we're in a good place with him. I priced a double wide locally, and it looks like we can get one for less than $150,000. So, and one of the local vendors in town. So.
Okay.
And the last thing we have on there is every single year, we budget $25,000 for bunker gear for our firefighters. That stuff has a 10-year window. It cycles out. It's just part of the standard. Most of the time it's wore out by that point anyway. We do $25,000 every year. It's $5,000 per employee. Stuff's expensive. We bumped it from 25 to 85, and the reason we did that was in anticipation of having new employees. If we hire them, we have to outfit them. It's no different than the sheriff hiring a deputy. He's got to outfit him with a gun and all the equipment that goes with it. Same concept. I will say that we have applied. We're going to apply this week. A state grant opened up today, matter of fact, for the next 30 days that does that sort of thing, and I'm going to apply for that grant to pay for that, and if that happens, we may be able to give this money back. And that should be it for capital on fire.
We gotta approve on the final,
No, when it's ready. Yeah, he'll have the grant application wrapped up this week.
Personnel cost. The page with the green, blue, and purple stripe on it, that's got all the percentages. Last year, our personnel cost us, wrong page there. $1,673,000 last year. Our ask this year is $1,810,000, a difference of $136,000 or 8.18%.
Probably got the non-final version. Don, again, I think you might be working on the first version of that, not the final version.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
The final
I
version was
apologize.
slightly different.
Old habits.
Yeah.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. Final version was $1,343,800.
Okay. Got it, okay. And of that number, just so you know, trying to break this thing down so you understand, you're talking about $136,000 there. If we, here.
It's not 136, right?
I don't know, you got open calculator, I didn't do math on
Personnel this year is 1.7.
it. Summary page.
Total is 1.764, right?
Just a second.
Personnel current year, you mean? I mean, what he's asking for? 1.8.
I'm looking
Total.
at 1.8.
1,810,291. It's gonna be on your summary page, because that doesn't bring in your insurances and stuff. You need to look at that one. That number's just summarizing just your salary.
So is that.
It's 1.8.
Oh, here we go. Okay, you're talking about, the personnel cost, like you said, I had 136,911, you came up with what'd you come up with, Sarah?
1.343.
Yes, sir. And then obviously, half of that cost would be deducted if we went with the SAFER grant, half of that cost would wipe off of that. So it'd be 50% of that.
I have no idea. I'll have to look at that in more detail. Anyone right? Print 'em. On the very last sheet.
Any more questions on fire before we go to paramedicine or Title III? Thank goodness they're small.
So this is the worst case scenario if we don't get SAFER.
Absolutely.
Worst case scenario on the fire side, we're going up, on the EMS side, worst case scenario.
Well, I mean, that's what we're
Right.
looking at.
What we just looked at is the worst case
Yeah,
scenario.
everything's
Right.
worst case scenario.
Most
if we don't get
expensive
SAFER.
scenario. yeah.
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
That's where we're at right now.
Including that grant for the bunker gear, of course,
Right.
because we may even be able to come back and take that
And
out.
that has enough people to staff Kyler.
Yes, sir. What you're looking at there, that worst case
6
scenario
people, right.
puts 2 people, dual trained people a day in
Mhm.
Kyler. And then if the federal thing came through and we reconvened to discuss that, if you
Yeah. decided
decided you wanted to go that route, the 2 a day would be 4 a day, and it would cut the cost of the labor there basically in half for 3 years until it kicked in.
Correct.
And that's
Okay.
kind of where that's at.
Sounds good.
Before we get into paramedicine, if that's where y'all are ready to go next, that's the next one. Just for point of clarification, this budget is the exact same as current year. This is all opioid funded. This does not come from the general fund. We've got 3 or 4 different pots of opioid money that comes into this account. And that's how this position and department is funded. Again, so it's nothing from general fund. It's all that opioid money that drives this. Again, it's just staff and a little bit of operating expenses for that actual paramedicine person to go out into the community and run that program. So I don't know if you guys want us to go through it line by line, but again, it's the exact same as current year with no cost to the general fund.
The only question I had is how much time they spend in the office and how much time in the field? Do you have an estimate?
I would say it's 50-50.
Yeah.
She has a car that she goes out in the field with. She works a 40-hour week, and but it's an adjusted week. Like yesterday, everybody was off on a holiday, but she has people that she has to see, so she came in yesterday and went out there and did that. But she's in and out of the office throughout the day. I mean, there's not days I come in and never see her. I will say this, if you go back on one of the budgets, we increased some office supplies to have, because obviously she's a person that produces stuff there. But that's about the only change I can think of. Everything should be the status quo. And I think next year, if we stood before you, we probably have these same numbers again. It's a pretty cut and dry process.
Well, that would be my next question. This is a dedicated funding sources. This is not something that she don't have her own office supplies. We have to provide those.
Most of that does come out of the paramedicine budget. It's funded with that restricted money, yes, sir. There may be a little bit like her, her office, electricity and all that. No, we don't separate that out. But as far as 95% of what she uses for her job comes out of this.
Comes out of this.
Right. She might walk into the
What I don't
closet and
wanna
gather.
do is have a dedicated funding source. We can't use it for anything else and then
Right.
take money out of it.
Right. No, absolutely not. I mean, if
We
she
can
walked,
use it in other
yeah,
ways.
absolutely.
Make sure that dedicated funding is used for.
Yes,
for
sir.
this.
Yes, sir. And it does. Like I said, she might walk into their supply closet and grab a pack of
No,
Post-its
that's
or
fine.
something,
I
right?
just
But yeah.
wanna make sure that we're not spending money in a program that we don't, we've got dedicated funding that needs to be spent.
Yes, sir, absolutely. So, the majority of the funding for this is, it's actually not, it doesn't have any restrictions on it at all. We could use it to fund anything in our, department budgets. But we chose several years ago to start this program to offset a lot of those 911 calls and emergency room visits. And then part of it is part of that annual opioid money that you all see the budget each year. We just did year 3 a couple months ago. So that is absolutely restricted and we have to report that on a monthly and quarterly basis. So it's a pile of 2 sets of money, but we're meeting our requirements on both of those things.
Which is going to my next question. How is this working?
I think it's a wonderful thing. It's, we have 2 sets of customers, and I hate to use the word customer, that's the wrong word. 2 types of people that utilize the program. How about that? And in one sense, there are people that don't really understand what's available to them, and they normally would be calling 911 for somebody to come to their house, when in reality, she can sit down with them and spend some time and get them tapped into doctors and social services. That's one half of it, and the other is people that are part of the opioid problems that are out in America.
I know that we're in a budget cycle, I don't want to go into it deep, but I would love to see some type of report on how this is working
Sure,
in one of our regular meetings.
absolutely.
I mean, if you can, not now, but just.
Sure.
Just put it in the back of your mind, it would be, just for my suspicion. just to
Sure.
see How, I've heard in other communities how it's working.
Yes,
I
sir.
just kind of want to see how it's phasing over in our community and how it's working.
Absolutely. We can do that. Yes, sir. Getting past the paramedicine, the other one's a quick one as well, and that is our Title III. Title III is our money that we get from timber sales in the forest. And when we stood before you last year, back up here. There it is right there. When we stood before you last year for Title III, we had received a letter from the federal government that said that was when the DOGE program was going on with Elon Musk, that it was going to be sunsetted. And the letter that got sent to us from the U.S. Department, USDA, said you have until September the 30th of this year to spend all dollars or write a check back to the federal government. So we allocated and identified ways to use it. I don't know, maybe a month ago, maybe, we received an email that said, and we actually didn't see it direct, somebody told us about it, we had to go look for it. And that the federal government, it was about the time they reopened Homeland Security and all that they had decided to refund the program. What that means in the short of what's going on here is, we used to think that it's restricted funds, but we used to think that you could only buy a fire hose or you could only buy an axe, whatever. But when they sent that thing to us last year, they sent us about a 5-page flyer of exactly what you can use the money for and what it was intended for. So we followed that. Anyway, since then, we got notification, like I said, about a month ago, they brought the program back. And every year, the budget is set or based on the harvest of the trees. And it ranges somewhere between $35,000 and $55,000 each year. 2 weeks ago, we saw on an email with the federal government that our allocation and the check should be in the mail. It may already be here. That was 2 weeks ago we found it. That our check for this coming year will be $51,000 and some change. So we take that money, and we can't base a budget to do anything more than what they give us. and falls in those categories. And we usually divide that up, and some of it is used for equipment, some of it is used for equipment as in firefighting equipment, and the other two parts of it, we have a small portion for training hours out in the forest, and the other big portion that we use of it is we buy equipment. So in places like Taylor and Baxter, where we put pumps and water to give in those rural settings, that's how we use that, and that's how those dollars get spent. And it doesn't give us much of a latitude to spend more than they give us. We can't add to it, and we can't use it for something that seems like a pet project if it doesn't meet their criteria. It's been working pretty good for us.
Well, at least it didn't go away. That's always a good thing.
Yeah.
We're getting the funding back.
That's right. That's right.
Baxter County is still in a lot.
No, his email us told us it should be about 51,000.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So,
Yeah, we were excited to see the federal government do the right thing, because that's money that the county could use for sure.
and you know, when we had those big fires back around January and February, where all the federal people came here, they were pretty impressed with the fact that in both Taylor and Baxter, they had the ability to fill all their trucks day in and day out. They were really surprised that that was even out there. So,
Good job.
yes, sir. But that's everything in a nutshell from me today. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Chief.
Ron.
Yeah, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break and let
David,
everybody
if you could
recover.
call
meeting back to order. Under Sheriff Cruz, we're ready to go.
All right. So I'll refer you, I gave you a note packet, looks like this. That's what I'll be doing my presentation off of. Generally, what I'm doing is highlighting what's caused the change, and those areas are highlighted at the bottom. So I'll start with the judicial personnel services. Judicial personnel, this is our courthouse security. FRS increased 2.5% this year. They returned the COLA for law enforcement, so now they're having to capture that back up in there. So that's where you'll see an increase there of $5,724. And of course, in the life and health was just a 15% increase, like we always do. But if you look at the total increase is $21,584, so that pretty much encompasses most of what your increase is there on judicial services. And I'll keep moving unless somebody stops me for a question.
21% is that what you said? Where's that at? I'm sorry.
Go to, it's, are you on the note page?
This one.
The very first one.
Yeah.
The 21% increase. Or 21%.
21,000. Okay.
Well, that's,
Okay.
yeah, 21, yeah, it's 21,000.
4% increase.
Rats
Yeah.
sweating bullets out here in the audience now.
I was looking at 4 and I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looking at what you're trying to figure out.
Yeah.
What did I say? What did I say? 21?
You said 21% increase.
No,
Easy,
21,000.
man. Yeah. Easy.
He was just
Hey,
trying
wait,
to
that
see
still
what
ain't
you
bad
could
as
do.
Don's. That ain't bad as Don's yet.
Hey, you're just testing the waters
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. I'm glad to see you on your toes.
Hey.
Yeah. Dispatch. Remember last year, we talked about adding 4 dispatchers. We did 2 last year. We're doing the other 2 this year. So the increase in regular salaries is $114,064, and that is the regular salaries for that. The FICA increase is $8,900. Generally, that's tied to the 2 additional employees. Is why you see that increase at that number. The FRS increased $13,580, and then of course the health insurance, we did a 15% like we do across the board. And that's again that was a projection because we don't know what the 2 new dispatchers will actually get. And then we did reduce the overtime based on the fact that we've done the 2 additional last year. We're doing the 2 additional this year. We feel like that we can reduce the overtime because of those additional positions. And so we're also going to look at that again next year after these 2 come on board and reevaluate because we're seeing the overtime drop based on the 2 positions. So we're seeing a decrease there.
Of about 25%, $14,000
Yeah.
on the overtime.
Yeah. Yeah. So the total increase for dispatchers is $124,673 or 16%. Again, most of that's tied to the 2 additional dispatchers.
And just for the new guy, this is actually a requirement from the state. So we should
Well,
pick
it's
up
the requirement is from the CPR because you can't, as Don was kind of alluding to earlier,
Yeah.
with all the things, there's no way that you
They
can
can do their
yeah, because once they start a call on the CPR, they're locked. They can't do nothing else. They can't leave that call, so they're
Right.
stuck.
So the changes in the state requirement is the reason we picked up the
Yep.
4 additional.
Yes.
Correct.
I just wanted to make sure all the new commissioner over there knew what we were talking
Yes.
about.
Thank you.
Law enforcement personnel services. Of course, the top one is the sheriff's. That's by the state. The regular salaries increased 17,075, and generally it's not a increase based on additional staffing or anything like that. It's based on employee changes. I'll give you an example. You have an employee in the back that's been there for 10 years and wants to come out and work on patrol. He's treated just like a deputy, so he comes in, moves from the jail to patrol, his whole salary comes with him, but yet a starting deputy on the salary is lower. So then you having a higher salary because the guy's transitioning from the detention center. And that's what that alludes to there. That's what that increase is about. It's just a shift in employees. We have the same with a school resource officer was making more money at the school, which was billed to the school board, comes back to patrol, and then one that's making less goes over there, so it's a swap. So it's just a transition of staffing is what's caused that. Overtime increased about 60 grand. We're running a little bit over again. If y'all remember last year, we cut some of that when we did our cuts to the budget to kind of help you out with the line you was getting to. And so we're running a little over this year. And so we always run higher on overtime in the early parts of the year, and then it tapers off because there's a lot more activities based on the holidays and all of those things we do with because you have your Ghost in the Oaks, you have your Christmas in the Park, you have your Christmas festivities all day long. The graduation is in the summer, but all of these events, trick or treat, Halloween, every time we do any of those, you have the shift that's working is a call answer shift, but we have to double up. So every time we have that many people come into the city, we have to double shifts. And then you got one shift working answering calls, but then you got, because every intersection on a parade has to be covered. So these things are really, really manpower intrusive. I mean, it takes a lot to get it done, but that's really a lot of where overtime comes in. A lot of it has to do, we have some shift in training overtime as well, because when our folks are working, and they have to go qualify because there's things we have to do, range qualifying. We did cut it back to every 2 years. We used to do it every year. Now it's every 2 years to cut down on the overtime some. But they have to go to the range every year, and so they can't do it on shift. So it's always overtime every time they have to train because they cannot train while they're working. So, but you're seeing an increase of 60 grand in overtime. And again, it is based strictly on actuals. So it's based on actuals. We actually look at what's happened over the previous budget years, and then look at what our activities may be, and then we judge it based on that.
Commissioner Anderson?
Question, it might be a question for you and Sarah and Brooke, I'm not sure. On the TDC funding, when you're talking about special events, which is tourist development, we're bringing in tourists from out of the, is this some type of funding or billing that can be sent to the Tourist Development Commission to pay some of these offsetting costs, just for the simple fact it's for tourism?
Well, those events, we don't fund all of those events, but I don't think so. If that's the only,
It would have to show some kind
Yeah.
of tourist. You'd have to have something to show tourists coming in, I would think, to take those dollars the
Yeah.
way it reads.
Yeah. I think it'd be a stretch, and quite honestly, that would take all of your TDC money. You would fund the law enforcement to be provided at those events and probably nothing else. I mean, that would probably take up every dollar we collect for that.
Yeah, the two biggest events, of course, for us is graduation and the Christmas. Yeah, because everybody. Yeah, Christmas does bring a lot of people from out of town, but there's no way to calculate that number. I wouldn't know what that number is.
We just had. I asked physically, because I'm standing here at the booth talking, and I'm asking people, where you from? There was a ton of people who was not from America.
Now, we do fund the county funds almost all of that,
Yeah.
the cost for that 4th of July event. Yeah.
I'm just saying, there was money well spent by the TDC, because there was a lot of people there that was not from Baker County.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, we
we-
could look into that in more detail, Commissioner, just to
It's
get a
just a
solid
thought.
answer, but I think it'd probably be a stretch.
Yeah, if it's a-
Anytime I can
if it's
look at
a-
using dedicated funding,
Right.
we're not using it, it's just sitting there. And I don't want, I'm not saying let's use all the TDC funds for events, I'm not saying.
Right.
But if it's a dedicated funding source and we're taking our general fund money away and we're not spending our dedicated funding sources
Right.
in events that we can be using, it's something we need to look at.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we'll do that. Like I said, next time we get an application for one of those community events that requires those, we'll sit down and we'll look at those costs to the sheriff's office and see
Yeah,
if
that
it's
one
something
would
we
be
can
the
do.
one that brings in more outside people. Everything else is pretty much a local event.
Right.
Just a thought,
Absolutely.
thinking out of the box.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Okay, so incentive pay is basically that state mandated LEO educational pay. So they take classes, then we're required to give them incentive pay based on those classes. A lot of that stuff comes out of citations and stuff like that. And again, the FRS is a 2.5% increase, which is $53,810. And then on the health insurance, we did the 15% increase on the overall cost, but you'll see a decrease of about $11,000. That's generally due to turnover, participation, or something along those lines. So we've seen a reduction in individuals that's participated from 1 year to the next, and that's why you see the reduction there. So in overall, law enforcement personnel services increases $149,416, which is 3.36%. Operations. The shared services, the GIS position, is it's going to be the position that over there with Tim at Trey Orberg, which is the GIS, deals with the 911 address. Tim takes care of him, pays his salary. We just get a bill from Tim on what that half of that amount is, and that's what's in the budget.
The 9,700? No, the
That's the
44. Right.
Yeah, our
9,700 is the increase.
Yeah, 9,700 is the
Okay.
increase. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
yeah.
And
So
I want to come back to that one in a minute because he's going to be using the Tyler Technologies.
yes,
a lot,
I will
correct.
cover that when I get to
Yeah.
that.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we cover that.
Yeah. IT services, I just put a note on here, that's moved to you'll see a reduction or blank out, but it's just been moved to a different GL account. I'll explain that when we get down the line. Communications is both our cell phones, our hardline phones, so we've had some additional phones. Also, when I look back at this, there's also was an under budget of that last year that we ate, so it's not a full $21,000 increase. Last year it was under budgeted, so that's why it's really a bigger increase. So you had a factor of things that drove that up to 21,000. Workers' comp decreased. Insurance decreased 21,359. We've been pretty lucky there. Good with that. I'm going to jump down to law enforcement technology because a lot of that other stuff between there is a lot of give back. So unless you want me to cover some of that, but I'll bounce down to law enforcement technology. It's for the increase of 201,777. And this is basically our body worn camera upgrades. It's going to be the GPS location for that and live feed. So what we're doing now is if our officers are out there and they're not able to respond, which happens quite a bit, where they'll be out for some reason, they can't, they're not responding to dispatch, and then of course everybody's on the way. This is a way that the dispatch can actually pull up the body cam live with the officer, and they can check on him from a live feed. And it'll also have GPS inside the camera, not just the car. So if they walk away from the car, they get away from the car, they chase somebody, then there's a way to locate them, and there's a way to actually pop up live on the camera and see what they're seeing.
Does the camera have a microphone or a speaker where
Yeah,
they can talk to him?
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes he's you're in a position where both hands are.
That's
You know
right.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, and sometimes the radio gets pulled off by a branch, leaf, tree or something, and it's back there. You don't stop to get it. You keep going.
Body cam, he can talk. through the dispatch.
Yes, the body cam is a big help for that.
Absolutely.
I didn't know that, I was just curious.
Yeah. Of course, the draft one, which is another part of that, because the draft one is a report writing assistance for the officer. So what the body camera takes in and records, the officer can go back, dump that in, and a draft report will be generated based on what was on the body camera. So if the officer is even if they're en route and they click on their body camera and they say, okay, I'm going to blah 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 address wherever, I'm going to this call, then that's starting their report writing process through the verbalization. So when they get on scene and then they make sure that they say individuals' names as they talk to them, they are generally writing their report as they are verbalizing what they're doing. So when they go back and it downloads, AI will take that and generate a draft report. Then, of course, they got to go back, review it, and they got to authenticate it, make sure it's right. But this is a part of the upgrade to deal with that. Again, if you notice a lot of stuff we're doing, it's all about being efficient and slowing down or getting the work that's got to be done in a smaller amount of time to get these folks back out and running to the next call or doing the next thing, because it's either that or other bodies, right? And I feel like that the technology is available to us to be able to be more efficient and get the things that we have to get done quicker, sooner, without having to add a whole bunch more staff to
And
fill that
state
gap.
mandates assume that you have that technology.
Yes, sir.
I mean, they're passing new standards all the time, and they assume that you have this ability.
That's right.
Because the reporting and everything, so.
It is, that is correct. So then there's also other, reporting requirements that's kind of coming down over some laws that were passed through the legislature a few years ago. This is also going to provide a internal affairs case tracking system. We're having to really focus on our reporting of our use of force. So this system also provides the ability to do those, track those, and have case management systems inside where only the IA investigators are able to access, because these things have to be confidential. So even other officers can't go into the system and be privy to what's happening in an internal investigation. So this puts that in there. And then, of course, the last part of this upgrade is our Fuses investigative platform. This is similar to what was shown several months back, or maybe last year sometime. It's just a different version, but it does the same. This is more cost effective than what the other system was by a long shot. And it benefited us because we already had portions of Axon, which this is a part of Axon technology. It's part of the same, and it's an extension of them, so we got it at a lot better price. We did go over to St. Johns County, and we actually looked at how it was working over there. And there's a lot of other agencies in our area that uses the same platform. So we felt like that was the best way to go, because we're same as you think about with the Tyler technology. We got everything in one spot now. We got one vendor to deal with, and we're not having to go different places and bring a bunch of people together to patch. So I think that's a lot better deal for us at a much better price. Much better price.
Will the Axon system, I mean, it communicates with everybody else, correct?
I'm sorry?
It communicates with other counties around us?
No.
It
No,
doesn't?
that's our system only.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But others are using it around us.
They will have their own platform, but they're
Yeah.
not going to see what's on mine, and I'm not going to see what's on theirs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Let's see, equipment, 10,000. That's just lights, sirens. Y'all would not believe how expensive that stuff is. I wish we didn't have to have it, but we do. So it just increases all the time. So we just, based on what we've been having to deal with outfitting our cars, we felt like we needed to go up a little bit on that. I'm going to come back to the RMS last. I'll do that last at the end of the budget, but I'll come back to that. Computer equipment, software, IT managed services. So if you remember, I mentioned on the other page about the information technology services, that 63,000. It was dropped down into these lines. So what we're trying to do is track our IT disbursements better, so that we just don't have a fund that says IT and then you just pile everything in it. So what we did is we broke down our GL accounts, and we have a computer equipment, we have computer software, and then we have IT managed services. So now we can split those things up and actually see where the funds are going and what it's benefiting in the technology world. So we do have a service agreement, software, and then equipment. So that's what we've done there. So really those funds on the other page just drop down into these numbers based on our 5-year IT plans. We always, and we extend it out all the time, we always keep a 5-year projection on what we're doing with our IT to keep everything up there, whether it be storage for servers, switches, all of those things. So we keep a 5-year plan, and we work the plan because it has been a lot more manageable because we know where we're going and we can budget better for it. And it also keeps everything updated. So that's why you'll see those things change there. So if you'll notice, there was a decrease of about $105,000 this year. And I know some people say, well, I don't know how you do that in technology, but or in IT. But the thing is that next year you may see that go back up because we're actually going to budget on what we're doing this year. And so next year we'll budget on actually what's on that plan the following year. And so a lot of things of what we did, instead of doing a switch out on devices all in 1 year, which could cost you $500,000 in 1 year, we've spread those things out and done them in that 5-year plan to where we can still stay updated, but you're not getting hit with this big budget number at one time. Debt service and principal, this is just vehicles. So we manage a lease, which has been very beneficial to us with the Florida Sheriff's Association. Again, I don't, Jimmy may remember, you may remember, but there was times where a sheriff would come over and they'd want 7 vehicles at a time. You know what I'm saying? Because of the way they wear and tear. Well, we got away from doing that way. We have a lease program with FSA. They give us allotment of money every single year. And we also use that same lease for BCCMC vans. But that number stays the same on the amount of money that's available. So what we do is we work ourselves into about 3 or 4 leases where we get 3 or 4 vehicles at a time. And technically what you're doing per lease, you're paying for 1 vehicle, but you're getting 4. And then over the next year, you kill off the lease. Well, every time you pay a payment on the lease, and it's a low payment, it knocks off the back end so you can continue a rolling process of keeping the fleet upgraded. And so it's been beneficial in that way because, again, we're not coming over here after the fleet's war slap out. And staying into warranties, too, is beneficial, which you're seeing a lot better product with the Tahoe, because you'll notice we're going to the Tahoe. A lot of people say, why are you in the Tahoe? Well, I can tell you, like everybody else in law enforcement has found out, the resale value on them is not less. They're generally up to around $15,000 no matter how old they are, right? So you can knock that off the top. But the biggest thing is on the vehicles that are smaller, they're coming back and forth 3 times a shift to gas up, right? So you're not just wearing them out, coming back and forth, gassing up. The tanks are a whole better. And then the maintenance on them is a lot better than what we're seeing on the smaller chassis vehicles. So the return on the Tahoe is made it a lot more beneficial because we turn around and put that money back into the whole repairs, maintenance for everything we got. So we're actually able to turn that money back around. So that's been very beneficial. And you haven't seen us come over here and say, hey, we need $500,000 to take care of the fleet. So this is the first time we've actually asked for an increase, probably in a few years on the vehicle side, but we're to the point, and it really, if the vehicles hadn't went up just last year a little bit more because you break that down into a split, it was very manageable. But we're also getting some of the equipment, the radios, radars, and stuff like that. We can also lease that in too. So again, you're not getting hit with big other expenses related to that. So that's very beneficial in the way we've been able to work that out. So I'll go back to, anybody have any questions about any of that? I hope I'm not going too fast. But I'll go back to Tyler. I could spend an hour, but I'm not. Chief Blanton gave a good synopsis of the issues they're having under the current system. I'm not going to beat Smart Cop over the head. I don't think that's right. They're about a 40-year-old system. We've had them for 30 years. There was a time they were very good. So this is really not about bashing Smart Cop. It's about what we got to do to progress. There's a lot more things that we're required to do, reporting and all of these things, and being efficient. And I think that this is why we have to make a change, because Smart Cop hasn't done that part of progressing in their field of technology. And so we're not the only ones that's in the same boat of moving. I can promise you this. This is going to be an aggravating thing to do to change the whole county's public service RMS system. A lot of people's going to have to do a whole lot of relearning. It's going to be about an 18-month process. If it wasn't necessary, there's no way I would be sitting here asking to do it. So, but when you think about it as a system, the sheriff's office is the genesis of every public service emergency call. If that's where everything starts, that's the genesis of everything. So as a call comes in, there's data that starts to get captured, has to get captured. And so you have all of that information come in, and that's what you start off with is your CAD system. It's your computer-aided dispatch. And then from there, whether it be law enforcement, whether it be fire, rescue, then those calls get sent out to where they go from there. The best way that I can put it is that you have, in our world, for a whole host of reasons, you got data collection, you got data analysis, and then you got data distribution, right? And then if the information that you're taking in is not accurate, then there's a lot of things that go wrong behind that. In our current world, as he mentioned, not just with him, it doesn't matter whether it's our public records people, whether it's our crime reporting folks, whether it's our crime stats. I did research on cost of crime in Baker County. And the information that every university that studies that, when they pull it for the state and for FBI in the country, is they pull it from our RMS system, from this data. This is where the data comes from. And so it starts off with what's reported to the state. It starts off with what's reported to FBI. So that's the part of the distribution of information. So it tells a story about what's going on in Baker County in our public emergency world, right? And then we distribute the public records and all of those parts there. The accuracy has to be, to where you can stand on it for court purposes, because we get information all the time about people that want to sue and all of those things. So we have to really take that into consideration. So just as it relates to just those components there, right now our folks has to do so much work to get that data. The crime reporting stuff that Jody Dial has to do right now compared to what it'll be when we transition is just so dramatic. And I know this because these folks came in and spent time with us, not just them, other people too, other vendors, but these folks came in, sit down with us. We went over what we were doing. They understand the Smart Cop platform, showed us their platform, done demos on every person and every specific job, not just with us, but also with the fire department and the City of McClenny Fire Department. And every one of them said, this is the platform. Now, you compare that. And I go back and I say now, and with Trey at the property appraiser's office, and I go back to every one of them and I say, what is the good and the bad about the differences? And it was 100% night and day. The one thing that kept coming back was efficiency. The time spent on doing a task was dramatically cut in half, dramatically. And that's what we're trying to accomplish. because at some point, these call volumes don't stop. These addresses that he has to give out don't stop. And so if you keep on with that, then you have to bring in other people because you can't keep up with the system. Just to give you a quick example, and I confirmed this again with Tim this morning, which is unacceptable, and it's a problem we've been dealing with for a while. But if somebody goes and gets permits and they want to build a house, they go down to the property appraiser's office and they say, I need a 911 address. You would assume that you go down there and get a 911 address, and when you're done, you got a 911 address, and 911 knows what your address is. Well, just this morning I checked again because we talked about this last week because it's been an ongoing problem. Can't get no solutions right now from SmartCop, but they haven't been able to download a 911 address in 6 months. That's unacceptable. I mean, so if you got contractors out there building a house that fall off a roof, get electrocuted or whatever, working out there, I mean, they call 911, they're going to have the 911 address because they'll know what it is, but we're not going to know what it is. So that's just a simplistic view of a non-efficient process, right? And with the other platform, it's immediate. They walk out the door, he gets to download into the system, and it's there. So there's a whole lot more I could just really keep going into, and I will. I'll go as long as you want. I mean, you can ask me questions about it. I did send out the attachment with the letter to kind of, so you can kind of look for yourself to get ideas on what it actually does. But it is a one-stop shop for Baker County's public emergency system, right? And I think that if we're all working on the same page, just like we did with the radio situation, now they can talk on the radio. We all got together and we fixed that problem at county as a whole. So what we're trying to do is bring everybody together in the emergency world to be on the same kind of platform and response level and be able to serve the public like we should. And I know it's an expensive platform, but you got to understand too is that it's a platform for 2026, not for 30 years ago when you had SmartCop. So there's many more things that I'll just to throw this out there. Why is it important, especially on what he's on his side? This is how they do their billing for rescue, right? So when you're billing insurance companies or whatever for calls and rescue that they need to be billed, we bill marshals and ICE. It's from this platform. All of that information is how we get our information to send out our bills to them. And I can tell you, they can tell you, I can just about hear them down there sometimes when you're trying to reconcile duplicate bookings that is allowed to happen in a SmartCop system, but you can't duplicate book in the Tyler. It won't allow it. So when you reconcile and you're going back and forth to the marshals and ICE trying to get your tally right, those things are time. And I mean, I know there's been times they went back and forth 5 or 6 times on stuff like that, just trying to straighten out billing stuff. So I will add more, but I mean, I want to be mindful of time. So, I mean, if you have any questions about the RMS system, I will say this and close with this. This is the reason I gave you the additional or the new packet, not the new budget packet, is because when you look at the other one, it was $790,955. When I was preparing the other day for the budget workshop, and I went through the numbers, I realized that there was a portion that was sitting in your cost center that should have been in BCCMC's cost center, because it was the jail suite, it was the booking system. And so I removed that portion out, and so it dropped from $790,955 to $666,608. So it reduced some there. I will say that the biggest part of those costs, because you'll see it in the BCCMC side, they'll have a cost because there's a lot that goes on with the jail as far as Tyler. That most of that cost is tied to the conversion. But what they will do is come in and all the data that we have now, they will clean it up, they will pack it in a package, and they will set it to where it will tie into Tyler. We won't lose it. We won't have to go to another place to find it. We will still be able to search and pull that data into the same platform, but they'll just clean it up and package it there where we can have access to it on the same way you would search if you were searching for anything else. So you're not going to have to go to a whole different platform.
How
So we'll
long
still
would
be
that
able to
transition take?
Huh?
How long would that transition take?
It's going to be about an 18-month process.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot, because they'll start with the CAD. CAD is the first, because again, that's where the calls, that's where the information starts to develop right there. And then they'll start to spin out from there. But it's like our patrol folks will have a mobile system. City McClenny Fire Department will have their mobile, and Baker Fire Rescue will have their mobile. So everybody will have the Tyler platform for report writing, but then they'll all be integrated and pulling the data from the same place. Tyler Jail Suite, Tyler CAD, and all of these other things. And then it extends out beyond that too. It even goes as far as the court, where you can actually tie and get information to the court. It's got your diagram for report writing. It'll alert on houses that are threats. The officer can just ride up close to it, pick it up on the GPS. It'll tell the officer, it'll send them alert, hey, that house over there's got a flag on it. Whether he's going there or not, it lets them know, hey, there's an issue there. Just a lot of good things that's upgraded in the package that will help both our officers and our county, and I think it'll be a lot more efficient down the line. So you'll see a reduction of that next year to about 275, and that'll stay flat for 3 years. I will also go back to the law enforcement technology. It's the same for that Axon program. That'll stay flat for 4 years. So you're not going to see increases in those areas for at least a period of time. So
can I ask a question on that real quick? So the 666 should go to 275 next year, correct?
yeah, around a little bit less than that. But
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
just for this one, I mean,
Yeah.
give or take some.
Yeah, it's give or take. Yeah.
For 3 years.
For 3 years, and then we're looking at a potential increase from the 275 at that point.
Yeah.
Okay. The implementation cost was, I mean, that's pretty much all the implementation cost.
Yeah, the rest of that is is just that first year of implementation. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you for sitting down with me. I know we met previous and went over this, and this is a good, efficient way of using everybody's time. I mean, time comes back to money and everything else, and the accuracy of the report writings, the efficiency and the quickness of getting them turned around and all that is going to be a direct reflection, I believe, in overtime and stuff like that. In the next year, we should see some of that come down. Overtime's going to be there given. I mean, it's always going to be there, but some of the overtime cost of them sitting and doing reports and taking that time to do them should start falling off with the newer system.
Yeah, because we're in the same boat that they are.
Right.
You arrest somebody, you can't go home
Yeah.
till it's all done.
That's right.
So
And
the
the
quicker you get that done, the better.
One thing I do want to note is I know you mentioned Trey Orberg is the one giving out the 911 addresses. That hasn't been given out in 6 months. Is that
It
that's
hasn't
correct?
been, those addresses that he has
They've been
on
given
here-
out, but they're just not in your system.
Right. In other words, the folks know they have a 911 address, but they haven't been entered into our system to where they will get mapped on a 911 call.
Right.
So, you know,
The-
you're back to trying to find, okay, so-and-so address on so what's the closest one? You know, you kind of makes you have to go through searching, and y'all know as well as I do, if you have a mother, father who needed some land of the back pasture, and their address is here, but yet they got a cut road in that comes around on the backside.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So even though you say, okay, well, look for this address, well, you go to that address and you still missed. And we had this happen. I can't remember who it was that had to deal with it, but Tim Swift dealt with it out in Collar. We had the same exact issue, and it was a mess trying to get that address because it was telling them to go a certain way, right? But it wasn't right.
Right.
So those are all things that's really, this is part of tidying up all of that stuff.
With Trey, the property appraiser is not getting any of the cost in this because this is his sheriff's office portion.
Yes.
Correct.
I mean, it would be going to you anyway.
Yeah.
it
But I mean,
sits-
that's why
It sits at the sheriff's
there's
office.
some more in your budget, not the property appraiser's
That's
budget.
right.
because Trey's working under the sheriff at that
That's
point,
right.
and that's where the reimbursement comes from on that side.
That's correct.
Just wanted to clear that up and just clarify that.
That is correct.
Okay.
Question.
Sheriff,
On the, city McLean, are they in this same system, or are they looking at this same system
We
for the 911?
we dispatch them, and they get their information, just like he said, we have to send them an email, right, for the information so they can do their reports. You know, they're going to purchase the Tyler report writing system,
Okay.
and they're going to pay for it out of their own budget,
Right.
and they'll be titled, so they're going to foot their bill on that end.
Yeah, I was gonna make sure that they're aware of what's going on.
They are.
And
Oh,
then
yeah.
they'll be able to tie into the same system, so
Yeah.
we're all working together.
Yeah, I met with, I had several meetings with Scott, but I met with Mike and
Okay.
Scott a couple of weeks ago.
And they're on board with all
Yeah,
this.
yeah, because they've been a part of the demos as well, so they have a total understanding of what's the situation
I
is.
sit
Yeah,
on some of that stuff and seen, and then we talked about it last year before the budget.
Mhm,
and I knew it was
that's right.
coming This year, and, I think I don't think, sometimes you feel like you just don't have an option.
yep.
And I think this is one of those things where 1 minute makes a difference. And if we got, I'm a contractor, so I know when I build a new house, sometimes I can punch it in and maybe 7, 8 months later, it still sends you way out of the way. So what we have now is not efficient.
no, it's not.
I'm not gonna knock the cop system on it. I just think that they haven't upgraded. If they had upgraded, then maybe everything would be fine.
Mhm.
But they just have to keep up with the times. And it's
Right, and there's-
unacceptable to wait 6 months
Mhm.
for a computer programmer to put in a 911 address.
That's, yeah.
And when I spoke with you, Mr. Randy, that 6 months is not like an anomaly. It's not a one-time thing.
No.
That it's an average of like over 4 months to have those addresses.
minimum.
So they're only updating a few years.
Yep.
And Mr. Randy was saying that whenever you do need them to update something or do something, you call them and they're kind of like, let's work through this together and figure out how to do this, and you know.
Yeah, and that was the conversation I had again with them, because this is a smart cop issue on this update. But we can't update it. I mean, that's why you're here. And like I said, they were good for the time, but times have changed and moved on. So I will say this, and I'll add this as a historical perspective, because I do think it's important for everybody to understand. It's 10 years that the sheriff has been in office, and I don't say this as a slight to anybody or a previous administration. I can say there was a lot of things that needed to be done, and they were huge. It wasn't like they were small things. It was huge things over time that needed to be done. And we have been gradually taking small bites out of these apples to kind of get to a point where I feel this is the last big item that I think transitions us to the future. So if you go back to what we did way back when we talked to Sarah and engaged Sarah about the 911 consoles, the whole dispatch center was redone. That was one of the first things we did. And then you go and you look at what we did with the radios, because if the firefighters are trapped inside of a residence and they can't talk and talk to somebody outside, that's just a safety issue. So we've addressed that, right, and got that taken care of. You know, then you have the roof issues at the jail with the water pouring in for years. You had the IT technology that was just, really dilapidated when we first got there. And everything that y'all done that's helped us with the pay scale has really, really benefited us over the last few years and made a big difference. And so I was telling Blake yesterday about the issue with our evidence room. It's overloaded, and it's become an audit issue, and it's become an accreditation issue because of space. You don't have the space, and so we looked at ways to try to fix that as far as expansion. And y'all know the little grass lots, but when you come in the back, there's little grass squares. Well, one of those squares is the wall to the evidence locker. So we looked at trying to build in one of those squares and add to that. And then when we looked at it, the square footage that you got for about a $700,000 just didn't make sense, because you weren't getting a good bang for your buck. So we come up and brainstorm, but we found an $80,000 fix for that, and it goes and falls in line with what accreditation and what the standards say we could do, because we just couldn't give up on it. But at the end of the day, we also won't stomach costs that just don't make sense. It doesn't do us no good to do that. So because of these past several years and the things that this board has done, the way we've kind of moved ourselves forward in doing these things, I think that this is the last thing I would say is such a big purchase at one time that really does move us forward. And I think we're on a place and a path where I believe that the future is going to be 10 times better, and we're going to be in line with where we should be instead of always clawing to try to just get even, right? And I think that after this gets settled, I really believe that that's kind of where we'll be. And as I pivot into BCCMC, I think it's important to say that all of those 10 years, the way we've transitioned ourselves out of this ADP situation where you can put, you can have $1,000 a day per head, but if you only put 10 in there, what good is it? So we've been able to transition away from that and get into a guaranteed funding source, and I have no reason to doubt that this current year, because we're right now we're just waiting on word back, and I really feel like we're in a good place to expand on that thought, on that, hey, you need to pay for these 250 beds because they don't go to anybody else and you want them. And so that all those things is really makes it looks like we're going in a very good place over the next few years, and as well as I do, in administration change up there in DC, everything can flip on a minute, but it's all volatile, and it always is going to be that way. So we try to just do our best to manage it. So with that being said, I'll let you tell me how much you want to know or deal with on the BCCMC side, but I will start with their finances first. So this is not, you should have a, let me see, I'll just start with the other one, but I have a different sheet up here because it's just their stuff. I think it's important that you all as a board want to know that the balance on the USDA loan is $25,087,000, $87,048. So 250,87048. That's the payoff on the USDA. By the end of September, that will be 24.8. Their total operating expenses, this is BCCMC's operating expenses, not including the budget that they provide us. This is just their own expenses. It's 2.7 million, 02814, and of that 2.7 million, 2,014,000 of that is debt service. So that's what they're paying on the loan every year. Of course, when you add their expense level to the draw for us for the year, this year's amount is about $10,500,000. That will be their portion of our corrections budget. In reserves, they have $3,106,000. Of that $3,106,000, $2,025,891 is required to be held, and y'all don't have this. My bad. If y'all were looking for it, I just got this wrote down.
You don't have any.
These are my notes. I'm sorry, but yeah, this is just what I wrote down.
Sure.
The USDA required out of that $3 million is $2,025,000. So if you look at it from that standpoint, on hand, their reserves is about $1,080,000. Okay, so the issue here is that we just went through 6 months of not being paid by ICE. And that has a lot to do with, if you go back to the previous Homeland Security director wanting everything $100,000 more to come across her desk for a signature, to the government shutdowns, 2 of them, by the way. Then the transition from Kristi Noem to Mark Wayne Mullen. All of these things had a factor. And then you had to build up in Florida and across the country with what they were doing on immigration, so it created backlogs. Everybody, trying to get into this space, and so we really took it to the wire. And in conversations I had with Crystal, I think we were within 1 month away of not having any more funds. So we worked our contacts. I was on the phone with Senator Moody's office. I was on the phone with Kat Kamek's office. We were getting help from them. We kept pushing buttons, of course, with ICE. But long and short of it is that we ended up getting our back pay right before we fell into that last month, just a few months ago. So they had not paid for November, December, January, February, March, and April. Okay, and so that's the reason I bring all that up is that shows you just how important their reserves are. Because we did get some Marshall funds in, and we got the draw from the county, right? So those things is really what floated it a little bit longer, because if it wasn't for those payments, it probably would have been shorter time period. But because of all the things we've done, and because of not dealing with the ADP issue and having those guaranteed funds, it made a big difference. It made it a difference to where we was able to at least survive the politics of DC, and be able to, okay, now we're pushing up and moving on. That's behind us, and now we're on to greener pastures. So I just wanted to point that out, because I think that was kind of some of the stress behind the scenes that we were dealing with. And even in our phone calls to the folks at ICE, they were stressed out about it. I mean, because every time I pick up the phone, the guy in Miami say, "Hey, Randy, I know what you want." Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. But anyway, we ended up getting it through there. So I will jump to, unless anybody wants to go specifically through the BCCMC. This is their budget, so you got a copy of it. But I can jump to your expenses on the last page if you want. So if you're looking at the county inmate expense breakdown, I did this sheet so you can kind of get an idea of how we calculate the county cost. So if you look over there in the line on the right where it says jurisdiction, you have ICE, Fed, county. ADP is the count. Last year, your count was averaged around 144. So this year we redone it. We looked at it again, and it looks like your averages are going to be around 132, based on what we think should happen. And we used the same calculations for this ADP that we used last year. So the number is what it is, right? And that's what it come out to right now. So when you look at that, your ADP allocation is about 27% of the population. So personnel services, the total cost for personnel services for the whole operation is about $8.5 million. So you split that up into thirds. So it's 33% times divided by those three entities. So your portion of that 33% is 2.838043. So the answer a question, in case you have it, is why is that split in thirds? Is because no matter what, that's the only way that can be. So if ICE went away tomorrow, I'm going to still have the same staff, pretty much the same staff, because that's the staffing level that we're running now. They run back and forth from one side to the other, so you're not going to have a major reduction in staff, even if ICE went away, based on the way that facility is constructed. It's just that's just the way it is. So that's personnel split is split that way. If you go to operating expenses, and you'll see the total operating expenses is $6.5 million. And you'll see Again, you're looking at the ADP split. So you're looking at your total of allocation would be, if you go to subtotal, because I want to make sure I explain this right. If you go to your subtotal expense where it says 4598, you see that? That is your housing cost. That's what your housing cost is. So if you go over one more line, you'll see that it jumped to 31% versus 27% because they're added 205,000. Well, the 205,000 added is explained at the bottom bracket. So you also have outside county inmate cost. The first number deals strictly with what happens inside of that facility: medical, feeding them, clothing them, everything that happens inside the facility. That's what that first number takes into account. That 205 is, and the marshals and ICE has the same problem. We just bill them every month for these extras, right? Because it's an extra deal. They get billed, they pay the hospital bills, and then they pay for the officers that sit on them. That's all done in our contract with them and agreed upon. They know that they're going to have an inmate that has to go to the hospital. So this is the same concept for you, so it's billed in hours. So if you go across there and you look at the months that's in the fiscal year, and you see the HOSP, that's hospital hours. And then if you go to the next, doctor's appointments, which there's been none. TP is transport. SW is suicide watch. And then you got total hours. So then that's multiplied by a medium hourly rate, because we got the employees just doesn't have the same hourly rate. So basically what we did is we took a medium range hourly rate and done an overtime rate based on a medium hourly rate. All right, and so then we projected that with the hours, and then you'll see over there what the monthly cost is. So then you project that out for the 12 months, and you're tracking to be about $205,000. And that's where your outside medical costs are attached to it. So if you look at your increase on the housing cost, it's $269.777 is what your increase would be on your corrections amount. The 205 is totally subjective. You could go the rest of the year and not have anybody go to the hospital. And so we have to turn our budget in. So this is the formula we use. And I've said it to some of the other ones. This is one of those things that could be billed on a monthly basis. We could send an invoice every month. It doesn't have to be a part of the budget. Then it's just actual. And we're okay either way, or we can continue to budget it this way, because it could be the opposite as well. Just as easy as it could be nothing the rest of the year, it could also turn around and be a bunch the rest of the year. So that's just really just, board discretion on how that gets done. But that gets you to your number of requests for corrections at 4804644.
Mr. Cruz, the medical bills. I remember this past year, I think we paid a pretty hefty medical bill for county inmates, correct?
Yeah.
Is there any calculation on that, or is that just actuals as it comes in?
Yeah, no, those come in, because what they do is they try to fight some of those down.
Sure.
So we don't know what they are until they actually get them and come in. Yeah.
Okay. I just didn't know if there was any kind of calculation in there on that for this.
Yeah, because the bills you paid.
It was like
that big, but it was over cap, right? If you remember, there's $150,000 in our contract with our medical provider. There's $150,000 cap built in, and so they will pay everything up to that $150,000 as part of our agreement. What you pay is anything that goes over that cap, and that's just county inmates only. That doesn't calculate ICE, it doesn't calculate marshals. It's just the county inmates. And if you remember, the delay on that was because we fought it, because we felt like that they had put in other jurisdictions.
That $150,000 is in this.
No, that $150,000 would be in the budget that BCCM gets for inmate medical services.
Okay.
You guys only see it after they hit that cap.
But it definitely gets tied up into your operational cost.
Yeah. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah, that's where you see it. It would be in that 1.7 million.
And that's been a cost we've had in years past. Whatever we went over, we had to
That is correct.
paying.
Yeah.
That's happened a lot.
So what we do is do like stuff we try to get them reduced. Like we have a deal with the hospital. We bring them here, then we get a reduced cost. So that's some of the things that we do, and then our medical provider, even when they go to other places, they will fight against those bills and make sure they get the right price. Because they try to keep it under the cap, because if we come back under the cap, say for instance it's only $100,000, then we'll bring you a check for $50,000. That would go back to the county inmate portion because it wasn't spent. So they have the medical provider would have to return those funds back.
Okay. Gotcha.
So the request for BCCMC is 48?
Yes.
4.8.
48,04644.
What was it last year?
4328,889.
So it's 48,04644.
What was it last year?
Last year it was
4328,889 with a 10.99% interest.
475 difference.
Okay, yeah.
476.
I don't have last year's number up here.
That's 476 difference.
It's in
Yes.
the front page of what you give us today, Randy.
Yeah,
we-
470. It's 475,753 is the difference, and that's the
Commissioner
total. It's the 205 aside, it's 269. Yeah.
It's the very first page, and Commissioner, that he give you today.
I've seen it before, I just didn't know if you had it right. I'm just trying to figure the difference. I don't have.
It's 475,753. Our budget did not have a 4%. I don't remember. I may have missed your email, Sarah, but I don't think we got that. I don't remember getting that email about the 4%.
I don't remember
But,
when we sent it, Randy, but I can go back.
But I
and
can
double
give
check
you
it.
if you want, do you want a number?
Yes.
Okay, so if you did 4% on the law enforcement, it will be 324,907.
Whoa, slow down.
Mhm.
Plus, say that again.
The law enforcement, just on the law enforcement, would be 324,907. Okay, and if you did the corrections, it's a third, so it's 79,065. So that total, if you want the total for that, it'd be 403,972.
So that's the 4,804 goes to 4,883, correct? The corrections total request from the county for the corrections
Yeah,
4,804.
Yeah, you would
So
add
then
this.
you're adding the 70.
Add the 79. Add the 79 to the
Correct.
475. Yeah.
And then for law enforcement, we have a 7.7146, and we're adding 324.
Yep. 907.
Correct. Okay.
Yep.
Which is numbers I would like to see on the, put into the, so we're all looking at the same thing.
Yeah.
There could be an extra line added, raises
For the
for corrections and for law enforcement. If you can get your staff to
to refresh the book.
just refresh it, and it kind of had that line item, 4% raise.
Okay.
So we're looking, all looking at the same thing.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you want a separate line item?
For me, it's better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can do this simple
Yes.
math, but I like to see the difference. That way, if you go to 3%, 5, you can play with it.
Well, we thought we were smart because of history, and we did a 3 and a 5. We didn't vote for.
Yeah.
So we split the
We
difference.
like to keep you on your toes,
So
Randy.
we had the other one.
So you did the 4 now, though, right?
He did. Yeah, that's the what I
That
just
was
gave
the
you before.
math,
He
yeah.
just did it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll send official copy.
Please.
EOB.
Okay.
Any further questions? Thank you, Under Sheriff Cruz.
All right.
We will
Thank you. I
adjourn the
appreciate it.
workshop, and we will take a quick break and start the regular meeting at 5 o'clock or close to. call this meeting of the Baker County Board of County Commissioners to order. Welcome you all here in person and online. We do have speaker cards in the back and center on the table. If you care to speak tonight, if you'll fill out a card and get it to Ms. Little or Kayla, she'll get it to me and we'll address that at appropriate time. If you have a noise-making device, a cell phone, or other things that will distract from the meeting, please silence those items, and we'll try to proceed uninterrupted. We do have a public hearing at 6 o'clock, so we'll proceed through as much as we can of the regular session, and then at 6 o'clock, we'll go into public hearing, and when we address everything there, if there are still agenda items, we'll go back and finish those after the public hearing. If you will, join us in the invocation and prayer. Commissioner Motley.
Dear Lord, we thank you for this day. Thank you for all your many blessings, Father. Lord, we just pray right now for Baker County as a whole, Lord, and each individual person in here, Father. Lord God, we just pray right now for the decisions made tonight. May they reflect you and your glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Moving on to approval of the agenda.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Hearing no changes, we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda as stated. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Elected officials. Okay.
Got a couple of them in here tonight.
Oh, Tim's there.
Yep, Tim's in the back.
I don't think you
Got
can hear
anything
him.
to say? Okay. All right. Hearing no comments, we'll move on to public comments. I don't have any speaker cards, so if you want to make a comment at some point during the meeting, if you'll fill out a speaker card at the table in the back, we'll address those then. Approval of consent agenda items.
Move approval as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve consent agenda items as presented. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Moving on to new business. Something I'm very glad to address is the 24-25 audit. Representative from James Moore is here with us.
All right, good evening.
You should be good. There should be a remote underneath you also, Zach. Just make sure it's on this side of that remote.
We got like a full test tonight. And the final
Yeah,
button.
making you work tonight,
All right,
yeah.
I think we are good to go. So we can not just audit, but also figure out electronics. So good evening, Zach Shalafor, partner with James Moore and Company. Excited to be here just about 6 months after we were discussing the annual audit for September 30th, 2024 fiscal year end. So we did, as I'm sure everyone's aware, wrap up the 2025 audit. That was completed on time. Pretty much we're, for all intents and purposes, done Monday the 29th, just from getting a final document compiled. I think we had it sent over to you all. It was submitted to the state early the morning of the 30th, so fully on time, in compliance from the state compliance perspective. With that, I do want to offer a massive thanks to everyone involved, the clerk's office, Brooklyn, huge addition there, and all of the constitutionals as well, working through where, of course, every year we do the 5 separate constitutional audits as well as the county-wide. It was a lot of work, for our side, but especially for your team, just that quick turn, getting 1 year done and starting the process all over again. But again, I'm excited to be here to report back on the success of that process and really just share. I think you all are in a very strong position going forward. You've got a final audit, good numbers as you're talking about next year's budget. So that's exactly where you want to be, and now the goal is to maintain that. I think you guys absolutely have the team in place to help make sure that that happens. 'Cause again, it was a great process this year. Now, not only are you on time, but as far as next year's process for Brooklyn, everybody else involved in the process, there's the normal lead time that everybody would want to have with that. So with that, I'll go through the usual, the usual updates to our reports and then hit some of the financial highlights. With regard to the audit report, same as in prior years, we do have that just one exception, the OPEB report not being in there. My understanding, I think, is that the plan was for next year to make that happen.
Yes, that is something that we did look into. I had a meeting with the clerk and finance director, and we talked about that as well. The 25-26 GASB 75 full valuation will be done for the 25-26 year. This is the 24-25 audit. That was after we had already, I thought it was going to be for this one. But once I will look back at the approval of that back on February 17th, it is for the 25-26 fiscal year. So hopefully that'll come off and have an unmodified opinion on the next one.
Yeah, and again, no concerns from the state's perspective with that sole qualification. But again, looking towards next year, the goal absolutely to say, hey, it's 100% there from all perspectives. So for fiscal year 25, we did have a state single audit looking at your major state grant programs. Again, really a compliance-focused audit over that grant activity. We had no findings reported in that report. And then I'll kind of combine number 3 and number 4. Number 3 is the internal control and compliance report. And while we don't express an opinion on internal controls, there's separate internal control audits that would do that. This, of course, is a financial statement audit. If we come across any deficiencies in the functioning of controls, or just have significant audit adjustments to get the numbers where they need to be at year end, those would rise to be reported in this letter. We had no comments in that letter this year, and in that 4th letter, what the state requires us to do is to follow up on any prior year comments. So I think when we talked 6 months ago, I think the question was asked of, okay, will these be addressed? And I said probably most will, but I figured there was not going to get all of them. But as we looked at it, all 4 comments we had last year related to timeliness, just the year-end close, as well as the bank reconciliations, the EMS billing, internal control environment, as well as budgetary compliance. All of those, as we worked through, were absolutely addressed. We did not have those issues. So we not only have an on-time audit, but also effectively a clean audit for those looking at the reports in the back in terms of did we have any findings to report. And then lastly, every year we look at the county's compliance with state statutes over investments and investment activity, and did note the county to be in compliance with that statute. And every year we do a quick summary just across the board of the different audits. We have one comment this year just related to the sheriff audit, where we did just have some adjustments to get that proper year-end cutoff. Nothing of significant concern or otherwise, but we have those adjustments. We are required to acknowledge that in the report. No findings in the others, and then historical. Just to kind of see those trends from the last 5 years. I think we had put that together last time, left that in here again to kind of show the progress that's been made in recent years. And to look at the numbers, your total fund balance or assets minus liabilities in the general fund, that's always where I kind of like to look to say, okay, where do your reserves stand at year end? You can see here about a $3 million increase in your total general fund balance. What I will note is it's about $4.5 million in just other funds with deficits. So for instance, your state appropriations fund where you have pending reimbursements where that revenue is not yet hit. So we do acknowledge that just to say if any of those fund deficits were not recovered on their own, that they could potentially have to be subsidized by the general fund. What I always like to do is take that fund balance number relative to what you spent to say, okay, how many months in reserves do we have? You're about 2% up from the prior year, almost at about 8 months in reserves. There is a recommendation there from the GFOA to have a bare minimum of 2 months in reserves, and then they give you a whole laundry list of reasons to consider being higher. The 2 biggest ones really that impact the county is just the risk of hurricanes, because as you all are aware, when a storm comes through, it can be years to get those dollars back from FEMA, as well as just being a smaller government where you don't have a huge utility with a lot of cash to borrow internally or otherwise. So overall, at a very healthy reserve level when you look at that by those measures. So consider those reasons to be to some degree higher above that bare minimum recommendation. And then lastly, just our kind of catch-all of other highlights. I did mention the a few funds that have deficit fund balances at year end. Notably, with regard to those special revenue funds, we do focus a lot of our testing over were those expenditures made for the appropriate purposes in those funds that have restrictions over what those dollars can be used for. We came across no issues with regard to anything not being spent for the appropriate purpose. In that testing, from a debt standpoint, pretty straightforward here, just ongoing principal payments on leases and notes payable. And then every year, every audit, I touch on the net pension liability related to FRS, just to acknowledge for the record. It shows up almost to about a $23 million liability. That really is for informational purposes to comply with accounting standards. The obligation ultimately for the county and the constitutionals is every month the required contributions are made to FRS based on the payroll, and that has been done. So I just always again like to touch on that. That's not a $23 million liability that will become due and payable. It's more for informational purposes in the financial statements. So those are the highlights, but I'm more than glad, as always, to answer any questions, dive into anything deeper, and as always, appreciate the chance to be here.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
First off, thank you for your presentation. It was very informative. Thank you for that. On, I believe it was your third slide, or page 11 of the general fund, the 4.4 million that is unassigned fund balance, is that included in the 25 million? Under
So-
the 25?
Yes, so that is the general fund has that 25 million. If in theory at September 30th, 2025, we said let's just have no other fund have a negative fund balance because of those timing differences, that 4.5 million would effectively get reallocated.
Perfect.
Kind of to say worst case scenario, if some of those grant reimbursements didn't come in as expected, you would be 4.5 million less than 25.
Okay.
But in most of those cases, those are expected to recover themselves over time.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Zach, one question I have with the end, I can't find it on the exact page it is right now, but I guess the net balance increased by about 13.7 million this year, whereas last year I think it was like maybe a $200,000 deficit. Can you explain that difference?
So I believe you are talking about like on the statement of activities,
Probably.
would be the governmental activities. So that is impacted, those first two pages of the financial statements, and I actually dropped off the bound copies when I was passing through on Thursday, so I don't have one in front of me. But generally, those statements.
It's right here. It's page 4, Zach. Very top.
Yeah, so those first two statements on pages 9 and 10, which is where you're seeing that on page 10 towards the bottom, the change in net position is where that 13.7 is sourced from effectively.
Okay.
That is your what we call a government-wide net position. So budgetarily, operationally, you guys work off of your fund financial activity. So your general fund is presented on page 11. And that's really, again, what you focus on operationally. On pages 9 and 10, those financial statements are focused on kind of saying, let's make a government look more like a business. So we record all of your long-term assets, liabilities in those statements, where it's not really relevant to kind of have it as meaningful information as you record, for instance, you go pave a road, that's an asset in these statements on pages 9 and 10, but you can't go sell a road. It's not like a business where this asset has value.
Yeah.
So those numbers, again, is one I kind of don't focus too much. Looking at the increase, though, the biggest factor would be, having a lot of grant activity, because what you have is a grant comes in, it's capital, it doesn't, on your fund financial statements, you just have revenue and capital expenditure. In those government-wide statements, we are now showing those capital items as an asset. So grants are a huge driver from the capital standpoint. The other piece is the pension liability. As that pension liability, if it moves favorably, which it did this past year, that gives you kind of a negative expense in those financial statements because that liability went down, so
Okay.
you look better than you were.
So,
Sorry.
no, I'm sorry. In the year end 20 or September 30th, 2024, the county's overall net position increased by 229,000, and then in 2025, it increased by 13.7. So I was just trying to figure out that big delta, but
Yeah.
it does sound like a lot of it came through grants and such of that nature.
Yeah, the biggest factor would just be grant activity as well
Mhm.
as the movement of the pension liability, because
Okay.
that is a huge number. And if the pension liability swings $5 million to the good because the
Mhm.
stock market did good, that would flow through in those statements. So that would be a $5 million increase
Okay.
just because the pension liability moved. So it doesn't really correlate with exactly where
Gotcha.
you're at from an operational
Will
perspective.
OPEB make that number fluctuate?
OPEB will be an additional liability to reduce your net position, and then there will be minor fluctuations year to year.
So this coming up year, that should be the first time that we have the OPEB in there. So
Yeah.
it should negatively affect the financials, the overall net position.
Yes, on those 2 pages, yes. It won't
Okay.
impact your general.
Yeah,
fund
I mean, it's not
otherwise,
going to impact the general, but
Yeah.
in a reporting sense, I was looking at the big delta here.
Yeah.
And, okay.
Yeah. So what we would see is we'd see kind of the one-time, if I had to guess, maybe the OPEB,
Yeah, I mean, sure.
$2 million.
Right.
So that would reduce your net position initially, having an additional liability on the books, and then year over year it would
Yeah,
move a
so-
little bit, not as much as the pension. though.
Right. Okay.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
I'll gladly move that we accept the audit.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept the audit as stated. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, like sign. Thank you very much.
Comment
Yes, please.
real quick. Thank you so much. I know it's been a long time coming trying to get it all cleaned up and put together and submitted on time. Thank you for pushing it, and thank finance for doing their part in it, because it's a team effort in getting that thing across the finish line, and very glad that we submitted it on time. So thank you.
Thank you all. Everybody have a great summer.
Thank you.
And every board member up here agrees. Thank you. And we're proud to have it on time. It's been a while.
Thanks to staff,
Staff,
constitutional staff. I mean,
yeah,
they're all
constitutionals, everybody.
great.
The turnaround time was significantly reduced from what it should be to get us back on schedule and get it turned in and submitted on time. Brooklyn's been a great asset to help make that happen, but all the constitutionals have done their part. Tyler has been involved probably more than he could stand, but he's been involved a lot and helped us get to where we are. Glad we are where we are today. Moving on, approval of grant applications. John, welcome to the party.
Good afternoon, Board and Chair. Thank you for having me back. So what you have today is I'm applying, you're asking permission to apply through the Commerce Florida. Remember I talked about a few meetings ago that we were awarded the HMPG grant for the Department of Health generator. And I said there was a match that was needed. And I was going to do everything I could to try and find this match. Well, I found a possibility for this match in Florida Commerce. They are willing to, they're saying they're anticipating awarding us the $35,147 in that match. I just need your permission to apply for it. Their deadline to me was yesterday, but obviously I told them we didn't have a board meeting until today. They said that obviously that was fine because we had to have this meeting for it to be advertised, which it is, for me to then go click the button that says that we would like to apply for it. The chances are great that we're gonna get the 35,000, so if you allow me.
So moved.
So if you allow me to do that, I will apply for it. and hopefully that will give us 100% funding for that generator project.
Wonderful.
We have a
Second.
motion
Second.
and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Appreciate you.
Thank you,
going out.
John.
Chairman, may I ask a question?
Please.
The original, where did we get this budgetary number from for the generator?
So when we found out that the generator needed to be replaced, Department of Health had several people come out and give some estimates, and that's where they got the replacement value from.
They just took the low price out of those estimates, or a median, or what?
It was a median of that, and again, it's possible it could be more, and then we may go back to the state and try and ask for some more money at that point. And generally, it's about 5%, but they understand there might be some fluctuation.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. John.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Miss Sarah Little, you're up for the purchase of playground equipment for Kyler Park.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in your current budget for the Recreation Department, we have a total of $40,000 allocated for park equipment. This is something that we are in year 3 of doing and trying to update some of this outdated equipment that are at our outlying parks. This year in our current budget, it was, again, $40,000, but our original anticipation was to be able to fund that equipment for Old Lusty Park. Because we have ran into the issues with the heirs situation with Old Lusty Park, which we're in the process of solving that, hopefully, we decided at a staff level to go ahead and move to next year's park since we had the funding, and then reallocate another $40,000 in next year's budget, hopefully for Old Lusty Park to be that property ownership dispute be resolved. So this year, like I said, it was originally intended for Old Lusty, but since we have those problems, we're going to request that we skip ahead to Kyler. So what's presented to you all tonight, again, is just shy of $40,000, $39,302 for some new park equipment for Kyler Park, so which is next on the list. The equipment itself was just over $25,000. Installation of the equipment, which includes ground cover and the grading and all of the, like it's a turnkey project, was a little over $13,000, which gives us our grand total of $39,302. You'll see in your attachments there are some printouts of what this looks like. It's a one standalone facility structure that's got multiple sides and climbing apparatus on it, and then also separately from that it will have a set of monkey bars as well. So this will be in addition to the park. We will remove the climbing equipment in the center of the park and replace it with this one. However, the other swing sets and things like that will stay out there. So again, this is being quoted from BYO through a cooperative purchasing agreement. We are very pleased with the equipment and the cost from this vendor. We've been actually working with them for a couple of years. We do price comparisons every year, but their prices are always much more favorable than other vendors. So again, staff is looking for approval of the purchase in the amount of $39,302 from BYO for Kyler Park.
And the current climbing equipment at Kyler is in
It's in bad shape.
disrepair.
It is,
Yes.
yes, sir, it is. Which
I
is
make
why
a
it was
motion.
it's why it was identified as the next Dickel Park.
Make a motion to approve for $39,302.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the purchase of
Is that
playground
right?
equipment for Kyler Park.
39,302, yeah.
Okay.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
On the playground equipment for Old Lusty will be in this year's budget.
It is included already in the recreation budget. When you guys get that at your workshop, you'll see that it's notated that way.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
I really just wanted to ask the board to consider the thought of maybe putting some, I'm not sure the technical name, but some shade cloth, that tight shading area.
Sunshades.
Okay, I honestly have no idea what that would cost, but
They're
Hey.
more expensive than you might think.
okay. Well, I would just like to ask the board to consider maybe looking into something like that, for the comfort of the people on the field, on the park,
And also maybe that would help prevent
Life
the
in-
deterioration and increase the life capacity of this playground set.
We
I
can
think-
look into that, can't we?
Well, we did. We actually priced that a couple of years ago for the T-ball quad where the bleachers were, and if I remember correctly, and so this I may be wrong, but I want to say it was around $15,000 to purchase and install that to go over. I think it was like 2 sets of bleachers or something. So it was pretty costly. But we can double check. It's been a few years. We can check into that.
That sounds cheap. I mean, I see them go through my other clients' stuff.
Mhm.
It doesn't seem like it should cost a lot, but they actually cost a pretty good amount.
Okay.
Well, a little playground set of equipment shouldn't cost $40,000
No.
either, but that's the cost today, so.
Outrageous.
Well, you can see a lot of the cost of that too is just for installation, and you have to have certain certification and insurances to be able to install that. So we can't do it in house anymore, and there's a lot of vendors that aren't qualified to install park equipment either. So yeah,
Yep.
it adds a lot of cost to that purchase. Yeah.
Well, that was my next question is was there a way that we could use someone local to install it?
No, sir.
It's state certified.
Okay.
If there's a local person that has the
Well, the local could do it, it's just they gotta be certified.
Certified,
Mhm.
sure.
Yep.
And the correct
Yeah.
insurance.
We did have a local vendor that we worked with years ago looked into this, and I don't believe it was economically feasible because of the insurance requirements for them.
Yep.
Well, the main thing I'd like for us to look into is shade cloth. Hopefully.
Absolutely, we can price it out.
Moving on, approval of task work order, NFPS for Historical Preservation Grant. Ms. Sarah Little, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. So as you all are aware, we work with North Florida Professional Services quite frequently, and for a long period of time, actually, regarding grants. And so we are working with them at a staff level and in coordination with the Historical Society on the historic jail. So that building has come a long way. We've actually done 5 actually phases of historic funding on that project, on that building, over the last 25 years or so. However, we are at the next steps for that. So to be able to write that grant application is what's presented to you all tonight. So we have worked with North Florida to identify what we believe is a good scope of work. And then North Florida Professional Services does have a cost to prepare that grant for us. So what's presented to you all tonight is just authorization for North Florida Professional Services to prepare the grant. Once that grant application is complete, then we will present that to you all for consideration. But really what we're focusing on, if you ride by the building and you see where the old building and the new jail, well, I shouldn't say new, they're both old, right? The older and the older buildings meet, there's a crack in the mortar that runs from the corner of those buildings all the way through the front windows along the jail cells. Absolutely. And so we were very concerned that it was structural deficiencies. And so we have had several site visits with structural engineers and architects, and they have looked it over. And fortunately, it is not a serious structural concern. However, it does need to be addressed. So the bulk of what we're asking for will be repairs to that brick, that area there that needs to be repaired. Somewhere, in the tune of, I think, $70,000 just to do that work. And then also, in addition to that, for ADA compliance, the lift can get you from the ground floor to the second level. However, there's a small transfer chair because there's another set of stairs to get fully up into the second floor museum area. So that chair lift is very outdated. It is almost impossible to find parts for it. It does function right now, but it's almost impossible for anyone to use because if a wheelchair user was to come in singular by themselves, they would have to transfer themselves from their wheelchair to this chair, hold their wheelchair in their hands, ride up the short 4 or 5 steps, and then transfer back. So it's really not feasible. And again, it's becoming harder and harder to even find parts to make this thing work. So what we're going to look for secondary to the brick repair is making that second floor ADA compliant with it's a platform lift, really is the style now, where a person would roll up onto it with their wheelchair, and then that platform would take them to the second level. So That's what we're focusing on. Again, that application will come back for you all to approve before it's officially submitted. Again, like I said, we're looking for tonight is approval for North Florida to proceed with the preparation of that grant application, and the amount of the task order is $7,200, and that will be paid for out of the BOCC professional services line item in current budget.
Questions? Couple questions. One question is there can't be any modifications to the building structure itself. Is there a place to do that? The wheelchair?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It would basically go where that system is now. So those platforms, they kind of fold up and down. So where the chair currently exists, it's going to be in a similar setup. So yes, sir. It won't be on the exterior, and it won't change the configuration of the building.
That's my
Yes, sir.
concern. If it is, it won't work.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
The other question I have is if we go ahead, we approve this $7,200 tonight, most grants allow for grant writing to be took out of the fundings itself. So if we're awarded the grant, we can reimburse ourselves for the 72.
Some of them allow for the grant administration, and some of them will allow to reimburse any expenditure costs yet. We can certainly ask that question to be a part of it, but like I said, if not, then we can't cover it with our budget now. Yes, sir.
Just a question.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
I make a motion we approve.
Second.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have a couple comments on that too.
Okay.
I was there yesterday. There was an open house for the historical jail. Wow.
It's awesome. They have done
What
a
they have
phenomenal
done
job. Yeah.
is incredible. From what it was to what it is now. I mean, it looks tremendously
Absolutely.
better.
Yeah.
And I mean, anything we can do to help them. One thing I wanted to look at was there is fire. A fire. I mean, we might get with Chief and see what we can do with that. But that, I mean, the old documents, the old stuff that's in the top, where we're talking about the wheelchair ramp and everything else. Is there a way to, I don't want to say sprinkle it, any kind of fire prevention to the top floors of it? Because there's some old stuff in there that we would hate to see anything happen to. I didn't know if there was any way to incorporate a grant or do anything with a grant that may specifically look into that.
So absolutely,
Preservation.
absolutely. The historic preservation grants require local match. We were trying to keep our local match somewhere around $25,000 for this current budget cycle. I felt like that was a reasonable amount that we could do. Certainly, we can look to see what those types of systems would cost. I'm not sure that we can have that done before the grant would be due this cycle.
Okay.
But this is an annual grant application, and obviously we actually have a list of things. This is just identifying the structural deficiencies now before they become something worse,
Right.
is what we wanted to focus on. But we actually have a list. The Historical Society has a list. They've been great about working at that. But we can check into that and get some prices. You absolutely can include that. Just depending on how much that system costs, it may cost more of a grant match. You know,
Yeah,
than
I
the
mean, that's fine.
$25,000.
I didn't know if there was anything we could do with this one specifically.
Yeah, absolutely. You
But
can
maybe
apply
we
up
can do it on the
to
next one.
about $1 million.
Yeah.
But like I said, you have to have a 25% match on whatever you submit. So,
NPS could
mhm.
actually include it, and they probably have contacts with engineers.
Absolutely,
that
yeah.
would design the fire suppression system for them.
Yeah.
And that situation is not a liquid, it's a chemical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Like what we have in our IT
Yeah.
room here.
Yeah, I think years ago, the Historical Society, had a fund, and I'm sure they still do, for helping with grants. So that might be something to talk
Okay.
to them about.
Yeah, we can check
too.
if it's something that we can
Because
swing.
I think
Mhm.
they did pay it one year when we got the real big one, that they went in and done all that work years. Gosh,
On the jail
I don't
cells.
even know how long
Yeah,
ago
yeah.
it's been.
I
Probably 15 years ago
Yeah.
or more.
I would agree with Commissioner Mott, we really need to look into that, because if we were to lose some of the stuff in that building, it would be.
Irreplaceable, yeah. Absolutely.
just
A
not-
lot of it.
Certainly, we can look at it. If it's something we can add to this current application cycle, we'll do that when we present the grant app to you all. If not, we will certainly make sure that it's earmarked
Okay.
for high priority for
Because yes,
future years
if,
funding.
if you get an opportunity to go by, please go by.
Oh,
'Cause
yeah,
that,
it's wonderful. yeah.
Absolutely.
that
I
is
agree.
amazing.
They're open 2 days a week,
Mhm.
so go by and visit. I was there yesterday
Yeah.
for a visit, spent a couple hours with them, and very educational.
Yeah.
If you into Baker County Heritage, you need to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. Something to be proud of for sure.
We have a motion and a second to approve the expenditure to North Florida Professional Services for grant writing. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Moving on, approval for proposal tar box for Council of Aging Phase 2 parking lot. Ms. Little, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you again. So the county was very fortunate to receive funding for the Council on Aging Phase 2, which is at the Senior Life Enrichment Center. That come through a state appropriation, and we are looking at a paved parking lot with lighting and also a covered sidewalk between the Senior Life Enrichment Center and the transportation building with a covered awning there. The sidewalk's there, the awning needs to be installed. So what's before you tonight is the design of the parking lot in itself. So Troy Tarbox is one of our continuing service contracts, and we have reached out to him because he has actually been a part of the COA project really since its inception, 15 years ago.
The conceptual plan.
Absolutely.
He's done the conceptual plan at no cost.
Absolutely, yeah. He's
So he's
yeah,
been working on the project already and
absolutely.
been a great asset to the COA.
Right,
helping the city.
right. So what is presented to you all tonight, which will come from the grant funding in this, is where we will charge this cost back to. But this is basically the full set of documents from Tarbox to bid this project. The design, engineering, permitting, the bid manual, and the bid packet will be included in what he is presenting to you all tonight now. Again, this does fall under our continuing services contract and was planned to come out of that state grant. The task work order presented to you all for this whole project is $45,500. You can see there's a very detailed report from Troy, about 6 pages long, on what all of those costs consist of. Again, like I said, that is every document and permit that the county will need to actually bid and construct this parking lot. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
I don't have any questions, just a comment. I have met with the COA, we went through this and we've made some modifications to the existing plan, so it's an easy flow for the seniors to
Yes,
go
sir.
in one way.
Yes, sir.
Before, it was going in, turn around, and then coming back out the same way.
Right.
That's not a good idea, so we made the parking sites a little bigger, instead of 9 foot, 11 feet, so they can get in and out easier.
Yeah.
It's a flow-through parking lot where you don't have to go in, turn around, try to back out. It's just a better conceptual design.
Reduced curbing and medians, nothing for
yeah.
anyone to drive over or to back into.
So this is the best for what we have out there, and I'm in full support of moving forward with Mr. Tarbox. He's done a great job helping the COAs out there every chance he gets anyways.
Yeah.
I'm in full support, and I'll put it in the form of a motion.
Second.
Questions?
So will his design include any it says specifically no sewer or water modifications on the second to the last page?
Yeah.
Will he include any electrical, like will we want any light poles?
Yes.
There?
We're actually, yes, actually, I don't want to put somebody on the spot, but FPL has agreed to work with us on this project.
Perfect.
And they've been a great partner to Baker County in many, when they can.
Yes.
You have to realize every ask you're not going to get, but it don't hurt to ask. And they've agreed to help us on this particular project, unless I'm stepping out above what they've said. But
And so he'll
we
include.
appreciate it, yeah, Bill. And
Okay.
they will be on this design.
Because my concern, even if we didn't put in there now to put some provisions for the future.
It will be in.
Perfect.
They have, matter of fact, they need it. They have to have it so they can plan it.
Yes, sir.
But
Thank you.
Good question.
We have a motion to
I got a
approve.
wink out there, so I'm good. I didn't put anybody on the spot. Sorry.
We have a motion to approve.
And a second.
We did get a second.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mobley, second. And We're approving the Tar Box Council on Aging Phase 2 parking lot quote. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Provision for purchasing policy and procedure, Sarah Little.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. I know we have our,
Just one more thing, Sarah, I'm sorry, I don't
No,
want
you're
to
fine.
interrupt you. I'll bring, when we get the real plan, when
Absolutely.
we come back before the board, you'll be able to see everything
Mhm.
before we go any further.
Absolutely.
So you'll get another chance to approve
The
real-
plan.
The plan.
Sure. Is there a way to move this one down and let?
well, that was my question, is I know we have our public hearing at 6, and then, this might take a little more time than we need if you guys want to try to hit some of the quicker items.
Could we
maybe?
do our FEMA update?
Absolutely. Since Colleen is here, that would be nice,
Yeah.
so she doesn't have to wait as well.
You fine with that, Mr. Chairman?
Could we
Yes,
do our
that's fine.
FEMA projects update and come back to this maybe after the public hearing? That way they don't have to wait any longer.
Yes, let's do that.
Come on.
Thank you.
Dennis, please.
Chairman, board, thank you for the consideration, and I'm gonna go ahead and do the same thing, because Colleen's coming from Jacksonville,
Right.
she's got a long way to go, so what we would normally have put her with me prefacing by some numbers, what I'd like Colleen to do is give an update on all the things that are going on behind the scenes, that the public really doesn't get a chance to see, and that the board doesn't get a chance to see. So with that, I'll turn over and let her tell you about some of the great things that they've been able to do through our co-ed.
Thank you.
Good evening. It's nice to see you all.
Good evening.
I'm sorry I'm coming after budget nights. I have a few numbers for you. So we are kind of winding down the work we were doing with our storm-related families. There were 54 households. I'm not sure if you're aware, but Rebuild Florida has been a phenomenal partner in Baker County. So we were able to raise almost $45,000 in partnership with them. There are some families that were able to receive $4,500 apiece to do the repairs on their home. It's exciting to see. The families that we really have not been able to help, and I heard you say it before, is heirs rights and landlords that were not wanting to work with the tenants. So we do have a lot of heirs rights that we're working with Three Rivers on to try to mitigate that, because that's a problem now and it's gonna be a problem moving forward. We were able to do $50,000 worth of construction on 4 homes. A lot of it was exterior ramps and roofs and, ceilings and inside work that had water damage. So those houses are done. We were able to work with Muncie. So those families are now back in their homes and stable. There was about, that totals $95,000. And then we have another special family that many of you are familiar with, obviously due to confidentiality. I'm not gonna say their names, but an older couple whose house really was demolished. We also were able to work with Rebuild Florida, and they actually are going to have temporary housing given to them, and a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home is being built on their property.
Wow.
So that is happening, starting to happen now. They're in the contract planning phase, and so we're excited about that, and those people are actually going to have some stability moving forward. So we're excited.
Wonderful.
In regards to just social services in your community, we happily can report that Baptist Hospital System has now given us $247,000 for a 3-year grant to not only support our Keller Center food pantry, but also to have pop-up food pantries in all of the various cities. We're finding lots of people, over 12,000 people have come to our food pantry since opening, over 3,500 households. But we are still hearing from people that transportation is a barrier. And so we really need to go out into the communities, and these dollars will allow us to pop up 3 days a week or 2 days a week, or when we hear a need, or if there's an event out there, or church identifies some families, we can actually bring the food out into the communities. So that's $247,000. We just heard about our state allocation, so we are going to get $350,000 for mental health and psychiatric services to do in-home and community, just like we did last year. So that's psychiatric services as well. We can do it either in-home or virtual, and that's for Baker, Bradford, Union, and Alachua County. Working closely with the sheriff's office, that as the sheriff's deputies go out, if they see an issue of domestic violence, because we have that funding as well, or possibly a mental health issue that we can intervene before Baker Act is needed or hospitalization is needed, those therapists can be on site, and that's a strong partnership that we're working to develop. We also got an additional sum of financial assistance from the Latter-day Saints to do rent, mortgage, and utilities. So a total of $612,000 that will be coming back into the community next year that we've secured, but there will be additional funding, I'm sure, as well. There's a couple of things I want to make sure you know. Whatever the goals, the COAD did, the plan, the community plan, along with community members that we reported to you ad nauseum about. So that we are a navigation site. We have officially become the access site. So on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, starting in the next month, if a family needs assistance signing up for SNAP or Medicaid or Medicare, they can actually come to the Keller Center at Jewish Family, and we have staff that is trained, we have the laptops, and we will actually help them get set up. So that was one of our goals, and now we can almost check the box. Maybe the next time I speak to you, I can talk to you about the numbers we're seeing with that. And the last but not least, because I know you're all inundated, I could go on and on, we are going to have a hurricane preparedness event. So we received some Red Cross dollars. We have about $40,000, and through the Keller Center, we are going to put packages together of flashlights and batteries and water and those types of things. And you'll see it in the paper. We'll broadcast it out. We hope to do it in the next 30, 45 days, as soon as we can, so that families can have those kids already at home. The community can have them at home. We can put them in the community stores if that's the best way. So we can be flexible about that. But those purchases are happening now. Some of the items are going to be donated and are free, and then the other ones Jewish Family will be able to buy with our Red Cross dollars. So again, I could go on and on, but if you have any questions, I know you have a long day.
Thanks for being involved in our community. I mean, it does make a difference.
Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Yes, please.
I don't have a question, but I just have a comment and a thank you to Colleen and her team. So I was approached at church on a Sunday a couple weeks back about a family that was in a very desperate situation. And Dawn Jackson was phenomenal. I spoke to her the next day, Monday, when I came into work, and before I went back to church on Sunday of the following week, the problem was taken care of. And so that means, just it was really almost life or death. You hate to even say that, but honestly,
domestic violence. She's my domestic. Yeah,
absolutely. It was a situation that needed to be taken care of really, really quickly. And so I just wanted to publicly thank you guys, and especially Dawn for her work that she did to help that family. It was very much appreciated.
Thank you. And that triggered in my mind Gary Stevens in Glen Baptist Church. There was a family that maybe all of you are familiar with a chronically medically ill child who needed a ramp.
Yeah.
And through our COAD and Gary Stevens and Glen Baptist Church, they put it up this yesterday.
Yeah.
So that is up as well. So things are happening. The COAD and long-term recovery group and community members, there's really a lot of things that we are proud of that are happening, and we just want to make sure everyone knows that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did I miss anything? Okay. Thank you so much. Yes.
You don't have like an app or ways people can get a hold of you, or you have a website, Facebook, or?
All of that. For Jewish Family, we do www.jfcsjacks.org. But I can give it. The other thing that we're building is good. Go ahead.
Do we have that a link on our website so people can get?
I'm not sure, but I can double check that.
Check it, because we are linked to the Baker County Sheriff's Office
We
website.
need the same link.
Yeah.
What it is, a lot of people just don't know about this.
Right.
Yeah.
And the more people we can let them know, and they go straight to you for their need. Because a lot of people are proud people, and
Of
they
course.
just don't want to ask me to ask you.
Right.
They might just want to go straight to you, and they need a way to get a hold of you.
Sure. The other thing that is coming to the community is the Galaxy system, which is a system that all of the nonprofits or service providers can have a link. And then if you have a need, you can put on there and connect with them. Or if you have, I have a chainsaw, I can cut trees, I can volunteer, I can babysit. It is a way to link need with volunteers, and that is in the process of being built right now as well. But yes, you should definitely, we'd love to have Jewish Family linked with you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It's up to the board. I don't know that I can make it all the way through. I recognize you guys had a long day. My plan was to come to you today with, because it's been a while since I've been in front of you, and just give you an update kind of where we are across the board. I thought I would have some more information, and actually some good information and good news. That did not come to fruition, so we haven't really gone backwards, we'll say. One of the things that I was really wanting to kind of point out is where we are today, and this is some of the information I forwarded to Sarah, and I apologize. One of the problems with scheduling these meetings a week in advance is I don't have the supporting documentation until typically the day I'm in front of you. But I did want to just draw the board's attention to the fact that to date we have obligated for Baker County, which means the check's in the mail, and it truly is somewhere between the feds and the state in the mail. $1.079 million is currently obligated for our Hurricane Debbie and Hurricane Helene response. We're still standing on the table. We have Shoals Park at a value of
that's Turner Cemetery. Turner Cemetery at 827,570. Shoals Park, $497,857. And then Steel Bridge Road. That was one of the good news that I was hoping to bring to the board. So I was told 2 weeks ago by FEMA that they were moving forward with that project at the contracted price, which was $1.798 million for Steel Bridge Road. We also were proposing an additional 200,000-ish extra dollars to convert from regular culverts to box culverts, very similar to what we're hoping to do eventually with Turner Cemetery to make it what I'll call proof, right? More resilient than where we were. Unfortunately, I got an email yesterday saying they kind of backpedaled just a little bit and said in the update, Turner Cemetery Bridge, they're just fighting us tooth and nail, and Thomas Howland Ferguson feel very confident that we're in a fantastic position to overturn that decision in an appeal. They also feel the same way about Steel Bridge Road, but the ultimate process is now they've said leadership is reviewing it again and figuring the next step forward from the CRC, which is the costing arm. So we didn't really move forward like I was hoping to say we are moving forward. In other words, mitigation would have been the next thing, and we would have proposed then that extra $200,000, which really falls very low in the percentage of return on investment, right, for FEMA doing things for mitigation. When they said that they're still in the decision-making process with leadership, it made me kind of scratch my head a little bit because it was kind of contradictory to what they told me in a previous conversation. With that being said, we are moving forward. I'm happy to take any questions we have on specific projects, especially maybe the boat ramp. But I'm at the board's disposal with 2 minutes on mine.
Any update on the boat ramp?
Where we are is getting to the 60% plan. We have to get to that point before they can apply for what we believe will be the exemption that would allow us on the stormwater runoff to not to have to put a bar pit or a drainage pit in the center of that park. And that cannot happen until they get to the 60% design stage, and that's exactly what will hold up. We were anticipating that coming somewhere around the first week in July, in fact before July. We're not quite there yet.
Waiting on Nordic right now to do the design.
Yes, sir. And part of that was the conversation that Sarah, I think, had with y'all at the last meeting, which was they had a couple of options. I wanted to know kind of, here's where we're headed.
Yeah. They're plugging along. Like I said, there's been no delay in the design. It's just getting to that 60%.
And were you able to forward the pictures of the? I actually brought them with me if you want to pass them out. But they sent them out with that response to his email.
I haven't seen any pictures yet, so I'm not.
Yeah, there's 2 pictures of the design thing, but ultimately it's the board made the decision to go with the riprap. So.
Okay. Keep pushing. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So one thing that I will say that we should be moving towards, so Shoals Park, we had had a discussion that we had only issued the design and engineering notice to proceed. We may want to consider at some point issuing that second notice to proceed so they can start. All of these projects are going to run under this time frame, right, that we're running up against with when they have to be finished with the 180 days, even with the extensions that we have. But it may be time to consider. All the rest of the projects have been given the green light for the contractors to move forward at their pace. That's the exception of Shoals Park. With that, I have nothing further other than answers for your questions.
So you're saying I know we've moved forward with all the projects, but Shoals Park, we have not moved forward.
We've moved forward only with design.
Right. There were some questions about how we might be able to navigate through a permitting process that was easier. And so until we got further in that point, we only did that portion off for their notice to proceed. Yes, sir.
And that's another, we literally, this morning, got an RFI with 17 questions from FEMA. Of those 17, 15 and a half of them were answered 2.5 years ago. So we just kind of started regurgitating in the process. But the good news is they haven't issued a determination memo, so we're still at least in the process of moving forward.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you all. Have a great night.
We're going to pause our regular meeting and move into the public hearing. If you have an agenda, we are going down the list as the agenda states. So some items may take more time than others. I'll ask that the speakers limit their comments to 3 minutes. We have a lot to do here, and then we got to go back to the regular agenda. So if you need to speak on an item, we'll call on each one to be for public comments, but limit your comments to 3 minutes, please. Ms. Combs,
Good evening.
good evening.
Welcome back to a long meeting after a long weekend, huh? What a way to initiate us back in. All right, so everything that I have for you guys this evening, everything is first reading, and I have 2 that are companions, and if it's okay with you, I'll present companions together.
Let's do.
All righty. So the first application that we have this evening is for ordinance number 2026-09 with a request, a rezoning request of commercial highway to planned unit development. So this parcel is just over 14 acres. It is located off of Nursery Boulevard, on the corner of Nursery Boulevard where it turns right there by the RV park. It's the corner directly across the street. Currently, the parcel, would be in compliance for development for anything within commercial highway. However, the applicant intends to develop the property to be used with a mix of recreational vehicle and boat storage, along with some indoor climate-controlled storage and some flex space in there as well. So that's why you see a PUD here instead of a standard zoning. A PUD allows for different uses within the same property, and it's a little easier to have those different uses within a PUD instead of looking at it at each area as a specific as a different development with a different use. So,
I'm sorry, LaDonna, can we pause right there? So we've got this one listed as 2026-10. We don't have an 09 in our packet from you.
Is it 10? I'm sorry. That is my mistake on the
okay.
It's right on the staff report, just not in the PowerPoint. I
Okay.
apologize.
No, you're good. I just want to make sure we weren't missing.
Nope, you're right.
Thank you.
Yep, it is 2026-10. Reflective of the staff report, not the PowerPoint. Sorry about that. So you'll see here, this is the land use and zoning maps. For whatever reason, this map was giving me a hard time. When I would zoom out, it would be reflective of the commercial highway zoning. When I would zoom in, it would go back to agriculture and agricultural zone B and ag 7.5. This parcel and the parcel to the north of it both have a commercial land use and a commercial highway zoning. Just when I zoomed in on the map, it would go back to that old zoning before the change. When I zoomed out, you really couldn't, you didn't get the picture that you needed here. So while it does say Ag Zone B, it is commercial and it is a commercial highway zoning. The same with the parcel to the north. So this other image that you have here was provided by the applicant. This parcel does not lie within the FEMA flood zone at all. However, there were a very small wetland pocket along with that. There is a ditch that goes along one corner of this property. So it does lay out those spots there just so you could see those spots. You'll see those spots again in just a second. On their site plan, those are noted as well. So you'll see here, this is the proposed site plan. So you'll see there are some flex space buildings, some climate controlled self-storage. Then you have a lot of open RV parking and open regular parking along the flex space and along both sides of the flex space there. You'll see the proposed retention in the back. Those spots that you saw just on that other aerial there, where it was this spot here. That's the only one that has any sort of proposed disturbance. This here you'll see goes with the proposed drainage, and then this is where that existing ditch is.
Is that gotta be mitigated at that point?
What is it?
Does that wetland have to be mitigated?
So if up to a certain amount is disturbed, it will have to be mitigated, and that would
Okay,
have
yeah,
to
I
be
see
done.
that 6,000 square feet.
Yeah. So there you'll see the usage breakdown. It kind of shows you the amount of wetlands that would need to be mitigated there. The wet retention, dry retention. It also shows you the flex space, square footage, the number of covered parking spots. So this application, it would result in, similar uses to what we see on both sides between the RV park. And if you remember last year, to the north of this, there is another RV storage proposed just to the north of this parcel. So considering that, it would be consistent with the area. Our fire rescue chief did have some concerns about water flow in this area. So you'll see in the staff report, you'll see his comments there. So there would be some work that would need to be done with the town of Glenn to ensure that they had the water and sewer capacity that would be needed.
Are you saying there's an agreement to do that?
There is not an agreement to do that at this time. No, they would have to, but before development could start, they would have to,
Okay.
that agreement would have to be in place. So, but that would be, between them and the town of Glenn and.
Where's the
and-
attached?
I don't have an attached.
Don't have anything from.
Yeah,
Can't find it.
Blanton's letter is not in that either.
It's not in this, it wasn't attached to the staff report?
No, ma'am. That's what I was sitting here looking for. Which we did ask Chief Blanton to stay. He can come up and kinda
Is
share his
the,
concerns
was
if that's something
the,
the
was
board
the
would
written
like.
description attached to the staff report? I wonder if you got just the staff report
We
and not
just
the.
have staff with your maps led on. I don't have the others. If you have it, I can.
I got the written description was in the email.
Yeah, I just forwarded it to Commissioner Mobley while we were sitting here, but
I would, Chief Blanton, what is it the flow? Is that the issue with the fire hydrants along that? Because I know we were just talking about, that was one of the things we looked at whenever we were approving the commercial highway usage for the RV park, whatever it is right above it, to the north of it.
Yes, sir. I'm like everybody else. We all like development, and I'm not opposed to somebody building something. I'm not. But we discovered last year in flowing the fire hydrants in the area that we tend to believe there's a major water issue in the area. And to the point that I submitted a letter to the city of the town of Glen St. Mary a year ago, July of last year, telling them that before they could be to any commercial development or multi-house residential, anything of any size, that they would need to bring in an engineering firm and have the water system studied to prove that we actually had the water, because anything of any size, you can see where we're at. An engineering firm may come in and say you're good, but from our preliminary numbers, they're right there on the edge. I personally am not opposed to anybody developing anything in the area, because I think we all like growth, but I would hate to handcuff somebody and they get approval thinking they're moving along the lines with zoning, only to find out that down the road they don't have the water capacity to do what they're wanting to do, and they get caught off guard by that. Does that make sense to you?
Oh, yeah.
Now, there are ways to provide water supply to augment a city system with pumps and tanks and lakes and whatever. All that kind of stuff's on the table, but it's extremely expensive, and I would just want whoever's going to do this to know what they're up against before they got into it, if that makes sense to everybody. So how that applies to your zoning tonight, that's just kind of where I'm at on
So
that.
have the town and plan reached back, or have you heard?
They haven't replied back yet to that. I don't know if it's just been an oversight, but they've gotten a letter, and I've actually sat down with them personally and talked to them.
I've also had a conversation with the mayor, and she agreed that it was a problem. She didn't have a solution to it, but she acknowledged that Chief Blanton's concerns were valid.
So, anyway, that's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief, one question. We're checking the flow at the fire hydrants. That's what you're talking about?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Our preliminary numbers, not to get in the technical weeds about it, but when we do our annual testing, the fire hydrants, the one that's closest that sits on that corner, it dropped the pressure in the water main 30 pounds of pressure by flowing a fire hydrant. And so you got to realize that in the world of water, when you get down below 20 pounds of residual in the system, that's when you have to do like a boil water advisory. And flowing the fire hydrant, drop the main to 30 pounds. That doesn't leave you very much window. So something's going to have to be done, and we're not an engineering firm. We can't make that a call, but we were close enough on our numbers to realize that it needs further review by somebody that's an engineer in that area before we could. So we're not opposed to the zoning from the fire department side. I just want everybody to know if we got past that and they went to build some large facility, I wouldn't want them to be caught off guard by this situation that kind of sits there right now at the moment. That's all.
And those numbers are not based on when the RV park is at capacity.
No, the times that we've flowed those hydrants and those things of that nature was during a weekday when they were not at capacity at the RV park. No, sir. So I hate to put those information out there, but it's kind of where we are.
Well, is this the only plan that we've seen, the site plan? Would these buildings need to be sprinklered or not?
Can't answer that, but there's probably a pretty good chance it would be. We'd have to see actually a set of building plans.
Would depend on the building.
Right.
And that would come at a later date.
Right, right.
But
Once we study
right
the
now,
building-
we're just, this companion, or is it a companion? This is the only thing. It's just a rezoning application at this point.
Right.
But whenever it came to that, that would be the determination.
And for the record, I'm not opposed to the zoning. The yard. This is all your call. I'm not giving an opinion, yes or no.
Right.
I just want to let you know that what they're intending to do down the road, I don't want them to get caught uninformed.
Sure.
That's all.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
I apologize that you did not receive the attachments. So you'll see there are those numbers and what Kayla just handed out. So you'll see some of those numbers that Chief Blanton was just referring to give you an on paper idea of what he was talking about. You'll also see the written description for the proposed PUD. So that lays out in great detail how each area would be used, the maximum number of spaces allowed, the maximum number square footage of the storage, all of those details. So you maybe want to glance at those and see if you have anything specific that stands out. The applicant is proposing some self-imposed setbacks that would be more along the lines of an industrial zoning. They are asking in one area for a relief of 5 foot for one of those buffers. you'll see on the site plan there is one garbage dumpster that sits within the proposed buffer. That is the only spot that they're asking for any sort of relief. Most of our DRC comments were just it kind of in relation to Chief Blanton. It was just the same thing, just that the applicant understands that there could be an issue here in the future. Like Chief Blanton said, there are some alternatives. Even if they were not able to connect to the town of Glenn, they could still develop the project. It just may look a little different. They'd be getting water and sewer, providing that themselves instead of getting it from the town of Glenn. So if you have any questions, be happy to answer. I know the applicant is here, and they would like to provide a little bit of additional information.
Any public comments on this ordinance? Hearing none, any comments from the board?
Did you say you did want to talk, Ms. Ladon?
Yes. The applicant?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's here. I thought I
Didn't
saw
I
you come
just
in.
ask for public comments?
Yeah.
Sir?
Didn't I just ask for public comments?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm waiting on public comments if you've got one,
I've got a presentation that I give, so that's what I'm waiting for.
as long as it's 3 minutes. Come on, give it.
Interesting. Okay. Very good. Well, good evening. I want you to have a larger one so you can see it. And I
Right.
do have the letters if you want.
I'm good, yeah.
One in the packet, so if you want to copy those. All right, quickly, I'll take you through a little bit more in-depth summary of what's going on here, and then I'm going to answer the questions and more that are with regards to GRC review. So with this site, our intention when planning this quadrant, this northwest quadrant of 125 and Nursery, after Ricky Davis did the Journey store, then as a former director, I oversaw the entire design and redesign and development of the Island Oaks RV Resort. With that in mind, we wanted to really compel people on this quadrant to keep up high standards with architectural design and uses that then furthered to Julian Patel buying property from the Odens that is on the north side of Davis's store. It has not been developed yet, but all of those conditions have been approved in the PUD for architectural styles, materials, and uses to go above and beyond what our current comp plan and code require. So we're carrying that further to stay consistent with that vision of the quadrant with this property, which was intended for uses that are commercial highway and would be very supplemental to the uses going on there, understanding that the residential neighborhood is just adjacent to the north of us. So with that, you have, let's go ahead and get back here. So with that, you've got the aerial. I'll talk about just a couple things. I'll get into some comments, and I'll talk about the site plan. So you've got a small isolated wetland pocket on the northeast corner and a very small isolated pocket on the north central borderline that is adjacent to a ditch that is literally the size of a 747 without wings landing. I've stood in it, I've walked the entire thing. It is enormous. It provides great runoff that comes from the west, and Island Oaks traverses eastbound underneath 125 daylights and over into the property that has not been developed on the northeast quadrant because it's very, very wet because that's where it drains. So if anything is less than a half an acre, the Water Management District does not require any mitigation. We do not intend to impact or encroach any more than that half an acre, so that way we would not be privy to having to permit that or pay the fees to have to encroach, and we don't need to, because that's in an area of the site plan that is not requiring any structures. So with that, then we move back into the site plan. So I can take you through that just a little bit, if this will work. So with that, why the PUD? Well, the PUD is because in the code currently, if you want to do anything that really is intended to be on the highway, you can't, because in commercial rule is where you can do automotive, tractor, and repair, and retail and storage. In commercial neighborhood, you can do repair service. In Commercial general, you can do auto repair, retail, and stations. And in commercial highway, you can't do any of these. But last year, the Horns were given a special exception to do a small version of one of our uses we're proposing. You allowed that through a special exception after the second time it went through around, which then set a precedence for this. I had spoken with commissioners and I spoke with Mr. Commando about that, as well as LaDonna. So then looking forward into light industrial is where you get storage distribution, and the only place that allows for RV storage is in industrial. So with that, we wanted to be able to achieve these mixture of uses in a place they were really intended. I just think the code, because it hasn't been updated, will catch up to itself on your growth. But we went a step further and made a lot of self-imposed conditions on what we're proposing to you. And those are that we are going to take this, and I've got those fire letters again, so get that list. We are not allowing any outdoor storage of any kind, no materials, no supplies, nothing. No uses of industrial zoning with the exception of the RV storage, because that's only allowed in regular industrial, because you have light, regular, and heavy. And no noxious, dangerous, offensive fumes, odor, noise, glare, gas, vibration, threat of fire, explosion, or emission of any particulate matter or radiation, or anything that should cause any such thing would be allowed in any of the flex space or storage.
Are you nearing the end of your presentation?
I am.
Okay.
It's relevant to all
You're
of your
over
questions.
4 minutes already.
Okay. Well, normally we allow
Well,
presentations.
normally,
I didn't
I
know that you
announced
stopped doing
before
that,
we
so.
started that it would
Okay.
be 3 minutes.
Understood, sir. May I finish so it'll answer some of your questions, or would you like to ask me questions, then I can answer?
Why don't you finish work quickly?
Okay. So, and then finally, the architectural standards that I talked about. So we're proposing the PUD because it actually allows for uses that are conducive here. It makes that compromise by allowing those to happen with the self-imposed uses, not allowing all of those other uses that are allowed in industrial right now. Because if you were to do that, it would be counterintuitive to the very design you want here and to the uses that are adjacent to it. So it's self-imposed, self-restricted. And then to answer some of the questions with regards to DRC, we completely understand and agree and accept the fact that engineering review needs to be done dependent on how this site is developed. Because remember, this is just phase one entitlements. When it goes into actual horizontal and vertical that have to come back before you, the county's on-call engineers, and through all the DRC again in a very thorough, in-depth manner. And when that's done, they will notice that on the southeast and southwest corners of the site are 2 hydrants. That wasn't mentioned in any of the letters. And we have a dry hydrant in our stormwater pond. We recognize that there are 2 letters from Chief Blanton, and we have, not recently, but Juanise and I have talked about the availability. We understand it's down. If this is developed in such a manner that it is more of a non-user, because none of these are occupied, then it can have central shared bathrooms, which means they would have at the maximum 4 restrooms, which means they could do septic and well on site if they wanted to, and propose it to the county if they would agree to it. If they want to go into much more detailed flex space for entrepreneurs, which is what we're feeling and hearing back from the community here, there's a waiting list actually for that, then that would go into increasing the water lines in front on Nursery and working with the increases in availability and capacity with Town of Glen St. Mary. And with that, the only exception we're asking is actually a wash, because we are not going to follow the zoning setbacks that were required in commercial highway. We're actually imposing that we're going to exceed those with industrial light zoning setbacks. So instead of 15, 15, 15 on front, side, and rear, we're proposing 30 on the front, 15 on the side, or 20 on the side, 20 on the back. So the only spot where we actually encroach into our rear setback is where one of the northern, right there, the northern dumpster goes into the setback 5 feet. But because we've elevated our setbacks, it's a wash, because it's really 15, 15, 15. That's what's required right now by law for us. But since we're going up to 30, 20, 20, we're bumping into that 5 extra feet we are giving up. So it's really, there's no ask. But because we've self-imposed these, we want to bring that to your attention. So with that, I will answer any questions. And Commissioner Anderson always asks me to talk slow, but not today, sir.
Any questions from the board? Any other public comments?
Thank you,
Thank you
Mr.
very
Chairman,
much.
for your allowing me to continue.
Any other questions for me on this one?
I think we're ready to move along.
All right. Okay, so the next two that we have here, not too far, wasn't moving fast enough, and then it started moving too fast. So this is the two companions that I spoke about. So this is for ordinance number 2026-13, a small-scale land use amendment with a request of agriculture B to very low-density residential, with a companion ordinance number 2026-14, a rezoning with a request of agriculture 7.5 to residential conventional mobile home 2.5. So this parcel is almost 16 acres, 15.97 acres. It's located off of Warren Thompson Road in Glen St. Mary. Current land use of Ag B, current zoning of Ag 7.5. I am sure this does look very familiar. It looks familiar. A couple months back, we did look at a parcel just to the north of this. So this is not the same one that we looked at previously. The one that we looked at previously was on the portion of Warren Thompson that is not county maintained. All of this lies within the portion of Warren Thompson Road that is county maintained. So right now the applicant intends to bring a small subdivision to this 16-acre parcel, or almost 16-acre parcel. You'll see most everything around it has a land use of Ag B, a zoning of Ag 7.5. You'll see along Claude Harvey, just south of this parcel, there is some very low density residential with some RC1 along Claude Harvey there. So this is just the proposed very early layout of what you would be looking at. You know, of course, we're not quite to this point yet, but they did want to provide just a kind of an overview for you guys. You would be looking at 5 lots. You see a 50-foot right-of-way that would go in and would have a cul-de-sac there at the end, with a dry retention pond and drainage easement that would go along the north ends of lots 2, 3, 4, and 5. So all of these lots would be at least 2.5 acres, with the largest one being just under 3.5. So you'd be 2.5 acres to 3.5 acres. So again, right now the parcel would be compliant for Ag 7.5, but this is for the future development of it. The same concerns we had with the other application, you know, Warren Thompson would need to be brought to a standard that the county is satisfied with, and that our Public Works Department would be able to maintain in the future. Other than the road concerns, that's the only concern that we have at this time. So staff recommends approval, and LPA recommended approval as well.
How many homes was that?
5.
5?
Yes.
5 parcels?
Yes, 5.
Any
And I
public comments on these 2 items?
And I apologize that was not in your staff report. We got it over the weekend, so these had already been sent out, that proposed layout. So.
Hearing no public comments, any other questions or comments from the board?
I do have a comment.
Yes, sir.
Was notification sent out about this?
Yes, sir.
Was?
Yes, sir.
You mean letters?
Letters.
Yes. Yes. I have. I'll tell you the letter.
Well, I'm pretty close to it, and I didn't receive one.
You're probably out of that footage requirement for that.
Well, that wasn't the other one, and this is closer than the other one was.
Oh, okay.
But first I'm hearing of it.
Let's see.
And the property owner understands the improvements required for the road and,
Yes, sir. We have had those discussions.
So we would be, are they coming in from J.D. Higginbotham or Warren Thompson? Warren Thompson?
They're coming in from Warren Thompson.
Okay.
What's the proposed driveway in the project?
Can you go back to the,
What's the, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Proposed driveway into the project.
It
I
would,
see a design, but I don't know what they're talking about doing. It's gonna be a staggered driveway, it's gonna be.
so
paved
we have,
driveway,
we
it's
have
gonna be
not,
concrete
we have not
driveway.
discussed, we have not discussed the interior drive.
So Warren Thompson would be paved up to this point from Claude Harvey?
Code requires that it be paved unless you give, unless the board were to waive that, or to exempt that.
It wasn't asked for, was it?
No, it wasn't. It would be, that wouldn't be asked for until we actually had a subdivision application, so.
All we're doing right now is changing the future land use and the zoning,
Right.
correct?
The subdivision.
Right.
So when the subdivision came before us, then that's when that would be brought up.
Right.
Just want to make sure they're aware of that.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm getting to.
And Mr. Hartley, to answer your question, we went out 300 feet on this one, and you're not within 300 feet. I think the other one, we went out to 500 feet on it.
Oh, okay. Because I know this is closer than the others,
Yeah.
land use.
The other one had a higher density
Yeah,
on
the
it
other
as
one-
well, so that may have been why.
The
you
other
got
one,
that.
we went out a little further, to kind of fit the scope of the project. But yeah, we went out 300 feet. We always, we get a minimum of 10, 15 is ideal, but if at 300 feet we get 10 to 12, we don't generally go out any further than that unless it's a larger project. And then we'll go to 500 feet. But we did 300 and it looks like you must be just under 300, or just over 300.
Doesn't our code set the amount, the distances?
Sir?
Doesn't our code set the distances?
Yes, it says a minimum of 300 feet. Yeah, it says minimum of 300.
any other questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, we'll move on to special use variance.
All right. Well, I'm either pressing it too fast or pressing it too slow this evening. Or it's as tired as we are. Okay, so this last application that we have is a special use application with a companion variance. So this parcel is located, it's on Adams Road, which kind of comes off of Benroe Circle, which is off of Louder Street. So if you're going west on Louder, once you past Lakes at Woodlawn, you get around the next curve, Benroe Circle comes off to the left. So to kind of give you Woodlawn. What did I say? Louder. I apologize. It's been a long Tuesday, guys. So yeah, off of Woodlawn. I'm sorry. Once you pass Lakes at Woodlawn subdivision, go around the curve, it would Benroe Circle comes off on your left there. So this parcel is 1.81 acres. Land use of very low density residential, zoning of RCMH 1. This is made up of 2 subdivision lots. The request for special use would be to allow the property owners to to keep 2 rescue horses within an area that is zoned residential. So the way our code reads, in order to have horses within a residential zoning, it is only allowed by special use. So in this instance, this specific application came to us by way of a code enforcement complaint. The complaint was simply that there were horses within a residential area. We had somebody come through. We got about 10 code enforcements within this area, and so we have picked through all of them, and this is one that required a process in order to remedy the violation. We reached out to the property owners. They came right in as soon as they got a letter. They were not aware that in their zoning district they were only allowed to have horses by a special use. So very quickly they turned in a special use application and have provided us all of the information that we've requested from them. So, like I said a second ago, this is part of some very old subdivision lots. So you'll see 3 sides is RCMH1 with very low density residential. And then you will see just south of this is where that agricultural line starts. So this is at the back side of this old subdivision. So during our site visit, we went out just like we would with any other code enforcement site visit, and we took a lot of pictures. And so this is kind of, you can see in the one picture here. Here's the driveway. Here's the side of the house. So the fenced area is on one side of the house, and then along the back side of the house, the back part of the property. So they provided the site plan that you see there that shows where their fences are. They have a couple of different areas fenced so that they can move the animals from one area to the others as needed for them to have plenty of room to graze, and they're not eating all of the grass and being left without anything. So the first site visit that we made, I know it looks a little silly having those arrows there, but the first site visit that we did, we actually couldn't see the horses to begin with. They were back behind the house in the shade, and so we had to kind of get creative to even get pictures of them to begin with. Of course, once they realized that somebody was out at the road giving them some attention, that was a little different. They made themselves a little more visible for us. So myself and Lydia Mangano, who's our code enforcement officer, we both did site visits. We didn't see anything on site that would be alarming in any way. The property was very clean. The animals seemed to be well taken care of. There was no odor at all from the property, and it overall was very clean and put together. The variance that is accompanied with this, our code states 1 horse per every acre would be allowed. With this being 1.81 acres, in order to keep both horses, a variance would be needed for that 0.19 acres. In the overall site, to me, just in my opinion, that seemed minimal. Just from the set out of the site, or the layout of the site, pretty much everything except for the house is accessible to the horses for them to roam. Staff recommends approval. LPA recommended approval as well. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
So right now, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
So
Are
right
you going to
now,
ask for public comment first? or
Yes,
didn't
I
know?
can.
I didn't know. I got a few comments also.
Go ahead.
Any public comment on this before we get to board's comments? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board? Mr. Mopper?
Yeah, I've got a question. So it would need to be, what would be sufficient? Would it be 2 acres for these horses? I mean, right now it's zoned. I get the zoning is,
Our
The-
code says 1 acre per horse.
our
yeah.
code says 1 acre per horse, and right now,
It's 1.81.
1.81.
There would still be a special use.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, there would still have to be
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
but what does our code say already in regards to 2 horses? It would have to be 2 acres,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
right? And so
Yes, yes.
and also not in residential.
Yeah, so it's allowed within residential by way of special use. So it's not allowed by right, it's allowed by special use. So it's allowed if you provide a site plan and it's approved.
Okay.
Commissioner Hartley?
And that's with all residential
And that's
zonings.
the problem I have, the 2 horses. I'm very familiar with the area. I have a problem with horses being in a residential area. We've had
Yes, sir.
this come up before, not too long ago.
We did have a similar, it was similar.
And it, it caused problems with the neighbors and
Yes.
the asthma and the dust and if you remember.
Yes.
Yes,
There were a lot more animals there, but yes.
Not
Yes.
too many more, but there was a horse, I remember.
Yeah, there were 3 or 4 horses, some hogs and some chickens and yeah.
But
But no, I understand.
Are there any other animals on the property?
No. Or I take that back. There was a dog. There was a dog that greeted us at the road. So.
Go ahead.
I thought you were saying.
Would there be any limitations on any other animals?
Yeah, so this special use would be to keep these 2 horses. So any other
Those-
animals,
Just those 2 horses?
yes, so any other animals outside of that, they couldn't bring in a 3rd horse, they couldn't bring in a cow, anything that deviates from
Let me
that.
ask this question then. They have the 2 horses. They get rid of one. They can bring another horse back in. As long as they have this, they're going to be allowed to keep 2 horses there
Yeah. Not
forever.
the same 2, just 2 horses.
This is
Yeah.
approved, yes.
Yes, that was
Yes.
approved.
Yes,
That's what I thought.
yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Question I had, this was brought by complaint.
It was.
The other question, how long have they had the horses there?
They have been there for quite some time.
That's my answer to my question. How long have the question?
Can the applicant tell us?
The applicant, they are not here this evening, sorry. I cannot tell you
Problem I
exactly
have-
how long.
Sometimes, and I can't get an answer because there ain't nobody here.
Mm-hmm.
How long the horses have been here? When was the complaint filed? Was the complaint filed after some people move into a community? The horses might have already been in the community, they get there and they don't like them. And they want somebody to get rid of something they've had for 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, they have been there for quite some time,
So that's the question
but
I had.
I can't give you an exact time.
Both horses has been there the whole time?
Yes, yes.
So if they've been there that long and you're just now getting a complaint 5 years later, gives me heart.
So we received multiple complaints in this area. So
On the same,
no, for multiple parcels. One person made multiple complaints along this road and adjoining roads. So
I think that's a super important detail that everybody needs to know of now. It may or may not be important to you, but it was important to me. If you would share that, what he's getting to.
So there was a code enforcement case that we've been a violation that we've been going back and forth with. that's been in front of our magistrate. The person who received that code enforcement violation and had to go in front of the magistrate, they then, in this neighborhood, gave us multiple complaints. So they went through the neighborhood, and any violation that, or potential violation there was, they made a complaint.
But
So
it is their right
It,
to
it
make that
absolutely
if
is.
there
It
is a
absolutely
violation.
is. Yes, sir.
So you really can't
Yes.
hold that against the person.
Right.
Holding it against them. I
Right.
just like information.
Whoever it
Right,
is.
right. And so
I don't
and we
care if the
processed.
person's name or anything like that. I just like to know. the whole
Right.
story.
And we processed through those applications, and, you know, it was a good mix. There were some that were legitimate violations. There were some that were not legitimate violations, or did not quite meet. You know, we weren't able to see what the violation was. So
But here's the problem I have. The last time we had this issue,
Mhm.
if you remember, we had both people in here, both families, the one that complained and the one that had the horses forever.
mhm.
We come to an agreement. They come to an agreement on what to do, where to put the horses, how, and everybody left out of here happy. The problem is now that we don't have anybody here.
And I will say
Okay, he filed the complaint.
the
But I
applicant.
haven't heard anything from the people that has the horses are not here.
Right, and I will say they've been very active with us, and we have spoken to them multiple times, and it was their intention to be here tonight. So yeah, I'm not sure why that is. It's a little concerning. I hope everything is that nothing's wrong.
I'm
But
concerned about it.
yes,
because if I had
yes, absolutely.
If I had horses and I love them and I want to keep them, I'm gonna be here fighting for them.
And when at the LPA meeting, they very much did that. They gave their story as to how they came about getting the horses, and all of that. Provided great detail on the horses. So, and we've spoken multiple times, and I'm not sure why they're not
And
here.
it's very hard for me to believe there was no odor from two horses. on
I'm
that
telling you,
farm.
we were at the street in front of the property, and it is very clean. There was not.
I'm not saying it's not, I'm just saying that it's.
Just to throw this detail out, the kind of people that are raising these horses, they put a supplement in their feed so that to kill the flies. So once the horse produces the manure, it kills the flies. I'm not saying that to defend the people. I'm only explaining you because of your comment.
And that was us. There was not a lot of droppings or anything like that when we were out there. So, and we did the first site visit before we ever mailed out the letter. So they had no idea that we were, even making a site visit. So
The place looks immaculate, clean, fences, everything.
it was
I
very
don't
much
see
so.
nothing rotten or, it looks better than my place. I'm kind of embarrassed. Look at the picture.
yeah.
Complainant wants to speak.
Sure.
The one that filed the complaint. Yes, sir.
You're doing good. Come on.
You're not too.
I'm David Pilton. I own actually Honey Hog Farms, and this is actually misled. If you actually read the complaint, it don't have nothing to do with them having the horses. It's just all about the selective enforcement that code enforcement has been doing. They've continued to harass this property for the last 5-6 years. My son had 4-H projects. He had pigs that were only 6 weeks before he went to the fair, and their terminal projects, they would have been gone. But they kept coming in threatening citations and everything else, and actually shut my 11-year-old son down. And he didn't get to go to the fairs because of it. So we actually expanded. So really what happened is I stood at the exact same vantage point where code enforcement was 7 times and took pictures all the way around. And there was multiple violations that were above and beyond what I had. And we actually cleaned that whole property up. We have one of the nicest houses in the neighborhood now. And they kept shooting at us. And that's why a federal complaint has been made. It's actually in the federal courts right now. And it's just because it's continued harassment by them. So it's really telling them to fall back and leave us alone, or treat everybody equal. And that's what this is about. And now as far as the horses go, Actually, the calculations are right here. If you actually get rid of the house, get rid of the shop, get rid of the septic tank, get rid of the well, the drain field, and everything else, they only have 0.98 acres of actual roaming room for the horses and setback requirements. And it's like, if you take my property, the 200 square feet minimum per pig, I had more land. You know what I mean? So it's like, why are they coming at me, but yet they... So it's not about the horses, it's about treating everybody equal. So that's what the complaint was actually about.
Them being code enforcement?
Huh? It was code enforcement coming.
That-
I was the one
that's-
that went in front of the magistrate. And at the hearing, I actually have it recorded too, which it's recording back there now. They said, under no circumstances is there agricultural animals in there. I said, what about chickens? Which I know we can have chickens. But she said, not even chickens or anything. And that's what the code enforcement officer... Well, every neighbor has chickens out there. So it's like, how is that possible?
Well, I think if I may, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Pemberton, the question was, what we've talked about is that we are reactive code enforcement. And so we don't go out and patrol the county looking for violations. We only react when a complaint's made. So that's the reason why one was initiated against you and maybe not others, is because a complaint was made about the pigs on your property.
Okay, but once you're there and you observe a complaint,
No, sir.
you're supposed to actually take action on it.
No, sir. We're only allowed to, we can only report on those that are,
that are made to
right.
the county.
Okay, well, I did make 10 of them, just standing right there in the middle of the street and turning around. And only 2 of them have, they went after them on Adams Street, and they actually got rid of that trailer across the street that was a hazard. But like the people behind me, they haven't taken no enforcement, and their shed actually encroaches my property by 3 feet. And it's in their pictures that they took of my property. It's in their own pictures they took.
Property line disputes are civil
It's not,
matters.
but it's a 10 feet setback, period. They said something about my 10 feet setback. That's, if it's over the fence, it's obviously beyond the 10 feet setback. So it was an addition built onto their shed. And it was so thick in woods back there at one time when I moved in that I cleared it out and cleaned it. Nobody could see it, but their pictures show it. So that would be actually 13 feet over bounds, and they haven't done nothing about that. I had an livestock trailer backed in, and she wrote me a thing on the not having a tag. It had a tag on it. It was backed in, so how could you see if it had a tag? But yet, people next door have a whole bunch of junk cars and everything else. They still haven't removed them. So that's the selectiveness of it all, and it's been months now since they got the complaint.
You and I can have some conversations about all those other code enforcement cases outside of this meeting, because it's really not, the
But
appropriate
I'm just
time for
saying
us to
that
do
that's
that.
what the complaint is, so it doesn't need to be
Right.
turned around it's
Right.
because of the horses. No, I love the horses there. It's just, if they get treated one way, then I need to be
Today,
treated
the
some way.
commission is only considering whether or not a special use permit and variance should be granted.
Well, at that hearing, they said, under no circumstances will special use be done.
That was a magistrate hearing. This is for a different reason.
Correct. That's what I was told.
I understand.
So I actually filed with you, a special use as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And you and I can talk about all those, because there may be varying degrees as to why or why not something, you may see action or not. So we can have some conversations about all those other cases.
All right.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from
Yeah,
the
I've
board?
gone through that. So, did he file a special use? I'm getting confused.
So Mr. Pemberton had a complaint made against him from someone in the area, I don't
Yeah,
recall
I
who,
understand
about his pigs. He had pigs, and the complaint was that, that they were not allowed, and there were some other accessory buildings, some barns, and just different things. And so what Mr. Pemberton is saying is that he's the one that made those complaints in the other area, and in his neighborhood as well, for those other violations.
But he was made aware he could get a special use permit to keep his pigs. I deal with 4-H
Mhm.
and I support the pig, buy pigs and all that. That's
Right.
why I'm having heartburn here
Yeah.
because
Honestly, I couldn't speak to what he was shared with information about that, because I didn't do it myself, but
Yeah,
absolutely. we
I
can-
have not received a special use application from Mr.
was he
Pendleton.
told that he could do a special.
So I will say that swine and hogs are laid out differently in our code than horses and other types of
Yeah,
livestock.
well, that explains it.
So
Mhm.
I would have to go back and listen to the code enforcement magistrate hearing to I would not want to misspeak.
We'd be happy to
Um,
meet with him, though, to see if there is some solution to his problem, absolutely, yeah.
The problem I have here is just because I understand that he's frustrated.
Right.
So I'll say anytime we send out these violations, they're given the ways to remedy each thing that's laid out in the violation. It's very detailed as to how they can remedy it. So that information would have been provided in the letter. And then once he came in and spoke with Miss Lydia, if that conversation happened, sometimes the complainant doesn't always come in and vocalize those things in the office. Sometimes it ends up in the magistrate hearing before they have those conversations. But it would have been provided in writing in that letter that they were given originally. That I don't see how it could have gotten to the magistrate and that not have been that information not have been given.
I'm asking, he was given the same opportunity. I don't
Yes,
know
sir.
if there was a difference between swine to.
Yeah, I will say hogs are laid out differently than horses and cattle and chicken. They all have very different requirements. So.
And we could provide that letter to prove that we did tell him.
Yeah, I could get a copy. I could get a copy of the letter, and like I said, we can go back and listen to the magistrate hearing, and I can ask Miss Lydia for her notes. She keeps very detailed logs on her code enforcement files of every conversation that she has with the property owners. So we could get her notes to ensure that information was shared. But like I said, I do know that hogs are different and they are treated differently.
To answer that question too, Commissioner, he's already asked for a public records request, and Kayla actually has the entire code enforcement file on her desk, and we're working through getting that information for him now, for everything that's in that file.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the problem I have here is you got someone who's upset, and I can respect that because I'm a man and I get upset too. We all get upset. And when you start messing with people's animals, they're like family to them. But now we're looking at a family that has the opportunity of losing 2 of their horses, and from what I can see, they're well taken care of. I wouldn't mind seeing, and they probably would give you the vet. I'm sure they have them.
Yes, sir. They've offered those records.
See the vet records and all, and see that these horses are well took up. Yeah, you might not have them 2 or 3, 2 acres, 1 acre. And some of them are fed better than than the horse that's on 100 acres. Yeah, it's proven fact. A lot of your breed horses, they keep them in the stall.
Right.
And they only let them out at special time, but they get special feed. So that's just our rule. The horse has to be on 1 acre.
Right.
Animals can be.
And I do wish the applicant was here because they did speak some at the LPA meeting about how they came across getting the first the first horse was in very bad shape when they got it, and they had a child who had recently had an accident, and they actually used the horse for therapeutic reasons, and I wish they were here to share that.
And I heard it out the gentleman's mouth himself. I don't have a problem with the horses.
Right.
But he filed a complaint because he's mad at the county. So I have a problem with that. I mean, you're punishing a family that has 2 horses because you have a problem. And I understand he has a problem because of the whole situation.
Yes, sir.
But I don't see why we should punish this family that's had horses, I don't know how long, because there's nobody here to tell me how long.
Yeah.
So, we don't have to make a decision tonight. Is this something we
So
make?
he just said 5.5 years. I don't know if that's accurate, but 5.5 years is quite some time.
Them horses been on that property, both of them. It would help me on what my decision would be.
Yes, sir.
Tonight, I could not make a decision because they could have been there for 1 day, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, sir.
And then he filed a complaint the next day.
Yes, sir.
That's legit.
Right.
They've been there 5 years, then he files a complaint. That's not legit. Or anybody else.
They're 2 different scenarios.
2 different scenarios to me.
So it depends, to me, it would depend on what the problem was. There
Yeah.
could have been someone that kept them for a while, and then it could have changed, and they're not keeping the property. You know, that could make a difference.
Right, right. If
It
they had been
looks
there
like they
2 years
do,
and were clean,
but-
and then after that point,
Right.
things
They don't
changed.
take care of
Right,
them.
right.
I've seen that happen before too, but this doesn't look that way.
Right.
But it's still a residential area.
It is, yes,
And
sir.
there is a lot of residents in the area,
Yes, sir.
but.
Maybe next time we'll know how long they've been there
Yes, sir.
and vet records of the horses.
I will reach out to the property owners tomorrow, make sure that we get all that information and to make sure that they are here next meeting to answer any
And
questions.
I appreciate Sarah, y'all stepping up and helping the gentleman on
Yes,
with
sir.
his issues also.
Yes, sir. And like I said, Kayla has those files and we can go through those and get all of that information.
You already got the public records. We'll see it.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, we'll move along to the next 3 items, which are kind of companion items.
They are. My turn, Mr. Chairman. So we actually have the next 4 items on your agenda are actually just renewals of long-standing 20-plus year fees that we collect in Baker County. Sorry, my brain is tired today. So we're going to be talking about each one of those individually. But again, there's nothing new that's being presented to you all tonight. This is just renewals or extensions of current rates. So the first item that we have to discuss tonight is ordinance 2026-17. The first 3 that we'll talk about are all about electric franchise fees, which is basically for the utility company to be able to do operations in Baker County. They have to be able to pay this back to the county to operate here in Baker County, right? That rate is something that gets passed back along to the end user. That is something that the residents of Baker County would see on their utility bill. So we want to be mindful of that. These are, like I said, these rates were originally adopted back in 1996. They have not changed since that time. So ordinance 2026-17 is a renewal of the 3% franchise rate for Okefenokee Rural Electric. And again, we could, as a county, actually go up to a maximum of 6%. However, the county's recommendation is to stay current at a 3% rate with no increase. I do want to point out that there is one error on all 3 of these ordinances, and it is on section 7. Which is page 6 of this one. It lists that the range can be from 0.5% up to 5%, and that actually should be a 6%. So we'll correct that. These are only for first readings tonight. Again, that's under section 7 on page 6 at the very top. Like I said, there's an error there when it's listed at a 5%. That's the max, is what it's saying that we could go up to, and the max is actually a 6%. Again, we are only asking for a renewal at a 3% rate, excuse me. And I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
We got public hearing first, is that right?
I was going to get public
My bad,
comments
my
if
bad.
you're ready
I'm
for
jumping
that.
jumping the gun. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just a note, Blake has to leave for a bit, so he'll be stepping out, and just so everybody understands.
We'll volunteer you for lots of things while you're gone.
Commissioner Iverson, thank you. Public comments? Any public comments on these items? Commissioner Mobley?
Yes. When was the last time this fee was adjusted? Has it ever been adjusted?
Nope, not since it was adopted in 1996.
Adopted in 96.
Yes, sir.
Does this standard throughout the other counties?
All the other counties are maxed, yeah.
Sorry?
It varies. Some
Yeah.
counties are at 3%, some counties are at 5%, some counties are at 6%.
Yeah. most of which we talked to were either at a 5 or a 6% rate.
Really?
Mhm.
What's the average revenue it brings in? Do we know?
I'm sorry, I don't know that off the top of my head, no. I could pull that for
You
you
don't know?
before I mean, FPLs would probably be one of the highest, or the highest. The revenue that percent generates every year. I don't, but I can make sure that's a
Well,
part of the
this- yeah,
second
sorry.
public hearing. I can
Okay.
pull that record for you, yeah, absolutely.
And it's not, I mean, it's a percentage, so it's not a static amount.
Right. Sure.
As energy costs go up,
Right.
the 3% goes up, so.
Yeah, we can do the last, 5 or 6 years trend analysis for you, that'll at least be able to see that.
If we could have that number for next meeting.
As homes get built and more people come online, that number goes up too.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? Ms. Little?
Thank you. All right, moving on to ordinance 2026-18. This is for the exact same thing. This is our franchise fee renewal with FPL. Again, we are requesting that we stay at our current 3% with no increase. Again, same timeline. This was adopted in 1996. Again, just renewing that current rate. And the same issue also with this one under section 7 is actually on page 5 of this document. Again, that range needs to be adjusted from 0.5% to 6%. Again, but we are not asking to go up. We are asking for a renewal at the 3% current rate. And again, we'll provide the revenue for that as well.
Any public comments concerning this item? Hearing none, any comments from the board? Hearing none, Ms. Little, please.
All right, last of the franchise ordinance is 2026-19. This is for Clay Electric. Again, this is a 3% proposed rate at current with no increase. Same time frame. Again, it's been on the books since 1996, and it's just a renewal of that rate. Same issue again with this one. A change on that section 7, just like the others. But we'll make sure those are all prepared before the final meeting on the 21st.
Any public comments on this item? Hearing none, any comments from the board? Hearing none, Ms. Little?
All right, thank you again, Mr. Chairman. The last item that I have for public hearing tonight is ordinance 2026-20. This is a renewal of our local option fuel tax, which is what we commonly refer to as our 6-cent tax. Again, this one also has been on the books for many years. The last update was 21 years ago to this tax that is collected on fuel that's sold in Baker County. This revenue actually does not 100% stay with the county. We actually have an interlocal agreement that deviates what those percentages are. 83% for the county, 13% for city, and the town of Glen St. Mary is at 1%. We did renew the interlocal agreement last year when we actually did the additional local option sales tax. So you guys do not have to approve any changes to the interlocal agreement this year. The only thing we need to do now is just extend the ordinance. Again, we're requesting no changes to the rate itself or the distribution and those percentages. That is based on budgetary numbers for transportation costs in the county. We've done the analysis and those rates should stay where they're at. Again, this is just a renewal of something that was approved 21 years ago. I do want to point out one issue. The title of this ordinance refers to it as a 20-year ordinance, and in fact, it's actually a 30-year ordinance. So we'll make sure that is changed also for final hearing. The body of the ordinance itself refers to 30 years. However, I fixed an error in the header and then actually made another error that I didn't catch when I fixed one. So it should not read 20 years. It should read 30 years. But again, that will be corrected before final presentation on the 21st. And this one actually has to be approved and adopted by October 1 to make sure that we don't have any lapse in our revenue for the upcoming year.
Any public comments on this item? Hearing none, any comments from the board?
Before next meeting, can we get some numbers on this? On
Absolutely.
What it's producing?
Yeah, would you like on the 6th cents also?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually have that. I can send that to you pretty quickly.
Okay.
I just don't have it with me tonight. But I can do that. I'll make that part of our report as well, just so it's
Yeah, I
attached
was
to the
about
public
say, so
record.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
in there and attached it. So.
Yep, can do it.
Any other comments, questions? Hearing none. We will adjourn the public hearing and move
Quick
back
recess.
into
We can take a quick recess.
regular session. We'll take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Meeting back to order. Moving on to our regular agenda for the commission meeting. We're down to pending business report.
We actually need to go back
No,
to
we
item number
need to-
6.
I left off that. It looked long, so I was leaving it off.
I will summarize
Okay.
as much as I can. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. What is presented before you all tonight are actually some revisions to our purchasing policy and procedures. Our last update was in 2021, so it's been about 5 years since we've looked at our policy. And we've only got a couple of areas that we're asking for you guys to consider some updates tonight. Miss Brooklyn and I have talked about the asset management system and inventory. We have that ability in our finance software. However, it's really not been utilized since we converted to the ADG system. And so she actually wrote some inventory control measures that have been added into this policy. That was at her recommendation. And the only thing that I really did there was just format it to match our policy. But like I said, that is has been added. And we'll go over that in detail. Also, the other change that we have made are to our purchasing tiers. So that is what I've kind of summarized, so it's a little easier to look at with what we're asking for. Yeah, that blue page, if you'll flip to that one, that's probably the easiest one for us to look at. So the top tier is what we're asking the policy to be revised to, and the bottom table is what our current rates are. I will say in our conversations really throughout the last 10 years or so, the county's purchasing tiers are very low in consideration of all of the surrounding counties. In fact, I did put that in here as some backup documentation just so you could see that. But I will say, I hope it's the very last page or so, I think. Not sure where it is in the packet, but there was a table that showed all of the surrounding counties. But with that being said, we still believe that a conservative approach to our tiers does not cause too much hindrance. However, like I said, these minor adjustments that we want to talk about tonight would relieve a little bit of some of those things that we're suffering from. So most places that we talk to, they may not even get multiple quotes until they hit $25,000 or so. But from a transparency standpoint, we believe that where we're at is probably better aligned for our needs. However, like I said, we do need to make a little more flexibility in some of our tiers. And I'm sorry, let me find that table really fast because that will help you guys see what that is. Okay, so just before your pending business report and your FEMA projects, it's the last page in this packet. It starts with, mine stapled together with the fixed asset record form. And then there's a table with a yellow header on it. I don't know if you guys see that or not. Like I said, it's almost, like I said, it's the last page before our FEMA spreadsheet in your packet. But if you'll look at that, this actually came from Putnam County by way of Rich Commando, so we appreciate him helping out with that. Putnam County had just recently gone through an update very similar to us, and so they had already done the study in our area. So Rich provided that, so we didn't have to repeat that study that we did 5 years ago. But you'll see that Alachua, Baker, Bradford, St. John's, Clay, Marion, I mean, you see the list there. Baker County is significantly lower in all of our tiers in comparison to surrounding counties. So, like I said, we are not asking for those types of purchase level thresholds. We're just asking for a little bit of flexibility, like I said, to those existing rates, just in some couple of areas that we're seeing difficulty. We are lower on every one of them. So if you'll see, like Alachua County doesn't have to get formal solicitation unless it's over $50,000. 3 quotes at only $25,000 to $50,000. At us, we're at 3 quotes before that. We're at 3 quotes at $5,000, whereas Alachua County is at needing 3 quotes at $25,000. See that middle tier there?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's a little hard to read the way they did it, but
But now Bradford's less than us.
yeah, Bradford is they require 3 quotes for anything 1 to $25,000 and formal solicitation at $25,000. So they don't have any tiers like we have the multiple step tiers. I don't think they have anything in between all that. So again, like I said, we're just trying to keep a conservative approach to what our purchasing tiers are. I'll let you guys look at that, and then if you want to flip back to that blue table again, we'll kind of talk about how we landed where we were. So again, like I said, our current tiers, anything $3,000 or under is just 1 quote. 3 to 5 is 2 written quotes and the department head can approve it. 5 to 10 are 3 written quotes and it's county manager approval. And then 10 to 50, three written quotes, BOCC approval, and then anything higher than that basically is formal solicitation. So what we're asking for is an adjustment on every tier by just a little bit, going up to a $5,000 purchase for 1 quote, 5 to 10 for 2 written quotes, 10 to 20 for 3 written quotes, 20 to 50 for 3 written quotes at BOCC level, and anything over 50 still at a formal solicitation process. So we're not asking to deviate from that solicitation amount. We're just trying to break up those tiers in between a little more. Again, at $50,000, we probably need to be going out for bid for what we're looking for, right? We don't want to just go with quotes. So we didn't make any changes to that. Lastly, there's the very bottom line on the revised tiers. I've added one specific purchasing threshold with its own parameters, which is special projects specific to drainage pipe for the road department. So one project, if they may need 5 or 6 pipes, that requires them to go out and get multiple quotes. And we are actually running into a problem where we're having difficulty getting 3 written quotes. There's these, 1 or 2 companies that are almost neck and neck for numbers, and everyone else is more expensive than them. And when we call, because we are required to have 3 written quotes, typically the third person we speak to is, you never buy anything from me. I'm not providing you a written quote anymore. And so it's just specifically done to meet our purchasing threshold. So we're not asking to change the tiers in a wide variety, but again, just for those specific purchases, because that material can be so expensive just in itself. So only when the road department is purchasing pipe, again, they've got contracts for lime rock. We're going to bid out any paving project. So really it's just pipe that they're kind of seeing that struggle with. So you'll see that just for the specific, for drainage pipe, anything up to $10,000 is 1 quote, 10 to 20 is 2 written quotes, and then 20 to 50 is just 3 written quotes. Again,
Who would approve that?
that would be at the same purchasing threshold. So
As the department head?
the 1 quote would be department head.
Okay.
County manager would be the 2nd level, and then you all would be the 3rd level. I'm sorry, those purchasing tiers would follow the same dollar level approvals over here. So it would still follow that. It's just a little broader of an expansion on that for them. And talking to Chris, most of their purchases are $20,000 or under. They typically don't order pipe that costs, more than that. And again, that would put us in the ballpark of still needing 2 written quotes, which we seem to do pretty reasonably. We don't struggle to get 2 written quotes. It's that 3rd written quote that we're really having a problem with. And so, like I said, that's really trying to relieve that issue that we're working with. So again, trying to be conservative with these numbers. We don't want to be, being perceived as trying to, not be transparent. But as things in the last 5 years have cost more money, we're just seeing, that be a little bit more burdensome. So welcome any comments. Again, this is not set in stone. This is just looking for you guys, hopefully to like what we've asked for on the tiers. But again, like I said, we're open to suggestions on those. And then I said when we finish that, we can talk about the inventory stuff that we've added also.
Commissioner Mobley?
Mr. Commando, does this match what you're seeing across the board too?
I mean, there's some flexibility. It's closer. It's a lot closer than we were. And
Yeah.
I mean, as you look at some of the thresholds or the request for the thresholds to move up, just understand the cost of goods and services.
Yeah,
So
Absolutely.
when you adjust for, I hate to use the word inflation because the cost of what it costs the county to purchase things is greater than inflation, at least from what I've seen since before COVID. So when you look at what those costs are, you're not that far off from where we probably would have been 10 years ago.
Okay.
Commissioner
I'm
Henderson?
good with what's presented. The only thing I would like to see is on your department head and the 10,000 to 20,000, just maybe information to the board on the purchase. Like if you had to spend $15,000 it's not budgeted, I'm talking about non-budgeted items.
Absolutely. If it's not budgeted, we have to come to you all anyway. This would
Yes.
just be on
Right,
budgeted
it would have to
purchases
come to
anyway,
you for a
right?
Budget
Okay.
transfer.
Absolutely. We would have to bring that for budget
I
approval
just
anyway.
wanted to make sure that
Yes,
we're
sir.
still on the same.
Yes, sir. This would only apply to items that have been budgeted appropriately.
Okay.
Yep.
So the idea is not to take away from any sort of communication or transparency. The
Right.
idea is that, I mean, you hear people talk about the speed of government, and red tape and stuff like that.
Right.
Concept is to try to eliminate some of those things, that's all.
Right. Absolutely. We don't
I
want to.
have no problem
yeah.
with that, I just wanna make sure that
Right.
the transparency is still there.
Absolutely.
It's budgeted item, and then we're not spending money that
Mm-hmm.
Right. I agree with that. We don't want to be perceived as
Right.
being anything other than that.
Any other comments?
I'm fine with it.
I'd like to know how it impacts us daily,
Okay.
you know. I'd like more information on how this change makes a difference. I mean, if it's not gonna impact what we're doing regularly,
Mhm.
I'm not sure why we would do it, so.
Yes,
It
sir.
needs to be justified somewhat.
Yes, sir, absolutely. I mean, just from a working manager standpoint, all of our department heads, including myself, you know, we don't have jobs that just let us sit at a desk and tell other people what to do, right? Like, it's typically the director that's getting these quotes in most of these departments. They don't have, you know, an assistant or, you know, an admin person that does all that. So you make, like Shannon, for instance, you know, he works out of his truck most of the time. And if we can alleviate, you know, at least one call that he has to make to get, you know, a purchase of some type, absolutely, that would free up a lot of time. Now, to quantify that to you all, I mean, we would have to track, you know, maybe over the next year how, you know, how that maybe makes a difference in their work life. But absolutely, like I said, we want to be fair and, like I said, consistent, to be transparent, but also just fix some of those issues. Whereas we're just the time constraints and being able to get work done in a more efficient manner, like Rich alluded to, was that, especially on this pipe purchase, if it takes 3 weeks to get that third vendor to finally give you a written quote that you know you're not going to buy from him, you know he's going to be higher, he knows he's going to be higher, it's a waste of his time and our time. So that, like I said, to quantify it might be a little more difficult, but absolutely there would be time savings involved for the department heads or that admin staff that may be getting those quotes for people.
Okay. What's the
Thank you.
pleasure of the board?
Oh, if you don't mind, we want to talk about the asset management stuff as well before we.
Did you want to do separate or all together?
I mean, it's all one policy together, so I think it would be fine to do it if
Okay.
if you prefer
Let's
that way.
do that.
Okay. All right. So then, moving towards the actual policy in itself, if you will look at, let's see where we added it at. Should be page 38. I think that's where it's going to be at. Let's see. Yep, so page 38 of 50, if you'll see that on the header, that's our capital assets and asset disposal policy. So again, this was written at the direction of Miss Brooklyn, our finance director. So this is something that was not formally documented in our purchasing policy. We did talk about disposal of assets, that's been in here. But as far as how we're actually doing inventory control, and of course this is in line with GASB standards, but anything over $5,000 in purchase will be input into the ADG inventory control system, to summarize. The finance department will be responsible for that inventory management system. They will go through a review annually to make sure that inventories match what's physically in the department versus what is listed in the inventory system in our software. Right now, we have been going through a reconciliation of that list as well. So when we changed over from the old system to the new finance system, it incorporated all of our old inventory. However, a lot of that stuff is no longer being used. It's been disposed of since then. And so we went through and reconciled that. She sent a list to every department and asked them to go through and say, yes, sir.
Is this the depreciated value you're talking about, or the purchase value, or what value are you talking about?
The purchase value. Yes, she does list in here about the depreciation. Yes, sir. She talks about that. Again, I'm not sure that I can answer specific questions for you on that, but she has gotten information there on depreciation as well. This is just for what is in the inventory every year. And like I said, it's not been maintained since we moved into the new finance system over the last couple of years. And so it's correcting what's already in the system and then adding all of the new. So we're in the process of doing that now. Like I said, where this policy was written at. Anything under $5,000 is on the department head to still internally control and keep that. So it doesn't go into our asset management system. However, the department head will be responsible for tracking that information, even if it's a $100 weed eater or whatever. Like that may be something that doesn't have a property tag on it. However, it is something that's still going to be inventoried by the department themselves. So I said finance would do anything over 5, staff would do anything under 5. And she does talk about it's in accordance with Gatsby standards on the depreciation. And she had a list.
One thing to note on that
Mhm.
is the county will utilize straight line method of depreciation. That is with GASB standards.
Yeah. And so she had a table that we didn't put into here, but that I can send separately that dictates what those depreciation standards are, Commissioner. I can send that to you separately. But because those standards change, we didn't incorporate that actual depreciation list here. We just referenced that the Gatsby standards would be followed. But she does have a list of how she would depreciate that in the system each year.
How did they establish 5,000?
That's typical.
Yeah.
In business, we use 8.
Yes, sir. I'm not sure. I didn't ask why. Yeah, why she asked for 5. Like I said, that was just at her recommendation.
On assets, most assets taxable,
Mm-hmm.
they start around $5,000. Anything under the $5,000 mark is considered
Right.
incidental. Is like a hammer. Say a hammer.
Mhm.
A hammer is not.
We're not
Right.
gonna track
Yeah.
it,
But when you start buying tractors,
Right.
you start talking
Right.
about assets.
Yeah.
But once that asset drops below in business, $8,000, we don't keep it on the physical inventory. The
It can drop
director, it drops off this inventory and goes to the,
And it
This-
would, under the Gatsby system, you would.
Right.
replace
It would then go to the
This
department head to
inventory goes-
track. Right.
yeah.
Right. It would be removed from the asset management system, but then just go on the spreadsheet,
So then
basically.
we go
the
by depreciation value there?
Right. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
That
Yes,
was
sir.
my question.
Yes, sir. And like I said, Gatsby does dictate what those depreciation levels are.
Right.
Yes, sir. And the $5,000, I don't know that Brooklyn was firm on that. If that's something that you guys want to change to,
That-
6 or 7 or 8 or whatever, I think,
I think you start with nickel and diamond after
Right.
you get over the 5,000.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
5,000 is typically what I've always done.
Mhm.
I think that is a kind of a whatever you want to set.
Industry standard.
Yeah, I mean
Absolutely,
industry
yeah.
standard. That's
There
what
were,
it is.
5,000 was in years past in our industry,
Mhm.
but we wound up with so many things depreciated below 8,000 that we were not tracking anymore.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
Sure.
we just went to 8,000.
Yeah.
And that's covered under your individual department heads. It's going to
Mhm.
still be tracking those
Yeah.
items, so they're
Correct.
still going to be in there.
That's right.
Yeah.
I agree with everything on that right there for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And then with that also, again, like I said, it just goes into how the system would be used, the tags that we would put on it. And then as a attachment to this, it does actually have a new Exhibit C, which is the fixed asset record form. And that should be,
It's almost to the end under, by your.
yeah, should be one of the last
business.
pages there. Oh, here we go. Yep, and again, this is at Brooklyn's recommendation. She came up with this form, so I just attached it as an exhibit there. So, that just tracks how we would do it internally when a department gets a new piece of equipment. They would fill out this form and submit it to finance so that they know when and how and why and all of those things to be able to put it into that asset management system. So again, those are the only changes. Oh no, I'm sorry, there is one more. So right now our policy dictates that anything $500 or more requires a purchase order. When we started the transition from our former finance system into ADG, we had conversations about changing that threshold to $1,000. However, that whole transition got, crazy, and so that never happened. So with this one, the third change would be transitioning from a $500 PO requirement to a $1,000 PO requirement. And those are the only 3 changes that have been incorporated. Everything else is the same.
approval of the revisions of the purchasing policy.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the revisions to the purchasing policy. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimously.
Kayla thanks you all because her job just got a little bit easier.
That's what we're here for. Now we're moving on to pending business
Now we're
report.
moving on. Let's see. Get rid of this FEMA spreadsheet. We've already talked about that. All right, you ready for me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I am.
All
Fire
right.
away.
We will go down the list. You guys stop me if I move too fast. St. Mary's Cove boat ramp, again, we've discussed that earlier in the evening on phase 2. Again, the phase 1 is just being held here because that was the reconstruction grant that we still have to close out. But again, we're still working through the process with FEMA, and our contractors should have 60% plans to you all, like Dennis spoke about earlier in this meeting. We were originally focusing on early July, so I'll have some conversations with them to see if hopefully we might be able to have that on the 21st agenda, at least for you guys to be able to see those construction plans at 60%. And like I said, that's the threshold we have to get to when we really start seeing some action with permitting and things like that.
When?
July 21st.
Okay.
The contractor originally said early July was the timeline for the 60% plans. However, that when we talked last meeting about mitigating and moving the project from its location to the new location, that added a little bit of time. So hopefully, if not in July, I would imagine at your August meeting we should be able to see those 60% plans. Like I said, we're nearing that now. Next on the list is Shoals Park improvements. Again, our playground equipment has been installed. Our camp hosts are on site. All of our contracts have been updated. So no issues or ongoing problems there, with the exception of the signage. Again, we're still working through that process with the National Park System Service, to hopefully be able to get a grant to be able to buy all of those. I will say, just in looking at the Shoals Park budget, the numbers are pretty tight on what we pay for now. Funding the staff that is out there now really takes most of our money, with a little bit of maintenance and fuel and all those things. So you guys will see that when we present the budget for Shoals coming up. But there's not a lot of revenue to work with on that, so we have to keep that in mind when we're talking about future improvements to Shoals. So we're really hoping that National Park Service grant can come through to provide that signage for us, so we don't have to worry about that on our end. Next on the list, Kyler Fire Station. We've talked about that also today as part of the budget workshop, but again, just keeping this in a holding pattern. Should we get personnel at Kyler Fire Station, this would be for the purchase of the mobile home. Again, being funded by ARPA money, carry forward money, not county funds. NAB Sports Complex, it is underway. If you have been by, it is big and open, and trees
like
are gone and
nothing's
fences
there.
are gone. Yeah. So it's unfortunate that we had to get rid of that one big oak because it did provide such good shade, but it was in the way and it was causing problems with the fencing and root systems and all that. So I hated it. I went to lunch one day and cut up that way on my way home, and I saw them, they're cutting it down, and it kind of made my heart hurt a little bit. But anyway, things are progressing there. Again, you guys are aware of what's happening. We're excited to see that project continue to move forward throughout the summer months. Community development permit software. We do have the county staff portion of the server configuration is complete. The next steps are the permitting company, the software company ADG, again, same company we use for finance. They now have to do their steps to configure the server for point and pay, which is for credit card processing. We do expect to receive the physical devices to be able to take the credit card systems in the offices within the next 2 weeks or so. And again, our go live date has been pushed back just a little bit because of that credit card processing delays. It's not anything that's permitting or software issues. Again, as staff works with it, they're finding little things that need to be tweaked as they go. But again, it's getting that credit card processing system in. It's just delayed us probably about 2 weeks. So we're looking at mid-July now. Instead of end of June, we're targeting mid-July. Again, that is contingent on how fast ADG performs their steps on the server configuration. Like I said, as far as county staff goes, we're done. We just need to get it back from them to be able to go live. So we'll stay on top of that and make sure that they know it's a priority, but we'll make sure.
Thinking middle of July,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
before next meeting.
Yeah, we're hoping still mid-July.
Okay.
Like I said.
Is
Okay.
that a flat rate fee? Is that like 3%?
Yes, sir. It was.
Okay.
It was, I think it's 2.5, if I remember correct. I just signed the contract before the holidays.
It was 2 points something.
Yeah, it is,
I
yeah.
think if I remember correctly, it was just under 3.
Yeah. It was the contract that you all approved at the last
Okay.
meeting on
I thought
17th.
that
It
was
was a flat rate, yes, sir.
Okay.
Moving down the list, Old Lusty Park ownership. Again, we have submitted everything that we needed to for that special legal counsel that we've hired to work us through that probate process. We have not heard any updates, but again, we know that the probate process can be kind of lengthy without a lot of information shared, so.
On a short time frame, it's 4 to 6 months because they have
Absolutely.
to have claims period.
Absolutely. And I will say, we talked about this at the last meeting, the firm that Rich recommended has been great. They have been very expedient in what they have done for us so far. So looking forward to hopefully getting that closed out quickly.
Me too.
And so we can actually start planning for what playground equipment we want to buy for that park next year. Next item is the courthouse roof ADA appropriation. So we actually had some great conversations with some of our in-house engineering firms. This actually came about because of the Historical Society walkthrough that we did. And we determined that we could actually move this process forward much quicker by utilizing our continuing services contract with North Florida Professional Services. And they actually have some consultants that they would then hire so that we don't have to go through the formal solicitation process and delay that actually by several months. We actually can speed up the schedule a little by using them. We have a meeting Thursday, if my memory serves me correct, to talk about kickoff for them to come out and send their team out to start their measurements and all of those things too, to come out and give us what their opinion is. They had a really great structural engineer and an architect that I met. I was very impressed with both of them, and they're the ones that will be helping work through that project to get us something that we can live with, hopefully, and relieve that leaking that's happened in that building. Part of what we were concerned from a staff level was the building has leaked since it was constructed, right? And because we have such an ongoing long-term relationship with these continuing service providers, the quality of work we felt would be what our expectations are versus a company we may not ever work with again. And so that relationship was important. And so like I said, we're going to have a little kickoff teams meeting on Thursday, and then they'll send their folks out. We don't necessarily have to be there with them, but they can come during normal business hours. But in conversations, we think that that's going to take several months of prep off the schedule. So excited about that process. Next on the list is Fire Rescue Headquarters generator. That project had to be re-advertised. Unfortunately, when we got bids back, they were all overbid. We did meet with our grant contract manager with the state. She offered some suggestions on how to advertise and some reductions that we agreed to. And then also, if it comes back in overbid again, could the state meet some of the additional money that we may need? So one of the things that we were asking for as part of the purchase was propane tanks. However, historically, Baker County typically just rents those from our propane provider, and so that's something that the state agreed to allow us to take out of our scope to continue to rent those. Suburban Propane actually gives them to us for free. We don't own them, but we actually don't pay a rental fee either. We only pay to have the propane put into the tank. So that could save some money on the grant side to go back towards the purchase of the generator. We also were anticipating connecting the two outbuildings with the main building, and we've decided for budgetary purposes we're not going to do that either. We'll look at that at a later date, but for now, for grant purposes, the direction from the state was just focus on the office building and the living quarters in itself. If we have to buy some small generator to power that storage building, we can look at that later on. But for the grant purposes, we're trying to bring that back in to a closer match the amount that the state has provided to us for that. So Again, that project's being re-advertised. We hope that it is within budget when we receive those new bids. However, if it's still over budget, like I said, the state has agreed to look at it to see if they might be able to give us some extra money coming back to it. So we will report back on that once we have those bids submitted to us. RFP for county auditing service. So we actually, as an auditing committee, we were planning on meeting a couple of weeks ago. However, at the request of the clerk, she asked that we wait until the audit was completely closed out before we start that process. So now that that's been presented to you all tonight, we'll get that scheduled. So right now it's still in an evaluation process. Like I said, there was no, it delayed it by maybe 2 weeks for the review. And like I said, if it helped the finance office and the clerk's office, we agreed to be able to do that as a group. So again, we'll report back on that. I'd hope to have a meeting. Honestly, I don't know that we'll have one before our next commission meeting, but we'll try to have something between now and the first meeting in August. And the COA Phase 2, we added that at Commissioner Anderson's request at our last commission meeting. He asked that this project be added to pending business, so it has been added, and you all have approved Tarbox's proposal tonight. So that's the first step in moving towards the parking lot construction for that project. The sidewalk awning does not require any type of engineered design, so we're working on getting some quotes for that now. We'll go ahead and get that done. So at least in the meantime, they have a covered walkway to go to and from each building while we're working on the parking lot. And that is the pending business report, unless there are any other questions.
Any update?
We definitely want to make sure we have enough money for the paving and all that before we spend any money on anything other than the parking lot.
Yes, sir. So the scope was for the parking lot and the awning, and then the road third.
Yeah.
So you're saying maybe we should hold off on the awning
I would
completely?
make sure that we had plenty of funding for the parking lot
Yeah.
project before we moved into
We can do that.
the second phase.
Yeah. We can hold off on
And
the
then
awning
we
purchase.
can look at the third phase after that.
Okay.
But I would like to, whoever's bidding the parking lot, bid the road and then let the board look at that. And it might be something.
As a bid
we
alternate,
wanna
yes,
look at
sir.
as a bid alternate.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead and get that road paved.
Yeah.
'Cause
While they're
it's a lot-
mobilized, it
it's a
would
lot
be, yeah.
cheaper when
Yeah.
they're there than it is to bring them back.
Right.
So.
Yeah. I mean, we can do that. There's no urgency in the covered awning. Yeah.
It's simple, it's not
Yeah.
a big project.
If I remember correctly, I think we budgeted only like $14,000 for it. It was a pretty
It's not a
inexpensive.
big project, but I
Yeah.
don't want to be $10,000 short on a paving project and
Mhm.
have to spend it on the awning.
Absolutely. We can hold off.
Any update on the impact fee survey study?
Yes, sir. We have a Teams meeting with the legal firm and the data collection company, Stantec. We have a meeting this Thursday afternoon. So we have asked, I've sent out the invite to quite a few county staff members. Everyone that's in the kickoff meeting may not participate through the whole process, but that's LaDonna and several people from her end, several people here from admin, property appraiser, Public Works. We have a big group for the kickoff meeting because everyone will have a list of information that those offices will need from us. So we'll want to make sure that everyone hears the same conversation. So we'll have more to report back at the next meeting. If you'd like, I can add that to the pending business report as well, just so it stays front and center, since we're going to be moving forward now on this project that the meetings are starting.
Good, good, thank you.
I can do it.
Special projects report.
Sorry about that. Just making my notes. As far as special projects, there have been no changes since your last meeting. Again, just earmark those numbers for the NAB Sports Complex, Phase 1 or Phase 2 and 2A. Kyler Fire Station, again, mobile home is still earmarked there. Library renovations and countywide communication improvements. Again, those have not changed. However, we should have a payment on that last item. The $89,000 for the countywide communication improvements. That was actually on the countywide dispatch system and the radios and all those things. We had some some tweaks that needed to be made for the fire rescue department to make sure that they were being able to communicate with Charlton County and forestry and all of those things. So we were holding out on that contingency, that last little bit of money, until all of those problems were resolved. They have been resolved, and so we have actually forwarded that last invoice for payment. So depending on how quick it's processed, you guys actually will see that $89,000 paid within the next week or so. So like I said, the next commission meeting, that one should actually come off as closed and complete, but there are no other updates at this time.
Any questions or comments from the board?
I'm not sure what these are. No, they're attached to it. You can disregard those last two tabs on this one.
Moving along, Madam County Manager.
I don't think I have anything else. I think I'm good. Thank you, though.
Nothing to add.
County Attorney has nothing. Commissioner Hartley?
I have nothing.
Commissioner Anderson?
Another only thing I have is the July 3rd, we had the thing at the city park, hosted by the chamber and several other people, and it was a great event. I've been attending that for a long time, and I don't think I've ever seen that many people show up to that event than what I seen.
Yeah.
And I was very surprised at the people who were not actually from Baker County that were there. But I'd ask them, you live here, you live, no, I live in Georgia, I live in Jacksonville, Lake City. I mean, people from surrounding areas came in for that event. I was very impressed.
Commissioner Iverson?
First of all, I do want to echo what Commissioner Anderson said. I thought that the chamber did an outstanding job, and that they just to give them a pat on the back. Thank you so much for all the hard work that you and your team did, Dylan. We appreciate it, and I've heard every day. I hear every day from my wife about how, man, you know everybody. Well, after July 3rd, she didn't say that. We got home and she said, we don't know anybody. And I just want to I tell that story as a testament to the people that come out and enjoyed those festivities and enjoyed that event. And so thank you for everyone that helped put that on. Thank you for the board for approving the money to make that happen. And good job to everybody involved. I do want to ask, what is the status of the TDC? Is there any update on the status of the TDC?
So the TDC board has not had a quorum this month or last month to meet. However, the strategic plan, well, let me rephrase that. For June, the strategic plan was not final. They didn't have a quorum to meet, but the strategic plan wasn't presented. For the July meeting, we do have a final strategic plan from our consultant. However, they did not have enough people to meet. It was the same week of that 4th of July. We meet the first Wednesday of every month, so a lot of people had travel issues with that. So we are working towards an off-cycle meeting of the TDC in August, because again, we have some travel issues with our regular scheduled meetings, so we're working on that and getting that advertised so they can still meet in August. And then that will be presented to you all August 18th for consideration. We do have one opening for a TDC board member. I have put my fillers out, and I thought that I had someone ready, but I haven't heard back, and it's been quite some time. And so we do
particular slot?
business owner. So we do need a business owner. If anyone that you guys know that may be interested. Like I said, I don't believe the person that I had committed to, I don't believe they're going to move forward. I'm sure they're like the rest of us, they're very busy. And then the second vacancy that we have on that board, which also contributes to this quorum issue, was previously filled by the Chamber of Commerce. And I think the intent would be that Dylan would be appointed. However, with this conversation about the strategic plan and could we possibly not have this person be an employee, we may put that out. The chamber is interested in performing that service, so if that's the case, then Dylan doesn't need to serve on the TDC. So we're waiting for that strategic plan before we decide if Dylan's a go or a no-go. So that's been the holdup on that. So we desperately need that business owner, though. That would really, really help us meet some of these issues that we're having with delayed meetings. It's because we're running. We have to have every member that's there come to every meeting, or we don't have a quorum. So, so yeah, if you guys have anyone interested or anyone listening that's a business owner and is interested, please call us.
100% my fault that I don't know this, but we set up a workshop for the new dump hours and the changes.
Right.
And it was mentioned that night, and I didn't write it down on my notes, so I apologize. Did we, or were we, or are we posting the proposed dump hours at the dump? Is that something that we were going to do? Did we just say we were going to do that, or no?
Yes.
We did say that.
Okay,
Yes.
do we know if that's happened?
Yeah, I was gonna
I've
say.
seen it. The only problem I've had
Mhm.
from someone at one of the dumps, it doesn't say proposed. It says new hour. So people think that's the change, not that they get to look at that.
Okay, yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah. Are you guys getting lots of phone calls? Because we still aren't, even with the signs being up. We're not getting them here at our office, people questioning it.
I've only had I'd say less than, say half a dozen people mention it to me.
Mhm.
And they mentioned it. Hey, well, what about? And I said, well, you tell me, what about? What is your thoughts on it?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I don't care. Sounds good to me. The only one person out of those mentioned that they would like to see them open until 6 p.m. And so that's the only feedback that I've gotten.
Yes, sir. We have sent the advertisements to the press. We've put it on social media as well. We'll continue to remind people that that's coming up. That's the 20th at 6. I would encourage you all to send me your comments if you've got things that you don't like on the rules or things that you want to see changed. Go ahead and send that to me. That way I can put together a proposal. Because right now it's just, we know what the hours, what we like, right? We've talked about that numerous times. So we know what the proposed hour schedule would look like. But as far as the rules go, if there's something that you guys want changed from that document we handed out at the last meeting, get that to me if you don't mind. That way I can work on a proposal for you guys to consider that kind of formulates all of that. I know Commissioner Hartley will not be here, unfortunately, for that workshop, but he and I are going to set aside some time to go over his concerns, and I'll present that on his behalf since he's not going to be here.
Thank you.
Of course.
And that's all I have, Chairman.
Okay. Commissioner Mobley.
Get your list.
I did have a list, but I think everybody's knocked it out. I mean, everything I had, Dillon, Chamber, Sid McClenny, County, Phantom Fireworks, wow. That was
Absolutely.
amazing. There was more people than I've ever seen
Yeah.
at that Independence Day celebration. So
Mhm.
thank you for everybody that did that.
Absolutely.
We've already talked about everything else. One thing that's came to fruition here, and I think we have an application in at this point, and I believe staff met with Connolly and Wicker today.
Kimberly Horn.
Kimberly Horn.
Mhm, yeah.
Kimberly Horn, Connolly Wicker, I think they merged.
They may have, yeah.
Could you inform us of where we're at with the Midpoint Commons development or application process?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I've had a bunch of people reach out to me, so I'm
Mhm.
just like let's air it out, see where we're at with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So the county has received a land use application and PUD from Midpoint Commons, the developer. The initial submittal to the county was only for the land use application packet in itself. And so myself, the chairman, and Rich and LaDonna actually all talked and decided that not having the full application packet would not be good to move forward with just the land use. So on the land use side of it, you guys know that you see them in here every 2 weeks. There's not a lot of questions that get answered from a land use application. The detail is in that zoning, right? That's where we want to know the density and timelines and all of those things. And given the large size of this project, and sitting through the City of McClenny hearings where they went through this about a year ago, we believe that it was the best foot forward was to hear it all at one time so that the public could hear what the full project looked like and be completely transparent with what that looked like. That was information that was shared back to the developer, and they actually quickly got us the PUD application, so we appreciate them getting that to us as quick as they did. And so from here, moving forward, LaDonna and I actually had a meeting bright and early after this holiday at 8:30 this morning with Kimley Horn. And so Kimley Horn is another one of our continuing service providers. They're an engineering firm who offer all sorts of things, as well as a very large planning consultant that they offer in-house. So LaDonna and I met with them this morning. They have been provided a copy of the land use and PUD applications. So moving forward, Kimley Horn will provide a proposal to the county for them to assist with the review of this project, because it's so large. And like I said, this is something that the county does not see very often. And then again, also, we've got a very small team of people in LaDonna's office, and a project of this magnitude really could occupy all of their time for review. And we obviously have other day-to-day obligations that still need to be met. And so that Kimley Horn, bringing them on, will help meet those needs, where they're going to start that review process and talk about that high-level project from Midpoint. They'll provide a detailed written report for us, any questions or concerns. Just from this morning and talking to them, there were a couple things in the package that they believe we need to ask for that were not submitted. And so that level of expertise is going to be greatly valued for sure. I know from my standpoint, having that second set of eyes go over it. The lead planner that will be on this is actually, she's a Kimley Horn employee now and has been with them for several years. But she's actually from the city of Jacksonville. For the last 24 years of her career, she was their senior community planner. So that's the type of, expertise, of course, when we're talking traffic studies and roadway improvements and all of those things. They've got all of that, in their offices with traffic engineers and all that. So it really was the best fit to partner with Kimley Horn. What they will work on now at our direction is a proposal for what that would cost. The cost for that review will be presented to the developer. That is a cost that the developer would have to fund. In addition to that, they've offered some services for us as well that they're going to give us a proposal on separately. Just some leadership and education and all sorts of things that they said they may be able to help current staff with. We've got one person in the office that's new to the planning position also. So obviously that's not going to be part of the proposal that we show the developer, but for our own in-house use, they've got some opportunities for us there too. We have also asked them to provide a timeline. From our experience, this is something that we need to be thorough. We need to make sure that we have all of our questions answered before we go into a public hearing, so that the residents of Baker County understand what this project is. We don't want to walk in with, half information or not good information. We want to make sure that for the applicant to get the best review as possible, right? We want to make sure we get all that done as well. We don't want to send them back with something that could be an easy fix that's determined in a public hearing, right? We want to make sure we work through those things. So that's where we're at now. Obviously, there's some statutory guidelines on when we receive an application and then when your hearings are held. So there's obligations to the county that we cannot drag this out for 6 or 7 months. We still have to meet statutory guidelines. Kimley Horn is very
Those
familiar with the
statutory
process.
guidelines would be, do you have an estimate on how long that is?
I'm
guidelines
sorry, I
are?
don't off the top of my head, but from the time, Rich, I don't know if you know it off the top of your head, but from when you accept the application to your hearing, I can't remember what the days
For
are.
a change in zoning,
Mhm.
it's usually within 180 days.
That's what I was thinking 180, but
wow.
yeah, I didn't
Okay.
want to speak. Yeah, so like I said, this is not something that was done in an attempt to delay a project or to be confrontational. It's just to make sure that we're putting the best project forward for everybody, right? We want to make sure that you all have the best information to hear, that the community can hear, and the developer is given the best feedback as well. So I'm very impressed with Kimley Horn. They're a top-notch professional team. Again, very impressed with the team that we met with this morning. And so hopefully we'll have a proposal to review and a timeline also that we can provide to the developer very quickly. Yep.
Thank you. That's all I had. Okay.
That's it. I got a couple of things. Talked with Sarah earlier today about Florida DOT. The caution light intersection in Sanderson has become deadly dangerous. There was an accident there Sunday
Yes.
with injuries.
Yes,
Luckily, there were
yesterday.
no
Monday.
yesterday.
Mhm.
Luckily, there were no fatalities. But there's always accidents there. There's pedestrians crossing the road there. Traffic is running 45, 55 miles an hour through there. And visibility is not good at that intersection. And it's a high traffic intersection. We have to ask the DOT to do something. I would like to see the speed limit lowered. I would also like to see a red light there. Old Lusty has a similar problem, but not as severe because the traffic is just not as significant. But we need to do something. So you'll see me chase that as best I can. The other thing, back to the July 3rd celebration here, the crowd was fantastic. Reminded me of a high school football game in Baker County. If you've been to a few of them, you know how crazy that can be. It was just a great atmosphere for families and everybody. While I was there, I talked to 5 police officers there. Everybody was enjoying everything. There were no problems. Our rescue unit came and went. They came and treat somebody. They'd come load somebody up and haul them. But they were there. You could see them coming and going. It was a great celebration, and everybody had a great time as a community. There's not many things like that you can go to Jacksonville or anywhere else and have that community feeling. So that's what makes Baker County special, and I just appreciate our people and what our people have done to create that atmosphere in a society that's as polarized as ours is today. Everybody came together and had a great day. So I thought it was a great outing and a great day. So that's all I have.
So,
Motion to adjourn.
And we're adjourned.
Oh, goodness.